Rearming complete.
Ground air supply is now connected.
Hey guys.
Apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
I am still barely conscious, so probably taking a few minutes to properly wake up. Today, according to plan anyway, we have the new mission running on Cold War. Should be starting after this one, and that will be involving the Skyhawk for blue and a nuke-armed MiG-21 for red. So I'm curious to see what happens when both of those things are thrown to the public on a PvP server. It's either going to be really amazing or like a complete fucking disaster, and I don't know which.
Apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
I would be inclined to think so with the 21, but it's a single 21 that has to be unlocked by completing an objective, and it has 3 lives. So it's entirely possible if a monkey gets it, they'll kill themselves before they even get the nuke off. And if somebody competent gets it, they'll actually use it for what it's supposed to be used for, but we'll see. If it wasn't for the fact that the Skyhawk's in the mission, I would be flying the nuclear-armed 21 myself. But I'll let someone else have the joys of unleashing instant sunshine today. I want to fly the A4. As long as I can get the slot. If somebody else jumps in the A4 slots and fills them before I can get in, then I'll probably go for the 21.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
Does Skyhawk come with its latency dispensers? No, because I told Alpin the other day that cluster bombs do bad things to server and client performance. So he's removed them from that mission, and I think he's going to be removing them from a bunch of other missions when he edits them now as well. That was, by the way, for those who haven't seen the discussion in my Discord, that was the culprit of my weird performance issues on 2 towns, where if I looked at, which town is it? Kareli, I think? The blue hell town at the start of the mission. If I looked at that town, my frame rate would drop to nothing. That's why, and it would only happen sometimes and always towards the end of the mission. That's why. What I figured it out to be was Su-25 players were dropping KMGU submunitions by the hundreds to try and knock out the tanks in the town. And by the end of the mission, there were so many KMGU craters that it was just killing my PC. Like, even Beepski Mark II couldn't handle looking at it. So that was kind of what made me suspicious of it. And then once they found out on Enigma's server during testing that the cluster bombs were causing massive issues, I then tested it myself on Alpin's server while it was empty, and found out that a single KMGU pass by a Su-25 is enough to drop to like 5-10 frames a second when I look at the target area. So basically confirmed beyond shadow of a doubt that that's what was causing the issue. Is this a modern aircraft? This is a Skyhawk. This is like a It's a 50s era fighter, but this is a 70s era upgrade of it. It's a light fighter though, it's for export, so it's not quite as sophisticated as US domestic model fighters are, or were. I don't really fly modern shit very often. I don't really enjoy it that much. What's wrong with them? They're just boring to fly. The fly-by-wire means the plane basically flies itself for you. It doesn't really take any skill to do the flying part. And it's all systems management. It's all IT. If I wanted to sit there working my way through 50 different screens, I would have got a job in IT. Like, that's not fun or exciting to me. You're not flying a plane, you're flying a computer. It's been a while since I've taken off from Liwa. It's nice playing on Alpin's server and actually having frames again. On Enigma's server, my PC tends to chug when I'm streaming. When I'm not streaming, it's fine. It's just when I've got OBS running, it struggles because there's so much happening on that server. But on Alpin's, it's butter smooth. It's so nice. No stuttering, no hitching, no freezing, no frame rate slowdowns. Now the cluster bombs aren't an issue. Just nice and smooth. I see what people are complaining about now with the F5's gyros. They didn't used to be this oversensitive, but there's no way, there is no fucking way what I just did should have tumbled the gyro. Like, even in a World War II plane, that wouldn't tumble the gyro. Track calibrated a little better. Oops. A bit carried away with the afterburner and drained my external tank already. Oh well, it's a fairly, like, short-ranged mission, so I don't need to worry too much about that. It means I'll be nice and light when I get into a fight. If I get into a fight. The server's pretty quiet at the moment, but more people are starting to join. Hopefully when the new mission starts, there'll be a bunch of people getting on. So stick buttons in-game, usually used for if it was real. Weapon release, trim, a trigger for the guns, one of them's for nose-wheel steering. I can't remember what the other one is. Like, US stick layouts are kind of weird to me. Trim is, see this big hat here? This is a four-way hat, that's my trim. Just like on my actual HOTAS. And then on US jets, the big red button there is usually the weapon release for bombs and rockets and missiles. It's either on the trigger or it's on that button. On Soviet aircraft, the big red button for your thumb on the stick is not weapon release, it's the autopilot disengage button. What did I... misclicked and didn't have my radar running. do not know which airfields we own at the moment, so this could be interesting. I won't have to worry about my throttle problems for very much longer. My Verpal throttle has arrived. It's not at my house yet, but I should have it by tomorrow. Made it out of Belarus safely the day before things kicked off, so that would be nice to have. Still debating getting a stick as well, although I kind of can't really afford it. I could just eat rice for a week, I guess. I just want to make sure that there's not going to be any issues with it coming out here. Oh, there's only one red left? Where did the others go? For fuck's sake. You know what? Since there's a single hind left on red, I'm going to go back to Liwa, I'm going to land, and I'm going to jump in a MiG. Because team stacks are not very fun. So, kind of near Al Dhafra, I think. We'll head like southish, 117.4. I don't know how the radio nav in this thing works. I think I only have TACAN in this, actually. I don't know what the TACAN code for Liwa is. South side of town, so it should be like 225. Basically the direction we're going. Just going to afterburn it part of the way back to the airbase, so I'm nice and light on fuel when I land. Okay, there's that, is that like a... Oh, it's map texture, okay. So it's not even real water, it's just a map texture. think that's Liwa over there, but I could be wrong. Looks like an airbase to me.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Hey, Dub! Cheers to the resub, man. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. So that blue is probably meant to be like a salt lake or something? I don't know what's going on with that. That's weird. But DCS Caucasus has the same thing too. Around Tbilisi, there's a bunch of lakes that appear on the satellite imagery textures that render in at high altitude, but the closer you get to the ground, they disappear. Weird. Been sick as fuck for the last few days. You can join the club. Gerbil's been sick too. Sorry to hear it, man. Hope you're on a speedy recovery though. Yeah, that's Liwa. Alright. Floyd's gone red. See, now the blues have all quit. For fuck's sake, I can't win. Whereas this is Alpin's server. Cold War 1947 to 91. And there's this new mission coming up after this one, or should be, according to plan, which involves the Skyhawk. So we're going to see how that goes in multiplayer. And I'm hoping that my theory it'll be a complete train wreck will be disproven. But we'll see. And on the left of the center line on Alpin's server, because that's the way the traffic usually goes on here. We don't have air traffic control, and it can get a bit chaotic. So the airfield rule is to keep left. Not always possible, depending on the crosswind or aircraft damage, but I usually try and stick with it. So I'll go park this thing up, and then we'll hop over to red, since I think they could use some fighters at the moment. Well, they could use some helicopters too, but I'm not really in a helicopter mood today. Might do some next stream, I guess, or next time I do DCS. New missions after this one, so if you guys want to get in on the action, now's the time to hop in. Notification didn't work apparently. Ah, lovely. Is Beepski... Yeah, Beepski's running, which is interesting. To keep an eye and make sure he's actually putting out his announcements. Sometimes the bot goes on strike. I'll be flying the A4 unless somebody gets to all the slots before I can. If all the A4 slots are full, I'll take the 21 and I'll probably try and take the nuke, but I'm hoping to get in a Skyhawk today. Ideally one of the ones on the carrier. I'd like to fly it off the boat. So you can all laugh at my carrier flying skills. I'm not going to bother with all the switches, it'll shut itself off in a minute. Let's do... Actually, I will turn those off, but we won't do the rest. How are the teams looking now? Yeah, there's a bunch of people just waiting. We'll hop over red and we'll see if we can grab a couple minutes flying in the 21 before the mission switches. Yeah, there we go. Swapping to the new mission. They'll probably switch missions twice because he has to reset it once it loads the first time, because there's some interesting issues with dedicated server missions where they don't always load all the assets in properly the first time around. Have to free the nukes first. Yeah, I saw that. May as well just shut the plane down. And wait. The defenses at the outposts that have to be killed for blue are quite heavy. I tested the mission quickly the other day. Well, didn't really test it, just had a bit of a look around. The defenses at those are really quite heavy, so it'll take more than one person attacking them, I think. Might need a couple people simultaneously to overwhelm them. Open up player shop? Yeah. I think once we get over, like, there seems to be a critical mass on this server. Once we get over it, it fills very quickly. We just haven't been getting over it for the last couple days. Or at least not when I've been playing. It might have been filling the days I haven't played. I barely played DCS recently, because it's just been kind of, you know, haven't been in the mood. We could go with the Israeli livery that goes with the mission, but since we're flying from the boat, let's go with something else. Where is it? There we go. Is this the... Yeah, this is the camo one. Where's the grey one? That's the grey one. We're gonna grab full fuel, combat mix. Or half and half on countermeasures. And then let's take a pair of shrikes. And bunch of bombs and a belly tank.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy. Chief, turn on the ground power. Copy.
We're flying from the Forestal.
Don't get out there.
It's going to take a while for the aircraft to be fueled up and armed, so probably should have asked for ground power first so I could start the aircraft up, but whatever. Set our altitude warning to 100 feet. We're probably going to be flying much higher than that, to be honest. Been alright, Gerbil. Bit down at the current situation, but otherwise not too bad. Interesting, the trim in this works even with the power off, or at least it animates the stick. Yeah, it doesn't actually work, it animates the stick though.
Ground power is now on.
Okay, ground power's on. This is the USS Forestal. We'll set the nav lights up, although we'll have them off for most of the flight. Can't do anything with the IFF system on this. What's the TACAN here? Is there a TACAN on the Forestal? Don't think so. So I think the group will go for, to begin with, will be Observation Site 3, because it's pretty easy to find. It's on a hill overlooking the Sea of Galilee.
Mike, check by 1. Line clear. Awesome.
I think what we'll do. So our radio's on, we'll set it to, well, we're on guard anyway, but we'll set it to that just in case. Hey. I'm gonna go for Ob Site 3, I think.
Okay guys, yeah, if you just liaise with me, let me know what you're going for, and then I can make sure we don't send people to places that we don't need.
We'll worry about that after. Put that on standby. We'll turn this all the way. That comes on when the engine comes on. I think...
Strikes are really inaccurate.
I know. Get the aircraft up and running. I'll set it to like 6 nose up trim. This is not Super Carrier, this came with the F-14.
Roger. Confirm how many crates did you destroy, because they may have deployed aircraft.
I'm going on a second run to BDS.
Roger. Fellowship, Merlin, are you going on a strike mission?
Moving this thing around the carrier deck's interesting. It doesn't have nosewheel steering anymore, because the real Skyhawk didn't. It's a free caster and a wheel, and you steer using the toe brakes.
Disconnect ground power before locking the canopy.
I told them to, they just didn't do it. Gotta wait until they actually disconnect it before you close the canopy.
Loud and clear. Cheers.
Yeah, there we go. So that's probably Salty next to me. Oh no no no. What are you doing? What is my plane doing? That's not the direction I wanted it to turn, but okay, we'll go for this catapult. Unfortunately, there's no way to tell when you're actually lined up with the shuttle, but it will auto-snap you to it, like it just did there. So just to double check everything is on that needs to be. No, it's not. I completely forgot the navigation systems, and not that I know how to use them anyway. I'll wait for Salty, I think. Yep, A4 online on the Cold War server.
Salty vaccine, catapults 2.
I think we should probably go for the same target, they're quite heavily defended.
Yeah, give me a minute, or a moment, while I exit.
Hopefully I've got enough nose up trim, because I'm going to be quite heavy.
Okay, scope's clear at the moment, guys.
What? They don't have mix.
Back check for Legolas.
Spooling up.
Loud and clear. Cool, thank you. Ready to launch.
I'm launching.
Right, Legolas is going for observation site number 4. Copy. Have you made yourselves aware of how much buildings, since all the buildings at each site that needs to be blown up? Yep. Jay, one thing, Marlon. Or on the way around. Melon said. Skipper's gonna be flying with me. We're going by Cherry flight. Hey, Roger. Okay, can you go for observation point 1, please? Observation point 1, bearing 042 for 60. 042 for 60. Copy. And can you let us know where we are on the map? It's a bit unclear. Sorry, say again, please. Where is the carrier on the map? Roger, carrier is standby.
Carrier is west of Haifa.
Is there? Copy.
That's Haifa over there.
I can only leave that on for a short amount of time because it will start moving. Alright, but that's good. You said 042 for 60 miles? Yep, 043 for 60.
That's Salty.
No. Guys, when you're coming back to the carrier, just give me a shout. I'll direct you to the carrier. Copy. Warned up on your left to respond.
I see you. Oh, what the fuck? Why is that bound to trigger?
Hello.
Why is that bound to trigger? Oh, what?
Yeah, missiles are on trigger, bombs are on...
No, no, it's on my push to talk. What the fuck?
Oops.
It auto-bound it to button 2 on everything, and because I haven't played this on multiplayer, I've never used my push to talk in it, for fuck's sake. Well, there's a problem right there. I guess you'll have to deal with the air defenses. Did I hit cancel on my fucking board, dude? That's so stupid. I cannot fucking believe that.
Can you check if my flares are working?
Yeah, they're working.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's gonna be Looks like they didn't hit anything, thank God. Probably too big of an angle. How's it going? It could be going better. Could definitely be going better.
Roger, Salty, you're going to waypoint 3, bearing 073 for 36 miles.
I think we're already getting locked up.
Copy.
So we're heading to that target there. I'm a little worried about how the Syria expansion is going to impact performance because it's already chugging.
So the ETA for Hilo is like 13 minutes.
Roger. Salty, Rosman, once you've dropped bombs on waypoint 3, if you've got the fuel, I need you to do a helicopter hunt about 20 miles south, east-southeast. Copy.
Helicopter is 100 feet AGL.
I'm going to climb up some more so I can dive on this. I am not sure because I've never used it. I've only ever used TrackIR, so I don't know how any of the others compare, but somebody in chat might.
J flight launches from the Borstal.
Having some serious frame rate issues here. Serious frame rate issues. I'm only doing 250 knots, but I'm very heavily loaded and I'm not flying at full throttle either. Also, I'm climbing. The Skyhawk's pretty fast when it's clean, but when it's loaded down with bombs, she's pretty heavy. So what I was saying earlier about getting wonderful smooth performance on Alpin's server, well, apparently except this mission. I don't know why. It ran fine in single, well, not single player, but when I tested it about a week ago, it ran fine. But today, it's probably because I'm streaming at the same time, Syria and OBS don't get along. Which is disappointing. Mirrors don't make a single bit of difference. Like, I'm telling you right now, mirrors don't actually matter. Everyone says they do, but I've noticed, like, no difference. Literally zero difference.
You've still got nothing on scope at the moment.
And I'd rather have the mirrors on, because I like to be able to see what's happening around me. We're pretty close. That's the Sea of Galilee off our 11 o'clock. It's just on the far side of that. I'm turning a bit to the south so I can see it.
Yeah, bearing 08450 for 12 miles. It's at the top of the hill, just on the other side of the Sea of Galilee, on the southern tip.
It's huge, you can't miss it once you get close.
Yeah, it's the exit of the valley.
That. See that pool of smoke? It's between that and the industrial complex on the sort of top of that ridgeline.
Okay.
Big cluster units. Like, reference that smoke pool down low in the valley, come about 8 o'clock from that on the ridgeline. Probably gonna miss with all of these if they even release properly.
Merlin, Chariot Flight requesting a navigation update. Observation Chariot Flight standby. Roger, Chariot Flight, vector 037, 33, 35 miles. Go.
Down there.
I'll stay up, look for some launches. Oh, there they are, okay. AAA. A lot of AAA.
Bad time for my fucking PC to lock up. Very bad time for my PC to lock up. Did I forget to... No, did not. I didn't forget to arm them.
Still up?
Still up. I probably did. Did I forget to? No, they're tail fused.
Fine, no SAM systems, as far as I can tell.
Okay, nuke destroyed. Nuke destroyed.
Roger, well done. Wow, we can just do that. We cannot drop the nuke.
They have, I think, a couple.
He's already killed them.
Oh, nuke destroyed.
Wow, really? That's, it seems to defeat kind of the entire purpose of the mission.
Okay, so I've got tanks moving into Kiryat and also Rosh Pina. So those that aren't on strike missions, if you come up to the tank, up to those two air bases, I've got multiple tanks inbound. AVAX called out 30 miles. Or Sophie. Roger, still nothing on scope. Have you got a bearing? Stand by. Possible 096.
Salty, I'm gonna go back and rearm.
Copy. Remember, you can rearm at David if required. Marlin, Sheriff, right, requesting distance to target. Stop by.
Kind of want to land on the boat, but yeah.
Share flight target 021, 12 miles.
Go for Ramat David, I think. Should be around here somewhere. Can't remember exactly where, but it's around this part. They're more similar to S-13s. But yeah, the Zunis might be the go, I think. While we're at it, we're gonna just flip that over. Things all over the place.
On my nose, there's some kind of emitter. Can you declare?
We'll get rid of the belly tank.
Some kind of radar.
I think we're going to get rid of the belly tank. Anything on that ridge is hostile.
Yeah. On your nose, Salty, we've got friendly Hawk site at 2397 miles.
Repeat last.
2397 miles, friendly Hawk site.
Okay.
Friendly units at 330 for 9. Friendly airfield at 270 for 17. Friendly units at 252 for 14. Friendly units at 197 for 12. Does that give you enough?
There we go. There's the airfield.
Cannot fire my arm.
Make sure you got the right mode and pylon selected.
I have the pylon on, bombs and GM arm on, master arm on.
And you've got the knob set to Shrike instead of walleye test.
Which knob?
It's above the weapons panel.
Whoops.
That'll do it.
Okay. Let's see. And before I kill the friendly hawk.
Chariot plane strike complete, requesting vectors to the boat. Stand by. Roger. You can go to the boat, which is...
The CCIP for the bombs involves the bombing computer, and I don't know how to use it. It's not actually CCIP. It's weird. It involves use of the radar and the bombing computer. It doesn't actually adjust the slide at all.
I'm not sure.
I think what would be ideal is a high drag pass with snake eyes at low altitude, but we need to kill all the air defenses for that.
North of Haifa.
I'm not sure.
High base. Thanks. Okay, got something on my nose. Anything?
That's what I'm thinking of.
Okay, we got a couple of mates taking off from
Oops, a daisy.
Kalkala. Salty 2 MiG-21s bearing 06250 miles, flanking west at 7,000.
That's not what I want, that's what I want. My spoilers.
I cannot fire the fucking strikes.
Completely forgot. Jeez, he's having the opposite problem I had. Mine fired when I didn't want him to.
I'll fire. Any friendlies nearby? Stand by.
Start needing air support. Salty, nearest MiG, bearing 052, 33 miles, still flanking west, 10,000. Second MiG is heading east at the moment, 054 for 46.
Do you have any fighters?
Roger, I'll make
Not really.
one attack run and then head back to the carrier.
You know, I don't need the belly tank.
Oh, they do have IR SAMs. I'm still alive.
Yeah, they do at that target we were attacking.
Okay, I'll just bomb that.
That's why I dive bombed it, I didn't go for a low pass. Let's go with this loadout. Already? Oh. We don't have Shrikes. I don't think I can rearm with any of this stuff. We have no Shrikes at Ramat David. If I'd known that, I would have gone back to the boat. Fuck. In fact, we have very little here. Well, I guess we'll take some more rockets. I'll take these guys. And we'll have to go back to the boat. It's probably deliberate.
Try bomb it again.
I'm gonna do a quick rocket run, then I'm gonna go back to the boat for Shrikes.
Okay, Salty, be aware, MiG-21 now, 030, 23 miles, hot, altitude 15,000. IKEA, Merlin, MiG-21 at 052, 40 miles, hot, 15,000.
I'm not sure, Gerbil. CTLD is very limited in this mission, but I think there is logistics work. Certainly there is for red, but I don't know about for blue.
Yep.
Spoiler won't matter, it auto retracts when you put the power on.
Hind is attacking another.
Spoilers are down.
We tried 2 bombing runs, but I don't know. Both of them missed. I think we had a crosswind, strong crosswind.
Helicopters east of Kiryat needing fire support.
Okay, ETA 3 minutes.
MiG-21 at 1189 miles heading south. Just leave that, IKEA, Z5 going for that. Can you try and find out?
I think I've got Zuni's on.
I've got helicopter
I'm not sure if it...
013.
Oh, did I? Fuck, I accidentally loaded separate rockets.
Roger.
Shit. I'm having a dumpster fire today, god damn. I don't even know if it gave me the Zunis. Because it didn't give me the Zunis the first time, so... I got no way to check. But we'll assume they're there. And if nothing happens when I pull the trigger, then I know they're not.
Moving IKEA to clear my nose.
What are you looking at? Aircraft? Helicopter?
No external view on Alpen server.
Might be friendly, I'm not sure.
Roger, roger. It's Mikhail, I think.
Yeah, there's Hueys.
flaring.
That answers that question.
It's Huey. Searching for Hind.
Hind is further north, bearing 027 for 8.
I'm probably gonna get wiped out by IR SAMs going in by myself like this. Do you need the gun sight tables? I mean, probably, but I'm just gonna aim by observing full of shot, coming in the dive, see where the first ones land, then aim off. I have neither the time nor the brain power required to bring up the tables. In fact, since I know they are loaded, I'm going to go in with the Hydras first, and then we'll see if the Zunis come off. I don't want to rely on rockets that might not be there for my first pass, even though I think the Zunis are slightly longer range, they certainly hit harder.
Yeah, he's flaring.
No joy.
Roger, I've hit him. He's on fire.
So the southernmost group of objects is an EWR. The fucking IR SAMs. Oh, like, I think that's Estrella. That, or that, maybe. Oh, did I just lose my connection? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. Thank fuck. Scared the shit out of me. There's a dirt strip there now, that didn't used to be there. Okay, we're still very much in stroller range here.
Yep. IKEA searching the west.
We hit something. So a couple hydras left, and then we're down to Zunis. And we're below the top of the ridge line, so we should be safe from Estrella for now. Oh, the performance on this map is so bad right now. I like the map, but it runs so badly. I wish instead of expanding it, they were fucking optimizing it.
There's another helo up here, IKEA.
I'm searching.
Roger, bearing 06814.
Merlin Rossmum, is there a MiG just passing over my target right now?
Survey. Friendly F5 sniper, it's non-comms.
Okay. He just flew directly over that, so maybe the Strella's out already.
There is a MiG 031 for 14, Rossman.
Okay.
It's cold at the moment, heading north.
Let me know if it gets closer.
IKEA, just be aware, MiG-21 at 12290. Enemy helo.
Oh, won't let me fire those.
061 for 9.
Why not? Oh yes, we have Zunis. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. I think the 57mm got me.
Cut him behind.
It would be a lot easier to do this if my frame rate wasn't in the fucking tank. I'm gonna plug in the ground power first. Grab a, not 9Bs. We'll grab a pair of 9Ps, and then we'll grab Zunis again. Since we've got an air base nearby that I can land at, I can just rearm and refuel there instead. Okay.
Turn it back. Do we have roast peanut?
Yes.
Is there any sidewinders?
Yes, so you go to Kiria, bearing 265, 5 miles. Friendly airfield.
My oxygen was already on.
MiG-21 now at 0834, heading north still, 4,500.
So on standby. Splash. Oh, oh, oh. That was a bit sketchy.
Okay, IKEA, MiG-21, 087, 6 miles, heading south, altitude 2,500. You can land and get some air-to-air missiles there. We've got AIM 8, AIM 9 per pass, if you're able.
Carriers down, about 10 of them, there's 90 left.
Okay, the MiG's now 1167 miles, still heading south, IKEA.
IKEA landed.
Copy.
I think I forgot that last flight, which would explain several things. Oh, are you okay there, dude? He's gonna turn around, I think.
Overlord 1-1, Uzi 3-1, request bogey dope.
Tomcat, nope, A4 Skyhawk. It's pretty heavily loaded. Okay, all that should be good to go. I just need to actually turn it on once I'm in there.
Sam?
What's the status on observation post-war?
I have no idea. I have to go by what you guys see.
Copy. Vectors?
Roger, vector bearing 051, 58 miles.
Copy, thank you.
Yeah, Zuni's. He's got double rack Zunis on the wings, and I've got triple rack Zunis on my central pylon. Skyhawk's a real little bomb truck.
But yeah, I can see it. It looks to be.
It's part of the reason
fully,
it's so nimble when
active
it's
at the moment.
clean, because it's got enough power to carry all this shit. Come forwards about 2 meters, Salty. Oh, never mind. You're good.
Yep, ready.
Alright, I'm launching.
Okay, IKEA's up.
Into the sea I go.
Yeah, you need a lot of back trim when you're heavily loaded. If you've got any air-to-ground weapons at all, I would not even try taking off with less than 6 nose-up trim. You know where the gauge is, right? He's probably not back on radio yet.
Overlord 1-1, in field 1-1, request bogey dope.
Merge with a MiG.
Roger. Bearing 031, 1 mile.
I know. So I'm going to die.
Couple people on. We could always use more though.
You got friendly stingers at 294 for 6.
That's too far.
No, the
I've got no fighters and I've got no.
the S60 doesn't come with the SON9, and the ZSU 57 doesn't have a radar. If it did come with the SON9, it would be a motherfucker. Because you could set up a battery of like 8 or 10 guns and wreck shit with it. FPS better, not by much. Wonder if it's a radar.
Chariot 13, just be aware we've got a MiG-21 furball bearing 060, 30 miles.
Yeah, roger.
Drop zone bearing 048, 27 miles. If anybody is able to use get GBU-12s, I've got I can use a tank for laser.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have its radar, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a shame because I like the radar, but let's leave it off then. Not like I know how to use it anyway. So we'll just leave it in standby. It's still, frames are still kind of low, but it's a little better now.
On the reference guided bombs, there is not.
There is no such thing as hellworld release. We all already live in hell, so we can go to hell.
Cheers, Polar. True enough, man. Yeah, Salty, when you're at ground loaded, don't take off with any less than 6 units of trim. The gauge is down by the takeoff checklist, the photo of your sweetheart. And if you're really heavily loaded like you were, I'd say probably 8 units of trim. Probably could fly with a bit less fuel to lighten myself up, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a helo just
It's over there.
attacking the.
Ready for the F1 and AH-64 this month? I guess. Yeah, you can mod in an actual picture for the Skyhawk. That's something you can do with it. Just have to know which folder to look in.
Flash me.
Roger.
Send me to the helo.
Bearing 292, 8 miles.
Roger.
Might have crashed, I think I've just got smoke. I've got red smoke.
They said the
on,
F1's in
area.
testing, so
I think he has crashed.
probably within a month or two, if everything goes smoothly.
He's on the red.
Yeah, frames are still kind of shit even with the radar off.
No hunting in sight.
Roger, I think he was, I think he's destroyed.
Copy. I guess landing and a repair.
Copy.
We're still out of range, so the Shrike's just a sparrow with slightly bigger fins and a different seeker head, so we got to get pretty close to use them. I've got my head position raised up quite high so I can see over the nose, but when I need to actually use the weapons I gotta do these ones so I can see through the gun sight.
Sorry, I have to reslot. Brake is broken.
Copy. Okay, still no,
Interesting.
still nothing available.
I can see the
in regards
radar.
To, aircraft.
I can literally see the radar right in front of me. Why are the Shrikes not picking it up? Ah, because it... Oh no, it is spinning.
Anyone have experience in the A4? I've got everything set up on my rocket foam fighter.
Nope. Try to turn it off and on
Uncage,
again.
you can't uncage them, as far as I know, and it doesn't, like, you don't need to fire them anyway.
We did it a couple times, so that might get it to work.
I should have got tone there.
Master arm on, weapon selector to rockets, and use the trigger instead of the weapon release pickle.
Salty, when you said your Shrikes...
Yeah, no cigar.
When you said your Shrikes wouldn't fire, do you mean you weren't getting tone, or they just wouldn't fire?
They did fire in the end.
Because I am not even getting tone and I can see the radar dish rotating.
It's interesting.
What am I flying? Skyhawk.
My guns aren't even firing. I think something happened. Alright.
There's a separate master arm switch from a gun switch. You need them both on for the guns to fire.
Sorry?
The gun switch and the master arm are separate. They both need to be on to fire, and if any other weapon is armed, it will fire at the same time as the guns.
Yeah, I've got everything set up right. I know that. I guess I'll just RTD. I had a rough carrier landing, so I'm going to do my damage to my aircraft. Okay, Salty airborne, finally.
Oh, there goes the engine. Yeah, this shit's not working. Why did my fucking Shrikes not fire, though? And my jettison's not working. Fuck. Yep, the free one. Oh, my radio still doesn't work. There we go, that got rid of it. We're gonna have to belly it. One of these fields will do. Depends when you last played it. There's been a lot of progress in the last year or so. No, it didn't work because the fucking Shrikes aren't working. Like, there is no reason they shouldn't have had tone on that fucking radar. A year ago? Yeah, there's been some changes since then. I'm way fast. And also my hydraulics are out, so I can't really slow down. Let's just hope for the best. Oh. 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 Very, very bumpy landing. No, oh, maybe they've made it so that, well, no, because I used the Shrikes just recently on a fucking, on a Shilka. So no, I'm quite certain you can get tone on search radars, because when I tested this mission, there has not been a Skyhawk update since, and I was able to engage that fucking search radar. In fact, I didn't want to engage the search radar, but both my Shrikes went for it anyway. So it's, no, something's broken, something's wrong. Oh no, turn it on.
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Copy. Ground power is now on.
And until that... The issue is not all the air defense is radar guided anyway, so some of it we're going to have to kill the old-fashioned way regardless. But until that air defense is down, we cannot work that target properly. Take 3 Zuni pods on the center line.
Request refueling.
Shrikes and Sidewinders at the same time? I don't think so, because I'm pretty sure I've carried that combination before with no issues, but we'll try it. We'll get rid of the Sidewinders. I'll just wait until they load me up and then I'll get rid of them. But I don't think there's an issue with that. Or at least if there is, there wasn't last time I tried it. Oh, I have my lights on too, because I forgot to turn them off. Because I rarely ever use my lights, so...
Altitude 7,000. Send.
Roger.
Schemo carrier bearing 236, 12 miles.
Roger.
Rearming complete.
Carry full... no we won't, just in case I do get shot down. I don't want to lose all our Shrikes. So we'll carry, carry some more Zunis, I think.
Request rearming.
Copy.
Which site are we working on now?
Yeah, I had it set to... Like, I had everything configured correctly. I've used the Shrikes plenty of times before. It just... Still same target because everything's up.
Okay, let's go for it. There is site 3.
Yeah.
Rearming complete.
Splash the MiG.
Copy.
Going for the other EWR.
APR 25 is on, everything was on.
301, 18 miles, if they...
Roger.
Okay. Flaps are set. Staborg on. I think we're good to go.
Sorry, say again the vector to the helo.
Oh, we did not use enough trim.
You've been hit.
My wing snapped, but I'm still carrying a Sidewinder.
We really did not
I
use
can't
enough
see you
trim
on
for
the
how
map.
heavy I am. We're barely flying at the moment. Okay, there we go. Bring the flaps in. Zuni pods are
I can mark
heavy,
roughly where he is if you want him with red smoke.
just in case anyone, you know, was wondering.
Magnum. See if they hit anything.
Okay, put red smoke is just flying west of that smoke, south, heading south at the moment.
Salty running in target.
I see 2 smoke stacks.
Roger, he's just west, southwest of the airfield.
Sorry.
Guessing carry GPUs? Nope.
He's in a left-hand turn, it's low.
There aren't any in this mission anyway.
I've hit him a number of times. Yeah, that's the one.
Be nice to have just one chance to carrier land today. I'll probably fuck it up because I'm terrible at carrier stuff, but one chance would be nice.
God, this is fucking difficult.
Helo destroyed. I see that.
There's not AAA only, there's
There's
SAMs.
a bomb crater right next to the SA-9. But
And we
it
have
is
anti-radiation missiles anyway. It's either on reload or it was knocked out already. There's a Strela at this target. And there's larger SAMs further back, but they aren't covering these forward observation posts. But there is absolutely a Strela at this target. And I don't know how it hasn't killed me yet.
Okay guys, we've got another MiG. Where are we? From Seagali, bearing
there weren't any S-125s in Vietnam, only S-75s.
7,000.
That was the only SAM the Vietnamese had. Well, other than I think some man pads.
I might just take a Gazelle and take out the fucking air defenses above the Site 3.
Still not. Interesting. Test light's not coming on. Oh, maybe because I got the... No. Concerning. Why is that not working? I mean, it's working, but why are the lights not coming on? Maybe that's why the Shrikes aren't getting turned. Although I wouldn't think it matters. The Shrike's got the actual seek ahead, and it shouldn't matter if my ECM can see the radar or not. They're not seeing anything. They definitely fucking saw something at the start of the mission when I accidentally fired 2 of them, but they're not now. If sound is crapped, I doubt it, but we could see, I guess. Because we should get tone as I point my nose at that. There's at least 2 radars down there, probably 3 or 4. Look like your RWR panel's bugged and I don't think the RWR figures into it. As far as I know, the Shrike is fully self-contained. It shouldn't matter whether the RWR's working or not. The RWR's making noise, but the test lights aren't working.
Okay guys, we've got 2 MiGs inbound. IKEA 2 MiGs bearing 075 51, hot, altitude 6,500.
If it should be that way, it probably is coded that way because they're pretty good about systems for this.
Roger.
Schema, same targets, 076 55 miles, hot, altitude 7,500. Second MiG is at 070
I think that
60.
main search radar might be destroyed.
6,500.
I think.
Roger, thank you.
Could be wrong though.
Rossman, just be aware, got a couple of MiGs, 065 43 miles. IKEA, new pop-up bearing, 057 16
Yeet
miles.
one in that
hot,
direction.
altitude 3,000.
Oh, it fired
Schema,
both?
same target, bearing 065 26 miles. Intercept, bearing 080
I don't think either are
21
tracking.
miles. Rossman, just be aware, MiG-21 at 031 21 miles, hot to you, altitude 2,500. IKEA, MiG-21, intercept, bearing 0839 miles.
Sorry.
Copy. Schema, vector 090,
There's
20
the
miles.
Strela.
Altitude on that guy 090.
Roger, 2000. Bearing now 090, 20 miles.
Roger, thank you.
Is the overload down?
Idea update, MiG-21076 at 24 miles, hot, altitude 10,000, second
Oh,
MiG-051, 28 miles, target faded.
Hey, there's a guy over the lake, I see him. Is that the MiG?
Yeah, it's IKEA is fighting the F5. Rossman, be aware, MiG-21 at 011, 8 miles, hot to you.
Yeah.
Inbound.
Unable. Fuck.
Roger, we've got a friendly, just only 6, but he's chasing him, so he might not catch him in time.
I took a hit. I don't know what's hit.
Schemo Vector 132, 12 miles. Rossman, get ready to merge. 1 mile.
I'm damaged. I got hit by a Sam.
2000. There's only 6 now.
Yeah, I
Turn
see.
in left. Schemo Vector 138, 12 miles. Rossman, continue 283, 8 miles.
I'm incapable of dogfighting. My aircraft's badly damaged.
Copy. Okay, it's only 6 now, Rossman.
Not much I can do about it.
Get ready for the flare.
That's all on you, Rossman.
Recommend evade and flare.
There's no point. So the strikes aren't working, which is excellent. I don't know why the strikes aren't working, but they're not. I probably should have taken that first whoopsie with the strikes as my signal that this was going to be a dumpster fire, because it has been an absolute dumpster fire. We're not even going to bother with the fucking strikes, because they're not working. What I will do, actually, is I'll grab some more regular rockets. We'll grab these. And then we'll grab a pair of AIM-9s. And then we will grab the triple Zunis. We'll go with... let's make it full fuel. Should be light enough, I think, to get off the deck.
Request refueling. Request rearming.
No, I think the radar should be active the whole time. Well, even if it does, like, there's other radars down there. It shouldn't matter, because there's other radars down there. Like, the Shrike is not working. That is the problem. It's not the ground radar. It's not any of that. It's literally the Shrike will not give tone, even when it is pointed directly at a radiating radar. Like, that... excuse me? That early warning radar, that was visibly rotating, and they still wouldn't do anything with it. What is... oh, the fucking ship's turning. Shit. Good thing I'm locked into the cat.
Correction, 300.
Stay low, they don't have radar coverage here.
Yeah, I'm in a valley right now, heading straight towards them.
Yeah, you've got one north of you, 017, 4 miles, hot. Altitude, 1400.
That's so fucking annoying, dude.
Will they direct me to
So fucking
Rostina?
annoying. Like, the Shrikes are probably my favorite thing to use in this jet, and I can't fucking use them.
Yeah, IKEA, MiG-21 at 137 miles, heading south, 1200. Schemo, MiG-21 at 270 for 3, heading south at 1300. Second MiG at 060 for 5, hot at 2,500. Third MiG off scope.
I see a guy over the lake at 2 of them. Fox 2 MiG-21.
you go. Second MiG 06545. Recommend Vector 32112. Got friendly sounds in the area.
Is that a friendly heli over the lake that looks like a camo? Yeah, it's me. What is 5? Roger.
Might see a Skyhawk landing here.
MiG chasing you. 08445 hot.
Yeah, I see that behind me. Eastern side of the lake.
Can't really see him though.
MiG-21 feet-wet heading south on the lake, middle of the lake. Second MiG,
hey, there we go.
21 on the lake.
Okay, flaps are down. Staborg on, everything should be set up.
Visual, I'll make target now 2065 miles hot. 400.
I'm on the guy who's in the middle of the lake flying north.
There's a little too much back trim there, I think. Rossman.
Cherry 13, you have difficult weeks. Sorry. Unimportant message.
There's no point. If it's not going to work on the target I need it to work on, then there's no point carrying them. And there are radar, well, maybe not now, but there certainly were radars down there the first time they wouldn't give turns, so... Like, I literally pointed it at a rotating early warning radar. Won't fuck with that at all.
Schemo, you got 186 danger close.
So I don't want to accidentally ripple off my sidewinders when I need to use them. It's still warming up. The only thing I can think is I took it out of standby too fast, maybe, but again, that shouldn't matter. And the RWR itself is working, so... I don't know, weird. Weird and annoying.
Second MiG is smoking. I'm reversing the second guy. Could use some assistance.
IKEA Vector 07327 miles.
Copy.
One of the MiGs is smoking. I think he's RTB. I hit him a couple times.
Salty said his were okay, so... I think it's just me. Some crazy roll rate, not while I'm armed. Maybe once I'm cleaner. Oh, what? Never fucking mind, I guess. Fuck's sake.
Fuel's starting to get a little concerning.
Never mind, because the carrier was turning when we rearmed, it didn't fucking rearm me. I fucking hate this game. Well, back we go.
Update on the MiG.
I'm on him. The first guy is RTB, but I'm on the second guy.
Copy.
IKEA MiG is 077.
He's out.
63 miles.
No, it's
Be
because...
aware there is 2 MiGs with you and a third MiG northeast of your farm.
Because I was locked into the catapult when the ship started turning, it kept spamming me with, hey, what are you doing? Which means that the ground crew weren't, like, they thought I wasn't stationary, so they wouldn't rearm me. so I'm gonna have to go back and fucking land.
No, that was the second. It's one within a friendly.
Right.
It's probably not ED's fault, it's probably because this is a mod. And some of the stuff in it's kinda, it's not that hacky, but it's not fully integrated with the game the way that modules are.
Yeah, it's 3 megs, I've just told you that.
It could also be a forestal thing, I don't know.
2 miles, heading south. 3rd meg, 216, 3 miles.
No, I don't need fucking comms right now, it's just distracting me. Turn that back on when I need to talk. Well, the thing is, my carrier landings are so bad I'm probably gonna get blown up or ramp strike it. So if you want to see roll rate, let's get under the cloud. And I turned the saturation down on my stick in this plane, by the way, because the roll rate's so insane, but... That, as far as I can tell, is meant to be an industry sim. Maybe they'll sell it on the commercial market, but I have my doubts. And also, just because it's Unreal Engine doesn't mean it's good. Everyone cooms over Unreal Engine, but engine means nothing. It's what you do with the engine that matters. So, a lot of people have been getting their hopes up that DCS will have a competitor or something will come along that's even better. I would not get my hopes up at all, if I were you. I would pretend it doesn't exist and you never saw it until they say, we're releasing this for the public market. I'm way too high, which is to be expected. I'm always way too high when I go for carrier landings. Dump the flaps all the way. Drop the wheels, we'll pull the speed brakes in. Also, the Forestal's deck is like pitch fucking black, so good luck to me trying to see the markings, I guess. Are you- oh, you motherfucker. You absolute motherfucker, they're turning again. After I've dropped my gear and my flaps. Why? Yeah, that first accident with the Shrikes, I think, was my sign that today is not the day to be playing DCS. This is gonna be the sketchiest carrier landing. I'm too fast, I'm too high, I'm at a fucking, like, 90-degree angle to where I need to land. In real life, you would know where the boat's gonna turn. In fact, I would probably know if I'd looked at the waypoints for it too, but I haven't bothered, because I honestly just can't be arsed. Okay, wheels are down, flaps down, hook down. Oh my god, I'm high. I'm way high. Also, this thing has really long landing gear legs, so it's a ramp strike waiting to happen. Shut up, Polo, we'll make it work. I told you we'd make it work.
систем. Смотри экран.
They decided not to rearm me because the carrier was turning as I rearmed.
Schema final rush, Pina.
Bolter, wave off, wave off.
Hey, Pebble. Oh god. This is... Why? No. Hopefully it'll straighten me out when I hit the hookup button, because this is so fucked. Yeah, okay, it did straighten me out. Whew. Got my follow flared. Thanks for the follow. The issue isn't the A4, I think. The issue is just I'm having a shit show of a day today. I don't know what's going on with the Shrikes. It might be a multiplayer thing with them, or it might just be me, but they worked at the start of the mission, they've worked consistently offline. It's just shit's going on. Open the canopy. My follow alerts are not working on my phone, which is interesting. Okay. So what was it? We were taking rockets, we're taking these. So I actually had about the right amount of trim for takeoff. It's just because I had no weapons on board, because they didn't rearm me, the aircraft pitched up really violently. Seen Sidekick's video on the Case 1? No, I don't really fly blue stuff, and I don't fly carrier stuff very often either, so I don't bother watching Case 1 shit, because I don't Case 1. I never learnt to Case 1, I will probably never learn to Case 1, it's, like... The only two carrier aircraft I really fly ever are this and the Tomcat, and I don't fly them much, so not my problem, basically. At least they're giving me weapons this time. There's our sidewinders. I can't see our rocket pods because the slats are in the way. Oh no, there we go. We got rockets. And we should have Zunies underneath. We're gonna... Not that it matters for rockets, but we'll flip that up. I think we are good to go. We'll flip that back to on once we're off the deck.
It's just rockets.
Flaps.
Yeah, I don't think I can land in that space anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a small runway.
Yeah, always PvP. I very, very, very rarely do PvE. When I do, it's usually just to test concepts or practice stuff.
One more air defense left at site 3, Salty RTV.
Coming back with a fresh load of rockets. I can't get my Shrikes to work for some reason.
Chariot 13, be aware, MiG-21 up 142 for 8, heading northwest, hot altitude on the deck. Nightmare 22, MiG-21 at 054 for 10, intercept 034 for 10.
MiG-21, middle of the lake, northern side.
Yeah, Chariot 13, just
we're having a shit show today.
MiG-21 is about to merge.
No, Charlie.
Roger, Nightmare 22, Furball 037, 8 miles, 84, MiG-21. On the deck.
Oh, it could, yeah, it could and it did. It was one of the US Navy's nuke delivery systems. In fact, This one doesn't have it modeled, but some of the earlier Skyhawks had a metal clamshell around the pilot's seat that would pull down over the canopy, or over the pilot's head at least, to prevent flash blindness when the bomb went off. Actually, most MiGs, so maybe not the 19, but the MiG-21, the MiG-23, have a curtain. It's not modeled in the DCS MiG-23, MiG-21. It hopefully will be in the 23, maybe not functional, but at least visual. And that curtain, you can actually buy them on eBay, they're pretty rare though. That curtain was the same purpose, it would pull down over the pilot's face when they were doing a nuclear bombing strike. Most photos of MiG-23s with the canopy open, you can actually see it. The nuke carrying roll is also why the Skyhawk's landing gear legs are so long, so you can hang a big fat bomb underneath it. A bit like the training hood on the L-39, yeah, a bit like that, except also a bit less permeable for light, a bit more opaque. I was overflying this area in Flight Sim last night. The Syria map's nice and all, but it really does not do any of this area justice. Not just, like, northern Israel, but Syria, Turkey, none of it. It's one thing I really hate about Ugra Media's maps, is that the ground textures are just really washed out and generic. Like this kind of browny, grey, green shit. In real life, this area looks much different. It's much more colourful. And even out in the desert, it's much more colourful. There's reds, there's sort of bluish greys. It's something that DCS is really weak with, especially on maps like this, is the variation in ground texture and ground colour. That's one area where actual satellite textures do tend to be better, although they're less consistent, because, you know, different satellite passes have different colour values, different resolution. Yeah, once you get the habit of how to land the 21, you'll never have trouble with it again. Color isn't realistic.
Copy.
If you
tanks now arriving.
If you ask a lot of people, the desert being any color other than medium brown is unrealistic, because people actually think that deserts are just like that color everywhere. Like, some of the most colorful places on Earth. You got to be on crack to think that they're just brown. There's, like this area, all these fields, especially around Ramat David, there's a lot of, like, reds, sort of reds and deep greens and greeny blues. Like, it's really pretty. Really, really pretty. And then up in, like, around northern Syria, around Aleppo, there's different shades of brown everywhere. And you get bits of red here and there where the sand's a different color. Merlin Rossmum. Are there currently any MiGs around the Sea of Galilee?
Stand by. No, I don't see anything.
Excellent, thanks. We'll get a rocket run in while we can. See people say IL-2 Kuban's too colourful compared to DCS corpses. Oh man, fucking one head takes. one head takes.
Yeah, I'm down to one tank at Kyria.
And I've got to say, I don't know what they were growing in Kent during World War II, but modern day, that part of the UK is a patchwork of yellow from canola, bright green from other crops, dark brown from the soil. Like, it's... I'm gonna get into a rant if I'm not careful. I will attempt to contain myself. One head takes, like, okay, so there's a thing, 5 head, it's a meme where somebody has like a huge forehead and it makes them, like, they're supposed to be really smart. One head is the opposite of that. One head is like, you have no brain at all. Yeah, it really is. I mean, it's... Parts of it are pretty from the ground too, but from the air it's beautiful. I have no idea what's still active down there, but I'm going to assume that I'm going to get shot at. And we're going to assume that the Strella's probably not dead yet either. Which is something, if the Shrikes were working, we could kill the Strela with them, because the Strela AI, for whatever stupid reason, always turns its radar on right before it fires.
Yeah, I've got 1 MiG overseer gap. Rossman MiG is 022, 11 miles, halt, altitude 2,100.
I'm just going to ripple off my rockets and go for it.
Vector 037, wrong, 073 for 17, Nightmare. MiG-21 heading south. Nightmare target now 068 for 14, intercept 085 for 13. Rossman, MiG-21 at 352 for 3.5, up to you, 5,500.
Merlin, schema requesting bogey vector.
Sunbar. Yeah, once more.
Rossman, no joy.
Rossman is off scope. Nightmare, just keep an eye out now. Friendly A4094 for 6, heading south. 1500. Schema, vector now 070 for 15. MiG-21, F4, F5 and A4.
T-55 goes by Rossman.
Roger.
Confirm for T-55.
Tally MiG, he's behind me, I think. Yep, MiG's firing at me. Ooh. Friendly below us, I think. There was an F5 in the area.
M82, can you tell me what aircraft have been in orbit with, please? 2 o'clock.
Busy, someone.
If you're over the Sea of Galilee, there's a MiG-21. A4 behind him. I'm in the A4.
How many 21?
Don't know. I see one, there might be a second.
Okay, there's one, it's on Nightmare.
Missile, missile, missile!
Schema, middle target 078 for 5. Idea.
Go left.
186, 6 miles.
F5, go left, go left. Splash 21.
Good splash, good splash.
World's smartest MiG-21. CF5, I think.
Okay, tanks destroyed.
I was kind of struggling, to be honest.
Directly ahead of me, bearing 060.
I only got him because he went for the
Enemy,
F5.
MiG-21 bearing 063, 18 miles, hot altitude is 4,000.
Still got plenty of fuel, so what we're going to do is
IKEA, same target, 073,
pylons
20.
1 and 5.
Also hot, 3,500. Be aware guys, I did see another MiG at 129 for 18. Target faded. We've lost all the tanks up at Kiryat.
The MiG's not actually that bad in a turn fight, like a sustained turn with the A4, where it really falls down as a one circle. So if he tried to one circle me, I would have beaten him alive.
Yeah, MiG-29,
Su-27, Su-27.
Nightmare, you just merged with MiG-21. Roger.
Can you direct Rossmum to that? I've still got a missile left.
Roger, bearing 0674. Schemo merge MiG-21. IKEA MiG-21, furball 081, 3 mile. MiG-21 at 1800. Going straight on. Is it right on your right wing now, IKEA? Heading southwest.
Positive. Flash.
Let's go.
Hang on.
Did we just loot someone over the lake?
I think so, that looked like a MiG-21 going past.
Roger.
I've lost sight of him though. Shit. Quite certain that was a 21 burner I saw. Be careful with the roll rate on this thing. I'm used to snapping the stick right and left to roll to look behind me. If I do that in the Skyhawk, I'll fucking go straight into the ground. Rossmum Tally, I think that's an F5. There's a 21 round here though.
Yes, that's IKEA.
Rossman, MiG-21 bearing 126, 36 miles, hot altitude 7,000.
126.36.
Schemo, same target, bearing 128 for 40. Make that 2 MiG-21s now, hot.
Roger.
One at 8,000, one at 4,000.
Do we have a helicopter over the lake?
Not on the lake, no. We've got one north. IKEA, check 6, break left.
Send Ross to IKEA.
96, danger close. IKEA. Roger, Rossman, IKEA is north, 20 miles. You've got 2 MiGs now, 127 for 30, hot.
Shit.
You said 126 for 40, right?
I'm out of countermeasures.
Yeah.
IKEA extending to west.
Three, 5, 1, 13.
IKEA, MiG is 045 for 2, cold. Turning hot now, bearing 056, 4 miles hot. Rossman, MiG-21, 0108, 10 miles. Sam's firing at it. Okay, I think he hit. Target now 063 for 5.
Yeah, he's smoking.
Rossmum, no joy.
He crashed.
Okay, he's still flying at the moment, so only knows. Rossman target 0. Alright, okay. Schemo merge, MiG-21. There's one on your 6 as well, 5 miles. Flash 2. Second one now is at 142, 5 miles, hot, 6,000, descending. Alright, visual, thank you. IKEA MiG-19 at 093 for 24. Heading southwest at 10,000.
Sorry.
Rossmum being locked by something. Might be side lobes from air defense, not sure.
Roger, Rossman MiG-19 at 076, 21 miles. Furball at 5 at 140, 14 miles. IKEA MiG-19 at 116, 16 miles heading southwest. 12,000.
I'll go help with the furball. If I can do it without getting shot down. Bye-bye. That's a new keyword I'm going to have to add to the bot later to get it to auto-ban them. Melon, can I get an update for that furball?
Stand by. Okay, Rossman, furball bearing 144, 5 miles. Be aware, MiG-19 at 069 for 9. Also heading to the furball.
Tally 2 off my nose. Yep, tally 21.
Copy.
F5, I'm about to have a shot here. Don't be an afterburner.
IKEA target MiG-21 at 231 for 17. Cold at 1000.
Foxtrot.
Nightmare vector 0.
Splash.
87, 35.
Oh shit! Just lost the F5. Sam. Sam.
Roger.
Oh. That went well.
Watch out for SA6.
Yankee,
Yep,
Melanie,
that was a Cub site. That was a Cub site. Alright, I'm going to quickly teach my bot to auto-ban this new wave of spam bots. And then we'll get back in the air. There we go. Well, at least it hasn't been a complete train wreck today. Bagged a couple of MiGs. I have hit some ground targets with my hopelessly unaimed rockets too. It's just, you know, not really ideal. Let's see. I think we'll go with a similar loadout, so we'll grab some of these. And then hopefully we'll be able to get a bit closer without getting jumped this time. And we'll work over the air defenses, and once those are done we can go in with bombs. Hey, Lush! Has been a while. Okay, that's good. We'll turn that to standby. We'll get the engine started. Hopefully the ship won't start turning again and fuck me up like it did last time, because that was very annoying. Oh, we'll leave that in standby.
9 emerged.
Side 3 anti-defense is down.
No, this is Forrestal. The HMAS Melbourne mod is not on the server. It'd be very fun, but we're already pushing our luck with one mod on this mission. A second mod for a carrier might be a bit much. And if you don't have the Melbourne mod, you spawn in the water, which is, you know, a good way to frustrate people and make them leave. It is a lot of fun to operate from though, because the carrier is so fucking small. Like, all the people that usually do US carrier-based stuff in DCS are like, oh, the Forrestal's so small, oh, it's so hard to land on. Like, bitch, you have not seen small, trust me. Like, if you think the Forrestal is small, boy, try flying off the fucking Melbourne. Even in a Skyhawk, let alone anything else, it is tiny. Stab-org won't come on yet, because the engine's not fully spooled.
IKS RTB.
Copy. There is a MiG-19 still loitering over that waypoint 3.
Yeah, I'd love to have carrier crew for all the carriers, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen, to be honest.
MiG-19 bearing 0635, heading south, 1600.
Okay, flaps set, trim set, everything's on that should be, I think.
Target now bearing 097, 3 miles.
We have our... Why have they done this again? I must have misclicked.
Nightmare, be aware there's another 2 MiG-21s bearing 125, 22 miles. 6,000.
That's why. How did that happen? 19. Where's the 13 pod? I didn't click a 13 pod. Why are they only partially loading me? That's really odd. It's the same pod. It's just that one of them's fully loaded and one of them's partially loaded. Some kind of multiplayer synchronization issue, maybe? I don't know.
I'm starting to check that.
I'm not sure if they're gonna... Oh, there we go. There we go. Crisis averted. So that explains what happened that last time.
Hot press.
Put that back to standby. We'll give it a few minutes before we flick it on. Is it still 10 or did more join? It's fluctuated a bit. Some more have joined, some have left. It's kind of going back and forth a little. The jolt you get when the slats deploy or retract is quite neat. Good bit of feedback. It is really nice to finally get to use this in combat in a multiplayer server against actual players. Like, that's really cool. I just wish that I was flying better and having less less issues with my weapons, and also not forgetting to fucking turn my navigation system on before launching. Oops. Not that I know how to use a navigation system, I just like having it turned on. And I need to remember, in this, I have to hold the flaps because it's a momentary switch. So I just realized I was going very slow and looked down and my flaps are still 3/4 down. Trying the NAM Huey gunship model. I haven't seen that one yet. Let's have a look for it. Let's have a quick look. I have to try and remember where Red get the nuke from. Like, what the... I know they have to sling load some stuff to get the nuke, I'll have to figure out where it's from, and if Alpin means that to be a destructible, destructible objective or not. Because if he doesn't mean that to be destructible, then he needs to move it, because somebody's obviously found it. Merlin Rossmum, I just got a contact called really close for me by AI. Can you confirm it?
Not on scope, no. Reg Perrinwich, MiG-21 073 for 5.
We'll just hope for the best.
Heading south-east at 1500.
Bon appetit. How's Rospina? Is better for the overrun?
Negative, no, that's fine.
Cheers, I'll check that out later.
I am engaging the Site 2 now, but I can head back if you need me.
How are we going on ground targets? Tats is on, haven't seen him for a while.
Reg, you got me at
6 ground targets we've got, which is fuck all, but...
3 cold.
Let's check my course on RZ11. So yeah, I had a contact called really close.
Charlie at 13, be aware, 2 MiG-21, 140 for 6.
So either there's somebody crawling around trying to ambush.
097 for 31.
Either someone's crawling around trying to ambush us, or there's a helicopter creeping around the coast. Probably a helicopter, actually. If Mike Delta can't see it, it's a helicopter. Or it's outside our... well... No, it might not be outside our radar coverage if the AI can see it, but it's like... He can't see helicopters now. They're hidden from him, so it's probably a Hind or a Mi-8 crawling around there near the coast. I'm gonna go for an attack on this target again, then we'll jettison our shit and go air to air. How many F5s do we have? We got a couple. This is going to become a regular mission, by the way. It'll only happen about once a week, but he's put it into the regular rotation, so... Well, not regular rotation, but he's going to be rotating it through manually about once a week. At least last I heard. I haven't checked the forums for a while, to be honest. The ongoing situation has kind of distracted me somewhat. Concerning! I hope that's our air defense side-lobing me and not them tracking me. There's something down there. Right there, I just saw like a muzzle flash or something. That's really concerning. Maybe we will start trying again with the Shrikes. They probably got a cub set up somewhere.
Charlie 13 is another MiG at 049 for 2, heading south. Reg,
If they can set up cubs in this mission, I think they can. I don't even know what targets are still up down there.
That's the one I merged with. Roger, he is only 1.5 mile. Hot. Recommend evasive action. Reg, if you can assist.
What we'll do actually
349,
is we'll use the Zunis first.
MiG 21, Furball A4, 074, 11 mile. Delta 32, Merlin, you on com?
7-4, that's pretty close to my target.
SA6 marked accurately on map.
Rossmum Tally Furball, I'm still fully loaded, so I'm going to make a couple rocket runs, then go help if I can.
Highness near Rospina.
Fuck. That's probably the 21 in front of me. I can't aim them worth a damn, but yeah, they're pretty good.
Did you get Mike here?
Negative.
He just shot Makara. He was about to land as well.
Yeah, he's very much still active.
Splash.
Copy.
He's smoking, but still up.
Good effect on something.
Yeah, I think it's down.
So the Zunis at that range fly pretty flat. I can just point and shoot with them. It's good to know. I don't know what range that is, but I can eyeball it and just point and shoot.
Splash.
Probably got like 2 or 3 pods left in the rockets, and we're switching to the Hydras. Then we're jettisoning them, and we'll go help out with killing those MiGs. And fingers crossed that fucking Strela is either out of ammo or down. That's a pretty sizable fire I caused. I think that air defense is still up though. Oh, that's a bad noise. I'm being tracked by radar. I'm gonna have to jettison my shit after this pass, I think.
A4 MiG 21 under
Shit,
6.
shit.
He's gone up. Okay, Chariot and Rossman, be aware now, MiG 21 at 0636 miles up. Third MiG at 110 for 8. Nightmare Vector 058, 13 miles, go buster. IKEA, if able, Vector 130. Delta Vector 184,
I really need to find those.
13 miles. Chariot, gonna make on you 3 miles, danger close. Delta Vector south immediately.
Sorry, where's Mig for Ross, Mum? I just ditched all my Adagram.
Roger, 110, 4 miles. Right, left to right. Chariot, brake left, left, left.
Tally.
Okay, 3 MiGs to your front.
Tally all of them.
Nightmare, 3 MiGs, 083 for 5.
We've got a really
Delta,
slow one.
target's now 215,
We'll go for him
9
first.
miles.
He's head on with me. Shit.
Good luck, guys.
Does he see me? No, I don't think he does. Box 2. Splash 1. Jump scare. Jump scare. Fuck. Oh. Man. Yeah, there he goes. Oh, that's an F5. Oh, there were 2 F5s there. There's a MiG. Getting a bit sporty down there. I wonder how many how many A4 airframes we actually have. We might be close to running out on the carrier if I'm not careful. You know what? No, I should really... I was gonna go RAN mode, because the Royal Australian Navy used these as fleet defense fighters. We might take 4 Sidewinders, and then we'll just take the centerline Zunis, I think. So I don't need to futz around, I can jettison the 1 rack, and then I'm good to go for air-to-air. I think that's what we'll do. And we'll just take pure flares, because we don't really need chaff at this point. Yeah, that should do it. Stand by. What am I doing? Oxygen's already on when you spawn on the cat. Not going to bother with the radar. I'll just flip that out of habit, but we're not going to bother with the radar because the radar is going to cause our frame rate to drop. Oh. I jumped the gun a little on the throttle there. We might get away with it. No, Australia got rid of its Skyhawks in the 80s, sold them to New Zealand. And then bought half of them back in one of the dumbest defense decisions ever made. It was really something. This country is not smart, dude. Not smart. They didn't even use them on the ships when they brought them back. They just used them for training, like it was so dumb. Okay. We're missing a missile. Oh, that's why they weren't done rearming me yet. Flaps are down, everything's set. maybe used a little more trim. I also need to remember, because I've moved my viewpoint from the default, I'm looking down over the nose, so what looks like the nose is sinking to me, I'm still actually climbing. It's the same issue I have with my viewpoint in the MiG-15 and I think 1 or 2 other planes, is I'm sitting so high up that I'm always climbing because I think I'm level. So always reference your instruments, that's why they're there. I need to figure out what my horizon line references are visually in the aircraft. I think it's probably like that or that stud or the stud below it. Got semi-rad out, we can do that now.
Overlord 1-1 in field 1-1. Request bogey dope. In field 1-1. Overlord 1-1. Rob 095-470 at 3,500 flanking.
And once again, I forgot to set up my nav system. So we got something in that pass. We got 3 ground targets in that pass, which isn't bad. Still a bunch of MiGs around, a couple 19s actually, which is good to see. I might see later on, I might check the server box and see if Alpin's got it set to... I don't know if the DCS dedicated server client can even record track files. I assume it can. I'll see if he's got it set up to record them, and if it is recording track files, I'll download the one from this and I'll be able to make some nice screenshots from it. Because if I use my own track file, it'll probably bug out immediately, especially since I've been flying a modded aircraft. Let's take the nuke next round. I don't know, dude. I think every time this mission comes up, I'm going to fly the Skyhawk, just because I enjoy flying the Skyhawk. I'll save my nuke shenanigans for the nuke mission he already made, which we need to run again at some point. We've just got to figure out when, put out a forum post, get people excited for it, make sure we got a decent turnout. Which is the main reason it hasn't run yet. Over Christmas I was busy, so Alpin didn't want to run it without me, since I had Red's master plan, and then by the time Christmas was over, you know, there were less people around because people were starting to go back to work, and really need to make sure that there's going to be enough people for that mission. But we can pull in some of the modern guys for it too, because they'll be able to fly on blue. We just need enough red guys is the issue, because a lot of the red regulars are on extended breaks at the moment.
Second MiG-21 at 083 for 20. Third MiG-21, 099 36, call.
No visual.
See, I'm still climbing now, so nose level at this altitude, which is just about 7,500 feet. Nose level is, yeah, just below that stub there.
Cutting.
So it's like the Tomcat, if your vision is 3/4 of the ground, you're level. More or less. At least how I've got my view position set up. If you are using the default, it's probably more like where the gun sight is. Interesting that Tessellite doesn't come on. Did in single player.
IKEA MiG-19 on his 6.
I know.
So, Rossman 068 for 18, if able.
068 for 18. I'm pretty heavily loaded down with the Zunis, but...
IKEA dragging his system.
IKEA, you bastard, scared the crap out of me.
Update for Osman.
Roger, MiG-19 bearing 069, 13 miles hot, 400 feet. IKEA, MiG-19 is at 174 for 14.
She's in the weeds.
Heading Bastard Lake. Yankee, MiG-19 at 0 for 8, heading southwest, 800. IKEA, MiG-21 at 125 for 11, intercept 150, 11 miles. Rossman, MiG-19, 073, 5 miles hot, 200.
No joy yet.
Roger, it's on the lake, 070, 2 miles.
Tally.
Merged. IKEA MiG-21, bearing 130, 6 miles, flanking at southwest, 2000.
Oh, he's gone straight into the fucking vertical and I'm heavily loaded. Shit. Yes. Yes, Scissor with me. He's gonna out-turn me though. He has the better turn rate here.
Splash 21.
Get rid of those fucking rockets.
Roger.
We don't want to play the two-circle game with this guy. He will win that. Fuck! I don't know what got hit. I still have an engine. I could use a hand with this guy. I can't really turn with him.
Roger, IKEA is with you now. IKEA merged MiG-21, sorry, MiG-19 and A4.
Good kill.
Spot. IKEA RTB.
Copy. You can land at Romeo David at 262 for 20.
Flyable still.
Or you can
Don't see any damage. I don't know what he hit, but I think we're okay.
236 for 30.
If only I'd been able to keep my rockets. Might go land and grab some more, maybe. There's the runway. Oh, I can just use the number keys for those. Okay. That makes things slightly faster. Probably should have got a bit closer in before I dumped everything. It's going to be a very long approach, and I'm very close to the front line. Oops.
No, match, be aware, MiG-21 at 166, 21 miles, heading west-northwest at 1500, intercept bearing 191 for 20.
I think we got a bit of a crosswind as well. In fact, I'm reasonably sure we have a bit of a crosswind here.
Nightmare, MiG-21 now bearing 2074 miles, hunking northwest at 1300.
Can't actually see the spoilers deploy from the cockpit. Davy's on. What is Davy flying? Oh, Davy's in a MiG-21. We're fucked. Uh-oh. Make sure we can get Zunies here. Yes we can. Excellent.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
That might be where they get their nukes from, I think. I'll have to double check what the red briefing is later. That's a new airbase. Rushpina. That didn't used to be there. That's been added since the last couple of updates to Syria. I think that's that dirt strip I saw. Maybe. Nakora's new as well. Yeah, if it's it doesn't have blue, it means it's unpaved, so Nakora's a dirt strip and Rushpina's a dirt strip. Did they say rearming complete? I wasn't paying
We're
attention.
firing into the Kyria at the moment.
I guess we'll find out. Oh, there we go. Now they said it.
Negative for Salty.
Oh, no, 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 no. Don't go off the fucking concrete.
What's the situation at Kiryat?
Yeah, I can see there's a Gazelle firing into Kyria. Should be aware of the
Dolphin time.
M60 just
Might be
plus
pretty
where
close.
you've been shooting.
I haven't checked Discord today, so I don't know what horrors await me in there.
Yeah. MiG-19 over Kyria. IKEA MiG-19 at 322 for 14. Heading south, Lebanon.
I can't spell Kyria, searching.
IKEA MiG-19 178, 4 miles.
Copy.
I know before I went to bed last night, there was a confirmed Sukhoi 2-seater of some sort. It was either a 30 or a 34, but the pilots both ejected. One was killed either during ejection or on landing, and one was captured. But other than that, I don't know. There was that Hind video, but I don't know if that's a recent video or if that was an earlier shoot down. I think that might have been that shoot down that happened a couple days ago. Su-30 and Su-24. Oh, it's Su-34. Ooh, Jesus. Does the smoke mole make all smoke bigger or just some? It makes most of it bigger. Not all of it, though. 25 too? Another 25. Jeez, Russia's not going to have any 25s left at this point. Fucking hell. Uh-oh, I'm being tracked. I haven't been paying so much attention to Ukrainian claims of shootdowns because they're overclaiming like fucking crazy, but there are enough photographed and videoed shootdowns now that it's obvious that there's aircraft going down. Not as many as they're claiming, but they are going down. Enfield 1-1's one of the F5s, I think. I know there's still air defense down there somewhere. T feels good. I need to grab myself another cup pretty soon. 19 miles. Yeah, we can live with 19 miles. Oh, yeah. 18 miles. Okay. We're okay. I saw that pop up for the F5 and panicked for a moment. I think the air defense here is down. Oh no, it's not. Not entirely. Big question is Estrella down? I think it is. See a pair of trucks there that should make a nice target. So we'll come back around for them, I think. 2 Su-34, 2 Su-25, 1 Su-30 SM, 1 Mi-35, 2 Mi-8. Jesus. What a shit show. Haha, I'm in danger. Merlin Rossman, I got a merge call. Can you see where this guy is? Disregard, I just got hit. Fuck. Ambushed. I think I'm just gonna have to go air to air because I don't know where our fighters are, but they're not really doing much at the moment, so... Doesn't help, I can't spot shit today, apparently.
Request refueling. Request
keep doing that. Standby. Right. That goes to standby. That's already on. Let's get the engine running. We'll set that to nothing because we're not carrying, or to middle. We're not carrying anything on that pylon, so it doesn't really matter anyway. I think everyone hates air-to-air spotting in this game. It's always either too good or too bad. We killed some ground targets, but we're not being very effective right now, at all. We have a bunch of F5s, half of them aren't on comms. And then the other A4s I haven't heard from. I don't know what they're doing. Probably hitting the other targets. I think 4 trim should be enough for the loadout we have now. Yeah, that was plenty of trim. We're good. No, not yet. I don't know if they're able to. I think one of our guys destroyed their nukes before they slung them to the airfield. Figure out where I am. That's Haifa, so I'm way far south of where I need to be. Okay. Start turning all this shit on. Got to turn that on again. We got heading.
Okay, we're gonna make Nightmare 100, 12 miles, cold, 1200.
Actually, let's make that. Whoa, that was violent. Let's make that 060. There we go. Just want to go over that area. actually make it 075, I think. Just let the plane fly itself for a bit. Looks like it's still slightly banked over, so we'll just... we should be okay. Should stabilize. Let me just double check. Whoops. That was a bad idea. That was the wrong switch. There we go. We are G-Lock. Hasn't been going great, I have to admit, but at least it's been an opportunity to use this thing in PvP. It's been an experience, that's for sure. I'll just go ahead and get rid of the autopilot, I think, and fly it by hand from here. Go lie down for a bit. Need a nap today. Might catch some more stream on the phone. Catch you later, Trouble. Hope your recovery's going alright, man. Yeah, it is. Really, really good. Time until the mission ends, probably about an hour or less. It's definitely less than 2 hours.
Ozone Merlin, you on comms? Ozone Merlin. Horseman, be aware, MiG 21058. 25 miles, heading south and on the Galilee at 300.
I'm air-to-air loaded at the moment, so send me whatever you want me to kill.
Roger, yes, MiG-21 there.
Probably our air defense. Yeah, I've decided to just go full air-to-air because I kept getting shot down over the target. Yep, we have all 4 missiles. So we are actually, we're wearing the Royal Australian Navy livery, and we're actually carrying a relatively correct loadout for a RAN Skyhawk. 4 Sidewinders. Not really, because I can't uncage. Like, the F5 can uncage, it has a radar, it has debatably better guns, although, you know, inaccurate.
Rossman, Merlin, MiG-21, Fairball A4 at 0517 up, flanking west.
0517. The F5 is so underrated. Like, having seen the stats for Enigma server so far, it's so underrated, it's not even funny.
Express, if you want a vector,
Like, I am so sick of hearing people whine about how bad the F5 supposedly is, and the stats from Enigma server just fucking confirm they're a bunch of fucking crybabies. It is perfectly good. It's fucking fantastic aircraft. Ross mum, tally splash, don't tally mig. Oh, do not freeze now, DCS. I think I just lost connection, my game's frozen. Yeah. We're gonna kick back to the fucking lobby, and there it goes. Thank you, DCS. Fuck's sake. I've noticed that lately, like over the past couple months, I'm losing my connection to DCS servers a lot. Even when I'm not streaming. I don't know what's going on, but I cannot seem to stay connected to a server for more than an hour before it drops out. Usually while I'm in the middle of a fight. It's so fucking infuriating. I wonder if the server crashed. I wonder if the server crashed. Excuse me, chat. I have something to check real quick. Actually, Alpin was on, never mind. I don't need to reset it because he'll do it, if that's what happened. But yeah, I think the server actually shut out on me, so it wasn't my end for a change. But that is annoying. While I wait for it to come back up, I'm gonna grab a cup of tea. So I'll be right back, chat. Just gonna go double check he is actually restarting the server.
Connected. Channel switched.
Hey. No, still up. Everything's fine. Oh, that's weird. Oh, it scared me. No, all good. See ya.
Disconnected.
It wasn't the server. And I just muted myself. I'm gonna have to restart DCS real quick, because that was my end, and I now can't see the server. It wasn't the server itself, so... a couple more minutes, and hopefully we'll be back into it. We are back. And hopefully it behaves itself now. Not sure what happened there. I did used to get issues like that way back in the day where I'd disconnect from the server and I couldn't get back in until I restarted the game. I used to have that happen a lot with Hoggett. I had not had it happen with Alpen's server before though, so that's a new and concerning development as far as DCS goes. Oh no, I want that one, which is the grey one, and then we'll go 100% fuel. We'll go all flares. I think we'll take the same loadout probably. I should be taking ground attack stuff, but I don't think we're gonna get shit done for ground attack at the moment. You know what? No, we can take we'll take these so I've got more shots. But hang on, no, can I load multiple of them, or is it just Zunis? No, I can only load multiple, oh no. Hang on. No. I can only load multiple Zunis, I think. No, I can load these. Never mind, I'm dumb. Reading is really hard. There we go. Cursed loadout, and you know it? I know it's cursed. I went into that last merge with my lights on, because I am stupid. I'm not used to flying, first of all, American planes. Second of all, I'm not used to flying with nav lights on, because I'm mostly flying in daytime, and I don't use nav lights during the daytime in DCS.
500.
So, bit out of my depth here. Okay, that's off. Now it's on. This goes to standby. We'll just chuck that on standby, even though we're not going to be using it, just out of habit, so I don't forget that I need to do it next time. Go ahead and start the engine. Set that to our center pylon, so when we do need to jettison, we can do it in a hurry.
Okay, I got blocked by me above Kiryat.
Yeah, it's big. 2F5. Oh yeah, sorry, third ball. Another one coming in IKS from the south, 3 miles hot. Rabia, if you're able, 024 for 230. Gas flush. Okay, second one with you. It's coming in behind you. Very low. 76, danger close, brake left.
There we go.
Still only 6. 2 miles, hot.
Passing Mark 1.
Roger. I think he's fired another missile.
I don't think I'm lined up.
Yeah, I can't see him. It's danger low. Danger is very low.
Forwards a bit more.
Passing watch pin.
There we go. Yes. You will not win a rate fight with a 19. You will barely win one with a MiG-21. This thing's turn rate's not actually very good at all.
MiG-21 directly above Ross.
Its instantaneous turn is fucking phenomenal, but its actual sustained turn rate's kind of poo-poo.
Keep heading, bearing 213 for 8. 213.
For accurate Winchester TV.
Very low speed turn, so-so. It turns alright at very low speeds, but it stalls out really easily. And it's when it stalls, it's quite vicious. Get the flaps away. Whoop! Those
Tower
drops.
320.
Oh, yep, sorry. Okay, I can.
Going way south.
Millie Ravia, request bug it up.
Stop by. Nightmare merged with IKEA. Nightmare MiG-21 at 040 for 12. IKEA MiG-21 now 042. 13 miles, cold. 12 miles. Rabia MiG-21, sorry, MiG-19 090, 8 mile, 11 miles, hot, 7,000. Be careful, you will be in SAM range.
Rabia 080 for 11, MiG-19 on.
Negative, 090, 7 miles, hot.
090, 7 miles, copy.
Why... Bro, what are you doing?
Rabia is only 6, danger close. Commie Express assist at 225 for 3.
Visual.
Nightmare MiG-21 at 144 for 16, cold.
Alright, copy.
In fact, Nightmare to
Ghost of
I need
Kiev.
you to go to
It's
Kiryat, sorry,
propaganda, it's not real.
330.
The Ukrainian Air Force have been doing pretty well, but the Ghost of Kiev as a person is not real. The video of it showing a shoot-down is from this game. So that's Haifa there. And there's our target pretty much right in front of us. We'll just kick this out to like 70 degrees, 65 or 70. Yeah, I think we'll make it 70.
Salty, I'm on my way to Kiryat, ETA 5 minutes.
I'm gonna get the Apache? No, I'm not really that interested in flying the Apache. There's not much to fly, it's just a flying computer. So I'll watch people who are good with it fly it, but I'm not interested in learning it.
One fast mover above.
I don't like modern stuff, it's boring to me. I'd rather... Like, I like watching people who are good at doing it, but I don't like doing it myself. It's basically IT. Like, there's almost no flying, it's all just IT.
That was me, but I got shot down.
Yeah, we lost the the Huey there as well at the same time. It's gonna be
See, Polychop announced multiple variants of the Kyle, including a 1984 one that's pure recon, no weapons. I did not see that.
Not sure what took the Huey.
I didn't see that. Well, now I hope even more that they do a good job on it. Because if we have a an actual 80s one, that'd be really good.
Which airfield?
Juliet, sure.
Roger. There was no MiG there. Nightmare MiG-21 at 161 for 6. Flanking and heading hot now at 2000.
It was 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
I can hear a MiG again between Kiryat and Roche.
Yeah, there's one just merged with Nightmare 22542 off 1300 Nightmare 270 now, 2 miles.
Zoom in a bit so I don't get that stuttering when I zoom like this. There's still some AAA left at the target here, don't know what else. The heavy AAA I think is down, the Strela I'm reasonably sure is down. Made decision to present the whole timeline of the aircraft from 84 till 2017 with some exceptions to avionics. This means the product will include the OH-58D, no weapons pylons, OH-58D Kiowa Warrior from 92 to 2006, and lease aircraft 2017 all in one module. Some exceptions to avionics is interesting, I wonder what they mean by that.
Someone got splashed. That was a friendly.
Yep.
MiG flying south.
IKEA MiG-21 at 039, 18 miles, hot altitude 1300.
I did disconnect, yeah, okay, the autopilot's off. Just this trimmed level. Because the autopilot was on. Not sure which target to go for here. There's a couple things left. Might go for one of those blockhouses, maybe? Well, actually, there's something next to the smoke. Shit! Why? Master arms on. Did they not arm me? Oh, I bet they didn't.
You should know better.
Fuck.
Sorry, Rossman, be aware. MiG-21 at 133, 8 miles, hot 1700.
Sorry, say again. Got to jettison.
MiG-21 bearing 137, 7 miles, hot 1400. Second MiG bearing 357, 9, cold 1600.
No joy yet.
Left wing 020, 1.5 miles, cold, heading to northwest. 300, bearing now 342. 324, left hand turn, 1500. Bearing now 296, 2 miles, heading south, 2000.
Tally.
Good luck.
Please head on with me. I can't follow that climb. However, I can cut inside his turn. Something else is locking me. Just a little concerning. Okay, he's dropping on me. Should I just take a hit, or am I don't know, like stalled? Shit, I lost tally.
That family M16 driving on that lake.
Lost tally.
Yeah, I'm just driving up the, just out that lake, just southeast of,
I'm looking for that last T-55. It was between 2 warehouses.
Yeah, I've got a rough idea where he is. Thank you.
Ross blind on MiG-21. I lost him. Never mind. Hello. There's Sam's firing at him. That should help me out a little.
Rossman, you're going to be merged with another 21 Express and Raviar. Vector 083, 20 miles. Furball 119, MiG-21 and 8. Make that 2 MiG-21s.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. All my AIM-9s went at once. Shit.
Have the tank inside.
I forgot to undo my ripple settings. Oh, fucking Christ, man.
Raviar and Express 3 MiGs 090, 20 miles.
That is such bullshit. Fuck's sake. So it turns out the ripple settings apply to everything on the aircraft, so that's the last time I used them. I would have killed him if that hadn't happened. That would have killed him, because they were going straight for him. Really can't get a win today, huh? Fucking Christ. I'm not even going to bother taking rockets. I couldn't even fire my fucking rockets. So we're not going to bother. We're just going to go fucking pure missiles at this point. Fuck it. And I probably should have told them to put the ground power on first, because now it's going to take me 10 minutes to start up. I can't believe that, dude. That's so frustrating. Like, that was on me. I should have realized the aircraft would do that, because this thing was designed before AIM-9s were a common thing. But that's so frustrating. That would have been a kill. 100% guaranteed kill. But every single missile flew into each other. We'll just settle this up, and then once the power's on, it should sort itself out. God. I'm so angry at myself for that, dude. Fucking ridiculous. No, we'll leave that off until we're off the boat. I very rarely do it in the 21. I occasionally do it in the 19. But it's only ever 2 missiles in that case. It's not all fucking 4 of them. But that's also, you see how they flew into each other? That's why I do not use the double, like the double shot salvo on the 21. They do the exact same thing in the 21. There's like a 50% chance your missiles will hit each other, and sometimes they'll do it so close to you it actually damages you. So my advice is never to double shot missiles. You can salvo them in the 19 because there's a slight delay. In the 21, I think there probably should be a slight delay as well. Or maybe not. But yeah, like don't salvo missiles. It's not good. Okay, that's all.
251 radio check.
Set.
Level clear.
Thank you very much.
I bet that was fucking Davey as well. I bet you anything that was Davey. Like, I had the perfect chance to get a kill and then try and deal with the 19 that was with me, but no.
Heading for observation site 1.
Okay, IKEA got at least 3 MiGs at 110, 15 miles heading north.
Beepski didn't ping the stream. Yeah, Beepski is,
MiG-19 at 156 for
Beepski has been oddly silent today.
MiG-21 at 098 for 12, heading south, 1300. MiG-21 at 128 for 11, cold, heading...
I do not know what Beepski's problem is, but he's here in chat, he's just not doing anything. He's on strike.
MiG-21 at 131... 130 at 2 miles. Right wing. There's only 6, we need to...
On my 6.
Yeah. Danger close, 1 mile. Right wing, break right.
At least the boats are heading north again now.
The other right.
Yeah, the Air Force right. There's only 6, danger close, half a mile.
Why is my radar on? Did I turn it on? I thought I had it on standby. Whatever.
Okay, we'll get a hind at Roche P.
IKEA is dragging to the west. I've got 1 MiG-21 and 1 MiG-19 with me.
Flaps still went all the way out.
Ireland, Butcher 1-1, good evening. Single 5, request tasking. Outer only.
Roger, which is 1-1 standby. Witcher 1-1, I want you back up IKEA. Vector down 085, please, 13 miles.
So I did a flight last night from Minaf in Syria, down through Syria, down around sort of the edge of Lebanon, and then followed the Jordan River down and landed at Eilat. Well, I was going to land at Eilat, but we had a slight issue with the engine, and I landed on a road short of Eilat in a couple of pieces. Oops. But it really shows just how short this map sells this area of the world in terms of how things look, because of the ground textures. Purely the ground textures. Anyone complained about Su-27s yet? No, but somebody did friendly fire one of the Skyhawks earlier.
Rossman, are you going there to where?
Yep.
Roger. 092
Make with 2 mix.
40 miles.
09240. Oh, much better.
Which one?
In certain ways,
859 miles
like
further.
some of the details with the buildings aren't right
Okay,
because
tracking,
Mizfiz doesn't have any customized stuff for this area. It's all just auto-gen. And the other thing is, I don't know if it's true for Bing maps,
Which is coming up
but
towards you.
let me just turn the radio down a bit. I don't know if it's true for Bing maps, which Mizfiz uses for its imagery in the auto-gen, but Google Maps has like a massive fucking blur
I can't focus back.
over the entire of Israel.
Roger. Which,
Which you would imagine would decrease the amount of detail. But yeah, like the ground color is completely off in this. Basically everything except the landmark sort of buildings is better in Mizfiz. There's a few areas where the satellite imagery has holes in it, so it's just the shitty generic textures, but overall it looks better than this. Forests and farmlands, they're much more colourful. Like, the farmlands are much more of a patchwork of different shades of colours.
080, 25 miles.
08028. So, like, for instance, a lot of these fields would be different shades of green. Some of them are a reddish colour, especially around Ramat David and Megiddo sort of area. Once you get into Syria, they're more different shades of brown and some reds mixed in. Yeah, like, this is my biggest problem with Ugra maps in general, is their ground textures are fucking monochrome, almost. Like, they're a single colour, they're very washed out, low contrast shades of that colour. There's no green and brown, there's just, like, greenish brown. That's it, that's all you get. There was a guy earlier who asked what the A4 looks like if you don't have it installed, so he would have been seeing me as a flanker, but I think most of the people on at the moment do have it installed.
Friendly IKEA 08445. Coming hot. Coming and Raviel friendly A4 08096 3 call. And friendly A5 hot.
Roger.
Well, I didn't see him, but I heard him.
Okay, all the mates are off scope near Galilee. There is one at 10240 halt. Rabia. 3000. Rossman, you've got one at 106, 34 miles halt.
106, so
2,500. Got another one at 08424 Rossman, but it's cold. 1600. We do have a helicopter up at Rashpina, if you wish, at 025 for 20. Rossman.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Copy.
I've got the extra missiles, so I might as well. Yeah, if you guys don't follow Mike Delta already, go drop him a follow.
How are you getting on with that rearm?
It's my wreckage from last time. I'll probably,
I'm already at, I'm at the first outside, clearing up the rest of the buildings.
I'll probably need to be talked onto this helicopter.
Roger, we can't see him.
Ah, okay.
You're just gonna have to try and find him if you can. Bearing 0 for 7.
I'll have a look, but visibility out this thing's pretty crap.
Yeah.
Rossman, I'm coming in with a hind, so I'll flare if you yell.
A Huey, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, Huey.
Same thing, right?
Yes.
They are according to my missiles.
Rossman, yeah, 170, 10 miles, big 21, hot.
Okay, I'll double back on him.
Well, just have a look around first. You're almost at Rush Peak. It's on your left, 2 miles. By the time that you turned around, he's going to be on your nose.
I'm coming in from the south.
Radio check.
Loud and clear. Okay, Rossman, MiG-21, 181, 10 miles hot, target faded. Got hind at Kiryat.
Bunch of ground units.
Stand by.
I'm continuing up to Kiryat.
Ross, no joy on MiG yet.
Roger, he's very low.
Is he feet dry?
I don't see it. Which, if you vector 024, 20, oh, I've seen now, 0317.
0317.
Which is sim target 03016, heading south 6.
Still completely blind.
Roger, you just passed it. Bearing 229 now for 2, cold. 100 feet, 100 feet. Which, same target, 033, 6 miles, hot. 140 feet.
I've got like a fucking cloaking field or something. Is that a missile launch? Ross, tally something left to right across my nose over the water.
Yeah, target now 210, 4 miles.
Oh, yeah, I see him. He's climbing.
Target 329. Which target? New target 180, 3 miles. Hot. IKEA target now 1035. Which merged MiG-21. 2 MiG-21s and there's 2 F5. A4.
He's head on with me.
IKEA 088 for 4 assist switcher. Commie MiG-21 at 293 for 2. Rabia, same target 310 for 4. IKEA MiG-21 on your nose. Commie Express merge MiG-21 left to right. Rabia, target now at 305. Careful guys, you're nearly taking it. You've lost
305 over the
IKEA.
lake.
Which merged. Rabia target 270, 4 miles, heading north. 600, descending, heading northeast. It's coming for you, Coming Express. Beard up, Merlin. 071, 3 miles. Furball, A4, MiG-21. Nightmare, MiG-21 at 1404.
I have the
probably
fucking
too far.
Soho inbound in front of me. It's A.
Splash one.
It's an A4.
F5, break off. Friendly. Missile out from east.
Rossman, merge, MiG-21.
Yep, tally. Fuck, that was a close merge.
Nightmare, MiG-21 at 13, on your nose, screw call down. 3,000.
What a clusterfuck. Holy Jesus. Okay, that's an F5, that's a 21. He's turning into me. Oh shit! Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, hope you had a good stream. We're in the middle of a fucking circus right now. Oh god, don't stall.
Four friendlies, 1 MiG-21.
That was way too close, that Sidewinder.
Yep. Nightmare 2-2, ID 12 o'clock, please.
Fuck. I need to rebuild some speed.
Friendly F5 heading south, MiG-21 heading north. Okay, there's another MiG-21 at 0933 hot. That's for all of you. Nightmare 2-2, MiG-21 at 090 at 1.5 mile. On your right wing now, turn right, Nightmare 2-2.
Have a copy.
Rabia to left. Rabia left. Rossman left, brake right. Okay, reach your vector now, 038, Nightmare vector 3.
Those are all F5s.
Correction, 270.
Ross got a MiG behind me, heading back towards the F5s.
Yeah. It's,
Oh my god.
north now, you clear, Rossman.
One just shot at me, right behind.
Flashed it.
Don't. Come on, babe.
Rossman, next target 301 for 1, heading south now.
Yeah, tally, he's right over me.
He's at 3,500 guys, descending, heading east.
Fucking wing stalls.
Nightmare
Yeah, I think that was an F5.
Coming north, coming up to you.
I have an F5 trying to kill me. Do not shoot the fucking Su-27, it's a Skyhawk. I lost the MiG-21. Fuck Christ.
I'm metallic. I'm under 6 of the 21, don't worry.
Yeah, 2 of you are. I see now.
Okay,
Flare, A4, flare, go down.
I'm a Fox. Good. Okay, all targets destroyed, place head on plate, bearing 25123 miles.
I do not know how the fuck I am still alive.
Well done, guys.
Instantaneous turn performance, OP. I jinxed that last missile.
Rossman, brake right. Got an F5 on your 6.
Oh, again.
He's looking at the bloody text. Rabia, shoot down, please.
I'll kill him.
Yeah, no, it's just that F5.
Who is it?
Going for the. It's a guy called Bearded Up. I've messaged on the thing.
Yeah, the F5 trying to kill the A4 guy.
Yeah, it doesn't, because it doesn't have the A4 mod, so it thinks Yeah, I saw him as a...
Interesting, I'm not getting tone.
As well. I saw him as a Super 23. Should I shoot him down?
I think the F5 might have broken off. I'm not getting tone on him anyway.
Okay. Alright, click, head to Hop Lake, bearing 251, 23 miles, well done. There's another MiG-21 just took off from Calcala, bearing 07250, Hop.
RTV for fuel and missiles, I think. Beard up. With a name like that, he might be too blitzed to tell the difference between a fucking A4 and a Su-27, even if there was one. But this is exactly why this mod cannot be used on Enigma's server. Because you can imagine the chaos. Like, it's chaos here, and most of the people in the server right now have the mod and knew that this event was happening. So you can imagine the... He might make more with the A4, I don't know, but this is the first one that's been on the server with the A4 and with the nuke publicly, like, outside of specially organised events. So, I don't know, we'll see.
This is all from the centre of Galilee. Next one is at 080, 18 miles, Hops, 2000. Third one, 106 23, flanking west,
my airbase.
2000. Fourth one, 085 25.
I think
also
that's Ramat David. Megiddo is somewhere around here.
News target MiG-21 at 100 for BP. Hot. 15,000.
I will be searching here out for MI-24 and turn back.
Roger.
This beard. Yeah, the old apathy beard. The main reason I have one at the moment is because I put off buying some new razors for like a week, and by the time I had them I couldn't be bothered. I've learnt in the A4 not to touch the aileron trim. As annoying as this roll tendency is on landing, I do not want to touch the aileron trim, because if I touch that aileron trim, I am never getting it centered again.
Ike, I just see something getting shut down by your way.
Yep.
Express, you're about to merge 2 MiG-21, 0676 for 4, heading south at 1200. Second one at 064 for 3. Target faded. Nightmare vector 070 for 13. Witcher 11 vector 070 for 15. Jaguar 11 vector 07 from 05.
Yeah, this is Ramat David, I think. Megiddo's further to the east.
IKEA MiG-21 at 129 for 5. Hot at 200 from 2000. Bearing 080, 095
I got a friend.
3 IKF, MiG-21, heading north, heading west.
Noticed a smoke trail in my mirror. I'm like, hang on a minute.
They're in 0602.
Not every day you get an F5 chase plane.
Express, left wing, merge. Nightmare.
Yeah, it is, Milo.
MiG-21, firm ball, 075 for 8. Cold. IKEA MiG-21 at 089 for 2.5. Hot. And 021 for 2. Friendly on your nose, IKEA. Nightmare MiG-21 033 for 5. Hot, altitude 600. Witcher 11, MiG-21 at 064 for 9. Heading southwest. Correction, hot. Nightmare 22, merge, MiG-21 on your nose. Nightmare, check 6. Witcher 11, MiG-21 at 073, 5 miles. IKEA, set target 072, 4 miles. Third ball, F5. Witcher 11, MiG-21. IKEA, trailing target, MiG-21. Nightmare, turn left. Understood. Okay, you're on your 6 now, IKEA. Turn right if you can, IKEA. Nightmare. Jaguar, vector 0123, lead target MiG-21, cold. IKEA, be aware, another MiG-21, 019, 4 miles, hot.
Server's filled up pretty well now.
6 miles,
Not
MiG-21
bad.
heading south, 1800.
So we got 4 air kills. It's not showing my ground kills. I probably got about 10 or 12 because I had to reconnect, and 7 losses, mostly to my own stupidity. I've had a bit of a shit show so far today. It's been a fun shit show, but it's been a shit show.
Witcher 11, target now bearing at 1464 miles. Left target is MiG-21, right target F5. IKEA is only 6, danger close, the guns. Going. Left, IKEA, left. Jaguar 11, vector 148 for 6.
Oh, I forgot I still have my master arm on. Oopsie daisies. Been interesting.
Early sorting requesting vectors to side 1.
Go ahead and close the canopy.
Salty,
So I've got 1 missile that needs to be reloaded, and then my countermeasures.
I just took off from the carrier.
What, the Ticonderoga? 05246.
So this is the target that I was working over. There's still units there though. I wasn't able to clean it up completely because we keep getting engaged over the Sea of Galilee, so... Okay, we are armed and good to go. Yeah, well, see, the solution to that is just not take breaks. Don't know if that would be called a solution by most people. Probably be called a problem.
Which MiG-21 at
works for me.
086, 4 miles cold, 7,000.
Roger, I'm done to cancel. Heading to your...
Copy.
Too many things to play though. Really waiting for the Apache to come out. I'm waiting to watch people fly the Apache, but I'm not buying it myself. I'm not really interested in learning the systems. If it was the AH-64A, I probably would. If it was a Cobra, like a Cold War Cobra, I absolutely would, but modern stuff just does nothing for me, honestly. So I'll be watching people fly it when it comes out on Twitch, but I won't be flying it myself. I already saw a few people like, oh my god, the ergonomics are so terrible. Oh no, I wasn't expecting this. Like, it's a US Army helicopter. What did you expect? Good ergonomics from the US Army? Are you on crack? Do you like the Car 50? I like it in theory. I never fly it. I've flown it like maybe a total of 4 hours, and I've flown it in combat exactly once. And died horribly because I didn't know what I was doing.
I've just lost my, Rajbina.
Oh god.
Ross Airborne, air-to-air. Just coming out of Ramat David to the east. Bit of both.
Got about 6 minutes, guys. I need you to kill the guys that are on Rajbina.
Hey Rhino! Just alright, man. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome everybody. Doing some Skyhawk. Mig picks and no follow. If I flashed up my my Be Right Back screen, or my stream starting screen, you'd see plenty of Mig picks. Must have oh yeah, I fly the Hind. I love the Hind. I absolutely fucking adore that thing, because it's all switches and buttons. It's stuff that my tiny pea-sized brain can understand. There's no systems to learn on that, it's all electromechanical. Like, electromechanical shit to me makes perfect sense. Anything actually digital? What the fuck? Like, no. Yeah, Mi-8 as well. I fly that quite a bit.
Salty, you going for Rajbina?
Dasher, cheers for the follow.
03416, IKEA, Mega 090, 9 mile, Rossman, Mega 3516, flanking west, low.
No joy yet.
Be aware. Roger. IKEA, keep an eye on your right. 134. Salty, be aware there's a Huey heading south to Rajbina.
Roger, I have visual on the airfield, no sign of the Hind.
Radar there, probably REWR.
I have a slow mover north of Rush, heading north. Yeah, Hugh is engaging him.
Ross still blind. That's the radar. It's an air-to-ground radar. I have it turned off at the moment though, because it was killing my frames a little.
Something got killed.
Keep it dead. That's all I'm on.
Still one more hostile helicopter.
Probably gonna get ambushed here. I have no idea where anything
You're
is.
looking for infantry on the airfield.
Okay.
And you're also looking for the MIA's down apparently.
There's only a few minutes left in the mission, so Mike Delta's purely focused on ground targets at the moment, which is understandable. It's just, I'm very needy, and I need to be directed onto things, because I am fucking blind. Can I join? It's the Cold War 1947 to 1991 server. But if you don't have the A4 mod, you'll see a Su-27 instead, so just be aware of that. This mission's about to end anyway.
I hear a MiG flying south, Salty. Careful.
Sounds good.
You guys are at Rosh Pina, right?
I am.
I think I'm headed in that general direction.
Yeah, you just, Rush Bean is just over to your left there. Rush Bean is still contested, guys.
Yeah, I see the smoke.
So no ground units.
Ground units were in the center of the airfield heading south.
Center of the airfield heading south.
Yeah, mission's over. So there'll be no Skyhawk in the next one.
Heading towards the buildings, I think.
Yeah, I think I see something. Let's drop a pair of bombs on it.
Rerun the mission.
Drop it
Tempting.
on those buildings.
Tempting, but
The
no.
car's shooting at them, I think.
It's going to be a weekly mission anyway, according to the last post I think Alvin put out about it. I haven't checked the forums for a few days, but the last one I saw him post was it's going to be a weekly mission, so...
Okay, it's a MiG 1213, Salt.
1213.
I'm so lost.
14145.
1415.
Salty merged. Okay, Crossman 141, 2 miles.
No
Okay,
joy
they're
yet. Oh, tally.
They're back. Well done, guys.
Mission cycled.
Well, just.
That was fun.
Yeah, well done, guys.
MiG pics, huh? MiG pics. You want some MiG pics? Let's go to this. There we go. There's a MiG. MiG-23. That's not a MiG. We got a Sukhoi 15. So my Be Right Back screen is a mix of MiG-23 and Sukhoi 15. And then my intro, like my stream starting screen, is just a mix of screenshots of all the different games I play on stream. Oh, hang on. We'll take the 21. Oh, it's raining. It's raining! It's very different to an F-14. It's pretty much a direct successor to the MiG-21, so it's got BVR capability. Basically, if you think the halfway step between a MiG-21 and a MiG-29, that's the MiG-23. It has incredible speed and acceleration. Nothing else compares to it. Not even the 29 for that. It doesn't turn as well as the more modern aircraft. It doesn't really turn as well as an F-14 in most respects, but it outclimbs it, it outruns it, it out-accelerates it. It has a look-down, shoot-down radar, but it's kind of janky. It's an early one. It has a much lighter loadout. It's similar to the MiG-29. It's only got 6 air-to-air missiles, so 2 or 4 R-60s, or, you know, 2 R-13s, 2 R-3s, whatever, and then 2 medium-range missiles. It's a nice, light frontline fighter, basically. Similar to the MiG-21, but more advanced. So I wouldn't really compare it to the Tomcat so much. it's kind of hard to compare it to a NATO fighter, because all the US fighters got really fat and bloated and carried a shitload of missiles and fuel. And all of the light fighters were either not BVR capable or barely BVR capable. So there's not really a true NATO counterpart, I guess. Vigan, yeah, kinda, sorta. JA-37's pretty close.
Next time we'll get the nukes going.
I hope you do. Cheers for the resub, Floyd. That was a decent mission. It didn't go very well for me, but it was fun at least. It was nice to get some actual, real combat experience in the A4 mod. Instead of just fighting AI. Not gonna bother with the arc because I don't know what the sector is for. Misclicked. It is that kind of day today. It really is that kind of fucking day. I am so over this shit. Yeah, at least it's not raining, right? I'm just gonna fucking do all the rest of the startup except the engine, since we've got the ground power connected. I can turn everything on. Not that it matters, I could have turned everything on anyway, but... Did that switch go up? I can't tell, because it's covered by the fucking... Yeah, it did. So what have we done? We nearly team killed our own early warning radar because I didn't realize that the A4 had automatically bound push to talk to the trigger, or like rebound the trigger, I should say, to push to talk. So we did that. We died because I flew into AAA trying to get my weapons to come off. We died because I accidentally ripple-fired all 4 missiles, well, salvo-fired all 4 missiles at once, and they flew into each other and self-destructed off my nose, so the MiG I was about to kill got away, and then his mate finished me. And now we've done this. Now we've done this. Wonderful. What a fucking shit show. Guy who lurks, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying your lurking. The ASP won't come on until the aircraft has its engine running, because that's a bug. So we won't worry about that yet. Let's get all our air-to-air stuff configured. So you can actually see, we can at least talk about how the MiG-21's canopy jettison works. There's explosive charges in the bottom of these pistons, and it uses the gas pressure from the explosive, it's pneumatic, to force this piston up. And the piston just punches the canopy away. I think there's also explosive bolts on the actual hinge. The hinge is on the right side. So yeah, it just punches the whole thing off. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute! I never realized that before. There's no physical connection between... I'm pretty sure in real life there is. There should actually be a hinge there, but in DCS there's no physical connection between the canopy and the fucking canopy rail, apparently. I had never ever noticed that before. I would say that's probably Davey. Rocking the R13s. Ooh. Got my gyros. My asp is still not on, which means I'm gonna have to... Oh, there we go, asp woke up. Okay, we still got Alton on his GCI. Explosive bolts are pretty common. They're used for a lot of things, not just like emergency escape systems, but weapon release systems, jettison systems, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, early ejection seats, fucking mortar shells basically. Like they had blank charges from mortar rounds that would launch the seat. Oh shit, I forgot to change my livery. We're just rocking the default, I guess, for this mission. It probably would have been from a crash. I don't think any of the Car 52s have been shot down, and I think they're the only ones equipped with an ejection seat. The Mi-28 has an escape ramp, like a slippery slide like you have on airliners, so you just open the side door and fucking yeet yourself outside, and the Hind doesn't have any sort of escape system at all. The Mi-35 might, but I doubt it. 24 certainly doesn't. That flashing is really annoying. What it is for some reason, when there's rain, it changes the canopy textures on the MiG-21. I'm gonna have to figure out which texture it's changing and replace it so it doesn't flicker like that. Yeah, there's a lot of disinformation coming out of the fucking, both sides of the conflict. Like, both of them are doing it. Especially when it comes to things like equipment losses, who holds what. It's like a choose-your-own-adventure war. Who holds which fucking township or strategic object is based on who you want to hold it. You just go read their news sources and it tells you that they're the ones in control with it. Yeah, it's part of the canopy reflection, I think. Flickering. Enough of it now, I don't want to hear about it. I'm still keeping track of it, but yeah, it's pretty depressing. It never should have happened in the first place, but I'm not going to go into all the spicy takes, but I mean, last night I gave everyone a full, you know, rundown of what kind of originated this and why it's happening and how basically nobody made any attempt to stop it when they could have. So it sucks, but this is what happens when you don't pay attention to the rest of the world. And now it's too late to really do anything about it, because Putin's consolidated his power too much. The only thing we can hope for is that he gets fucking cooed by somebody on the inside, which might maybe happen, but I wouldn't count on it. And it would have to be somebody from the military or the government, because the citizens won't do it. Like, that they stand to lose a lot if they try, and it's not necessarily going to work, so it'll be government or military. Stop depressing stuff. I'll try. Thanks for the gift sub, by the way. Yeah, I saw that.
Radio check, over.
They declared a lot of things illegal.
Check.
Including spreading,
loud and clear.
like, falsehoods or defeatist things about the army, so if you actually report the real losses, it's illegal. Calling it a war is illegal. Calling it an invasion is illegal. Questioning the legality of it's illegal. Like, all of it's just...
You don't send my demo. You must be an imposter.
There's still a couple blues on, not that many though. We got a single, no, 2 F5s. A TACCOM, a JTAC, and a Huey. Might as well climb up. Just chill out above the clouds until something pops up. Once we're out of the rain, it should get rid of that flickering as well. And this is why you watch your instruments. We were descending there. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do that. No wonder I wasn't sure where I was. Compass was all out of whack. There we go. Not quite out of the rain yet. Oh my god, it's still blink. Oh no.
Did you do frequency change, Ross? Frequency change approved.
Thanks a bit, Shocker. Hey, man. Okay, so the rain must be... I don't know. It's fucked. It might just be if it's raining period now, but it used to be once you were above the weather. Oh no, it stopped. So it's... what altitude? 4 to 4.5 kilometers it stops flickering. Alpin's in JTAC, but I guess he's not doing GCI. Or he just doesn't see anything worth pulling out yet. They're all going to be down in the weeds, pretty much guaranteed.
Are we trying to move towards Lar?
Just check the waypoints on the map. Waypoint 1 is what we're working.
Check briefing also. Yeah, there aren't waypoints set up for the MI8.
Anything labeled?
Use the force one master. That's what the staff I noticed.
Yep. Splash one. Yeah, I see it. I don't think he's noticed you yet. Keep him in a turn. Give Davey a nice shot. If you need me to change direction, let me know.
Yep, I did.
Good hits. Good kill.
Splash.
There he is. Trailing your left. Oh shit! That was an Avenger. Holy fuck. That's probably a Hawk behind. Jesus. They got Davey! The bastards! I might RTB anyway. I'll catch back up with him and I need to fucking refuel, rearm, change my livery. Fuck. This weather does that to you.
Right now.
It fucks with your situational awareness. You don't know where you are quite as well as you normally would because you can't navigate by landmarks that you can't see in the haze. So we just directly overflew their southern EWR side. Neither of us realized it. We didn't realize where we were. It's not the first time Alpin's had this mission with this weather. And last time he did as well. I know this mission like the back of my hand, but I got lost really badly last time he had this weather on it. It was like a year or more ago. But, one of our EWR sites should be, like,
down at weapon 1.
over there somewhere. If I am where I think I am. Which I'm pretty sure I am. Should be an EWR just over there by that town. Yep, I see it. That thing, right there, that's our southern EWR. So I know where I am now.
Roger, yeah. Weapon 1 should be done.
That was a hell of a jump scare.
Yeah. Let's clean up the other little bits.
Actually, we'll leave that off until we're rearmed. Oops, I remember to turn that on.
Yeah.
see the runway yet. There it is. We're still too fast though.
I headed to Whiskey 2. Roger, just rolling out of Band. Alright, now I'm gonna head there myself. Have 480 gems left, so. Speed.
Get the light on because it is a bit gloomy down there. We do have a crosswind. Or at least so it would seem. Well, that was an eventful flight. The blinking isn't actually from the RWR. It looks like it's in synchronization with it, but it's actually not. I think it's from me moving my head partly. I think that's exactly what it is. The textures are Z fighting. Is probably what it is. Interesting. Go ahead and flip the radar back to standby, so it's actually awake when I need it. What do we got left on blue? We got 1, 2, 3 F5s, Mikara's Huey, and then Mike Delta. We need some more blues in here. But I've done my blue flying quota today, I think. I want to fly my MiG. Okay, we're good to go. Hey, Tricker! We did a bit of flying in the Skyhawk earlier. Alpin's got a mission up that has that in it, so did a bunch of failing around in the A4, and now we're back in the 21 for a little while. I learned a very important lesson in the Skyhawk about not having air-to-ground ripple settings when trying to use air-to-air missiles. Yeah, it is raining. It's making my canopy textures flicker, which I'm not overly joyed about, but, oh well. Just have only one pylon selected? Yeah, that's true. That is true. If I'd only had one selected, it would have been fine as well. But I don't want to be fumbling to select pylons when I'm trying to shoot at people. I haven't been playing that much lately, partly because the whole Ukraine thing's kind of put me out of the mood to play DCS at all, and partly because I just haven't had as much time. Usually when I'm actually able to play, it's in the afternoon instead lately, so I've just been on Enigma's server because Alpin's is empty by then. But I woke myself up early today, specifically so I could fly the Skyhawk. Still have 2 fighters up. Wish they had more up. For 90. It's going to take me past the enemy EWR and past their Hawk's Eye. It's a bit too sketchy to go to. We'll just hold here and wait for them to come to us. The other option is to go to very high altitude and wait for them, but I think Mike Delta will probably tell them not to come up, because he knows that we'll just turn around and R3R them if they do that. They're all going to be on the deck. Those guys are just taking off. And they were flying as a 2-ship before, so if it's the same 2 guys, they might be flying as a 2-ship again. Which it looks like they might be, yeah. Oh, kinda. Any idea when the mission's going to go online again? Probably in a week. Check the thread. He probably has put when it's going to be on. I think he said weekly, so it should be probably on the weekends when there's more people able to play. It might not be the same specific time and day every week, but if it's weekly, then it'll probably be weekends. For 50. I'll buy. Just gotta be careful in this area as well. 224 for 40. Belly tank's gonna be empty in a second. 35. Flanking probably going right to left. Probably, but not 100% certain. Oh, yep, two ship. Two ship by Ketchum Island south. That's their EWR, I've got to try and avoid getting too close to it. Yeah, there they are. They're slightly above me. Okay, splash one. The second one ripped his wings. What a Chad. What a Chad. See you later. Bye-bye. I'll just be up here where your air defense can't touch me. None of them, Steve. None of them. Absolutely haram. Hey, Kang. The question is, did the R3R hit him, or did he wing rip? I think the R3R hit him because I saw an explosion. I didn't just see flames, I saw an explosion. So I think I tagged him and then maneuver killed the other one when he fucking yeeted his stick to try and merge with me. Yeah, the apathy beard has made a return. Literally an apathy beard, just because I couldn't be asked to shave. Unfortunately, that means we have a single F5 now. And down to 2 Hueys, so they don't even have a GCI anymore. We need more blues in here, guys. We need more targets. Well, there's a story about that. So, one of the guys, actually one of the better F5 pilots in the server, it has to be said, was not impressed about me and Zach 2 vs 2 high up in cons. I deleted him with an R3R. He was doing everything right to avoid it. He was beaming me like there was no way it was going to hit him, and then he committed on me right as I hit, basically arm in. So I just fired it and it caught him right in the face. But he said to Alpin, like, it's no fun having face shooting missiles, get rid of him. So Alpin's like, oh, well, So he got rid of the R3R, but he left me the RS-2US, because I was like, you have to leave me the RS-2US at least. Come on, it's a piece of shit. If I kill someone with that, then whatever. Literally the next day, killed someone with the RS-2US. Don't fly straight at a MiG-21 at high altitude, I guess. Or low altitude until they fix the radar. I think he's back at school. He was posting in my Discord the other day, so he's not dead. But I haven't seen him around much, so he's probably back at school, or he's having a break from DCS or something. Oh, Tricker, I wish I was streaming it, man. I did you proud in the F5 the other day on Enigma server. I did, was it like fucking 5 bombers and then I think 5 or 6 MiGs without getting shot down once. It's so good in that server. In here it's a little more difficult because the MiG pilots are less brain dead, but in Enigma server it's fucking amazing. I'm slightly concerned that something is locking me. No, the MiG-21's radar has always been broken. It's just, not, like... Well, for some people it still is killing performance, but it's not a performance issue for most of us, it's just the radar's, like, too good. Beepski. Yeah, I know, Saber. Beepski's on strike today. He's in the chat, but he's on strike. He hasn't been posting messages. He hasn't been doing anything. I don't know how to reinitialize him either. So it's like... Actually, hang on. I'm going to close the chat bot and start it back up and see if that fixes Beepski. Bear with me. That's going to kill the music as well, obviously. EWR3, huh? It's probably ground forces or Hueys. I doubt the F5's doing it. Pretty much guarantee that's not the F5. Well, he'd be taking off again anyway. Let's get our music going again. Oh, that is interesting. I cannot even see who is watching at the moment. Why is my chatbot having a tantrum? It even says the stream's offline. This might take a few restarts, bear with me. I have been having a few issues with the chatbot lately. Oh. Shit, it's calling the wrong fucking EWR, no wonder. So they've killed the actual radar, that means. Yeah, that's weird. Let me just check Beepski is actually alive. Beepski is not alive. Intriguing. Yeah, I can't even see you guys in the viewers panel anymore. It's just completely shit the bed. Hey Sven, cheers to the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. I'm having a disaster today. We're currently having technical issues with the chatbot. And then before that we were having technical issues with my brain. So hopefully your stream went a little smoother than mine has been. Yeah, I don't know. Bot's still dead. Got booted like 4 times from 104th. It has been that kind of day. Yeah, I had a disconnect from Alpins. I don't know what caused it, and I had to restart the game to even see the server again. Alright, well, we'll just throw the music on, but it looks like Beepski is well and truly on strike here today, so whatever. Oh, there we go, now I can see the side panel at least. Maybe he will wake up. Not sure why this guy's asking for the Takan at La. Like, why is he going all the way out there? Meanwhile, I should probably go back to Keshev and refuel. Checked out the bonus content. I haven't played Cyberpunk since well before the update. I haven't got round to it yet. I'm going to do it probably at some point in the not too distant future, but I just have not had the time. This is the part where I smack into a mountain. Beepski just... Okay, so Beepski is actually awake, I guess? Still not showing up in the side panel, though. Hey, good. New good Misfizz planes. There's a Fuga Magister, which is... It has a few little issues with it, but it's quite nice. It looks good, it sounds really good. It's pleasant enough to fly. I don't know how accurate the flight model is because I have no idea how a Fuga Magis is supposed to fly, other than the fact that it does rotate at 70 knots like it's supposed to. Says that. I've been enjoying the Coronado Skymaster quite a bit lately. What else has come out recently? There was something else I picked up the other day, and I can't even remember what it was now. But, yeah, I really like the Skymaster. That plane's grown on me enormously. Found SMG in game with an 85 round mag and like 1500 round per minute fire rate. Oh, Jesus. Ah, see, he wants Kish. I don't know what Kish's TACAN is, but at least he's going to the right place now. I feel like all the Coronado panels are the same. I mean, I kind of guess that, at least as far as shit like Cessnas go, the panels are basically the same, so that makes sense. Unless you meant planes and got auto-corrected, in which case all the planes are the same. Yeah, I mean, kinda. To me, like, one Cessna's pretty similar to another Cessna, so I don't notice the difference so much. The F-104 got some updates as well. I'm still a bit on the flight model, but I've got a new altitude record for Misfits. I got it up to 112,000 feet the other day.
Oh, no. Whereabouts were you?
Which is lower than my DCS personal best, but quite a bit higher than what I could get in Misfits before. And that's using the F-104. It's not using any of the really fucked up flight model planes. Well, that's why I got the Skymaster, because it is all 6-pack. There's it has 2 screens in it. It has a some sort of Garmin something or other, and it has a weather radar, but I don't even use them really that much. Just fly off the normal instruments. Mostly I've just been downloading scenery lately, and doing a bit of exploring with the planes I do have. In fact, I was just saying earlier in the stream, because I did a flight from Minark Air Base in Syria to Eilat in Israel, down the bottom of the Jordan River. Words are hard. And that was in just the stock Reno L39, and I was saying to chat, like, how different that part of the world looks compared to how it looks in DCS. Like, the ground textures are just not there in DCS. Buying scenery, I've bought a few little things, mostly like little airports. Milo, who might still be in chat, I bought one of his airports a little while ago. The Katoomba one is really nice. But mostly it's free stuff. Like, probably 80-90% of the scenery I have is just free stuff off flightsim.to, because a lot of the free stuff's the same level of quality, if not better than some of the paid stuff. Would you use analog gauges if they're on glass? I'd prefer it to fully digital gauges, but I'd still prefer actual individual, physically separated instruments, because part of the issue is anything on the same... Like, if there's not a very obvious visual distinction between this thing and this thing, my brain thinks they're the same thing. Like, it's hard to describe, but basically I'm a monkey, pretty much. I'm waiting for A2A to come to Misfits. I'd rather do that than buy P3D or even X-Plane or something and then have some really nice planes but a completely obsolete sim with crap scenery. Like, the main reason I got Misfits was because of the scenery, because I like to just chill out and explore sometimes. The one thing that was tempting me to get X-Plane before, but I didn't end up doing it, is the Tupolev 154, which I still really want, and I hope it comes to Mizfiz at some point, but like that was literally my only reason to care about X-Plane. And then P3D, I've already got FSX, I barely fly it anymore, but I've got that and I got a couple planes for it. So buying P3D would basically just be buying the same thing again. Yeah, I've heard the same thing about X-Plane. It's very, very hit and miss, and I've also heard some criticism leveled against the flight models being very selective in what they do and don't think is real. What am I doing? Flaps. Yeah. Sure, we can chuck the landing lights on. I will say there are some devs for Mizfiz that I've never ever heard of who are putting out some reasonably good stuff. Like, for instance, that Magister, I'd never heard of the guys that made it, and I can't even remember their name. But it seems pretty nice. And then you've got a lot of people that are just porting stuff, you know, which is fair. Port your work from the older Sims, I guess, and just pretty it up a bit. But there's also a lot of cash grab stuff on the store, to be honest. Mostly the modern military jets are kind of... Well, we won't go there because I'll probably upset somebody. I'm curious to check out some actual helicopters in Mizfiz, but I don't think any of them are really where they need to be yet. I've seen the, was it the EC-145 or something, a little Airbus helicopter. It looks nice, and it has what seem to be pretty functional avionics, but watching people fly it, it's like, oh, I don't know, that flight model looks a bit not quite there yet. There's also that free Me Too mod that I downloaded, and the flight model on that's just like, nah. It's like not even GTA level. I mean, it was a free mod made from mostly ported art assets from the 2000s, so I get it, but yeah, like I flew it once and I was just like, it's pretty to look at when it's parked at the airfield, but I don't really want to fly it. Hey, Lumber. People upset on the internet? Yeah, who would have thought, right? Alright, the ground boys have been busy. Can you hot pit the 21? Do you have to shut down? What, to rearm? No, you don't have to shut down. The only things you have to shut down to rearm are FC3 planes and some FC3 based mods. Not all mods though, because the Skyhawk you can leave running while you rearm. And you can hot fuel everything. Everything can be hot fueled, but you can't hot arm FC3. Profiler decided to be cool to max my GPU clock rate and turn the fans off. Nice! Nice. I love when that happens. I should probably check my own PC. Just make sure nothing's gone wonky in the BIOS since the last update I did, because I have noticed my performance has dropped significantly in DCS, and I wonder if it's that, or if it's just DCS being DCS. I want to see some poor bastard climb on the wing with the overwing hose while the engine's running. Yeah. Yeah, just jump up on there. Why not? The single point refuel for the 21 is along the spine behind me. The plug for the ground power and shit is down like under my left side here, like basically here pretty much. Read some stories of A10 parts in Desert Storm hot pitting multiple times a day. Pretty nuts. Yeah, the Israelis did that too during, I think, the 6-Day War. They wouldn't even rearm the jet. They just land, jump out of their jet, run across to another one, get in it, and go. The Su-25T is FC3, essentially. It's not part of the FC3 pack, but it is FC3 for all intents and purposes. Well, the 21's got... So you've got... the tanks all surround the engine, and then there's the wing tanks. The wing tanks can only be filled through that central point, so it's... I can't show... Oh, actually, does this... No, it doesn't work in this server. Okay, it works in Enigmas. I can't show you with FreeCam, but there's a silver cap pretty much in the center of the 21's spine. I'm like 90% certain that's a fuel filler cap, because I don't know where else you would fill it from. And then that goes from the top tank all the way down into the others. $69 viewers. Nice. My phone oh, there we go, it just updated. It went from 61 to 70. You guys probably have a better count than I do, because mine doesn't update right away. That's what we call overwing. Ah, I gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's where it is. It's right in the center of the aircraft's spine. And the MiG-23s is in a similar place, I think, from memory. The late 23s, the early ones might have a separate one. The 21 has 2 tanks in each wing. So there's a tank that follows the leading edge, and then there's a tank that follows the trailing edge, and that you've got this triangle space in between for the landing gear. The Su-9 has a very similar fuel tank layout, except the Su-9's is a triangle at the leading edge, and then a kind of like a weird, irregular quadrilateral shape on the trailing edge, but same general layout. 2 tanks per wing. And then the rest of the tankage is in the fuselage. Catch you later, Saber. Have a good one, man.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Repoy Dean, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, we got somebody airborne. See, they got an SM3. They got a lot of things, dude. They got a lot of things. Oh! I blew a tire, but I think I'm okay. That's why the server has a rule to take off from the left side of the runway and land on the left side of the runway. Serial number, probably. Well done. Yeah, it might be me for this server. It's going to probably empty out. Actually, yeah. Don't know which mission's next.
Are you staying on, or?
I'm not sure. I guess we'll see which mission. Let's stay on for a bit. Is that what instructor means when he talks about dual runway operations? Apparently. Oh, that was something. I was like, I have tone, and I saw the guy on the right side, I'm like, oh, it's just somebody in the other end of the runway, and then I saw the guy in front of me. Oh, I've been going for 6.5 hours? No, 5.5 hours. Get some lunch soon, I think. We've had a lot of close calls and scares today. Oh, it's this mission. I really like this mission, and I would like to play this mission more often, but everyone's going to start disconnecting. Because it's late at night in Europe, and the Americans are either not on or somewhere else. We don't really have enough players. I also don't want to outnumber blue, because I feel like flying red, but... Right, I think I might keep streaming for a bit, but I'm going to take a short break, I'm going to get something to eat, and we might play something else for a bit. Virpal Throttle unboxing when? It should be here tomorrow if all goes according to plan. It's in the country. It escaped Belarus safely, but yeah, probably tomorrow. It left Belarus literally the day before shit kicked off. So also, I don't know who's noticed, but Virpal are being very, very brave at the moment, and I'm not saying that sarcastically. They're being very brave at the moment. They've changed their logo. Hey Black Delta, cheers for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. Thanks for the GCI earlier. You've joined me just as I'm about to take a quick break to grab a bite to eat and probably fire up a different game. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that A4 mission. I kind of had fun. It was a fun mission, but I was just not flying well at all today. Yep, typical. I know, right? I'm such a flake. I'm always like this. Anyway, guys, I'll be back in, I don't know, probably 10-15 minutes, maybe before that. And we'll maybe try some DayZ. It's been a while since I played that. I just need to make sure I can actually get into the server, because I couldn't yesterday. Also, chat, pour one out for my man Davey here, who took it upon himself to try and debunk some disinformation that's come out of the current... Look, if the Russians are going to call it a special military operation, how about we call the sanctions a special economical operation, right? Anyway, some footage that came out of the war, people were saying shit that wasn't true. So Davey here debunked it, and he has invoked the wrath of, like, every 20 IQ YouTube commenter this side of Moscow. Like, man, it was bad. I tried to pitch in and help out, but man, it's bad. And doing the public a great service, though. Yeah, that's a good policy. I got a couple videos that went viral by accident. Like, I think it was a couple years before Syria happened. I uploaded a video of blasting an Abrams with a Cornet ATGM in armor. Just for shits and giggles, mostly for my friends. And I didn't realize until it was way too late that the normies had found it. Yeah, I know there's no video. I'm going to be AFK for a minute. I'm just... Mike's unmuted while I'm talking. But yeah, the normies found it, and so the comments turned into a war zone immediately, and it's like my most viewed video now, and there's like thousands upon thousands of comments. I don't even read them. I don't want to know what people are saying there. But yeah, I'll be back in a bit, guys. For real this time. Cheers for the bits, Davey. I think we might be going to a different server because DayZ Down Under doesn't want to let me in for whatever reason, so I guess I'll be starting fresh. Just a couple more minutes, guys. Sorry for the delay. I've returned. Hopefully it behaves itself and I don't get connection issues. So it's telling me that I'm on a different version of the game to the server I usually was playing on. I don't know why. My game is up to date, so maybe they're using an older one or something? No idea. But we'll see how we go. I assume you can hear that in the background, sorry about that. Okay, we are on Livonia. Unfortunately, this is an official server. Unfortunately, that means that it has day acceleration, which I really don't like time acceleration at all. Oh, I need to swap mice. This one's too sensitive. So I'm using my my little wireless backup mouse mostly because my big mouse is having issues. The cable's fraying. It's usually not that big of a problem. The issue is that when I'm playing Misfizz, if it hot plugs the mouse because the cable's frayed, it will crash the entire sim. And when Misfizz takes 40 minutes to start up sometimes, that's not really something I want to deal with. So I've been using my backup mouse, but it's not really ideal for playing shooters because it's too sensitive and I can't turn it down. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and knock the tunes on the head because I need to be able to hear what is going on around me in this game. Oh, there we go. You can hear my mouse crapping itself. Okay, what do we actually have on us? We have a glow stick and a bandage. Cool. Is this actually going to be an issue? It shouldn't be, I hope. I really like the Livonia map. I just wish I got to use it more. 345th doesn't use it that much in missions because not everyone has it. We did do an anti-Stasi campaign on this map, which was a lot of fun. I'd like to do another one of those. Really? Okay, maybe I will have to switch back to the other mouse soon. But yeah, like, I don't really get to play it that much, and usually when I play DayZ, like, I've had issues getting into servers running Livonia for various reasons. Because DayZ's really temperamental and doesn't like working all the time. It's also more interesting to a degree than... I mean, Cherno's a really beautiful map, and there's a lot to do on it, but I know that map so well. It's just, like, I know where I'm going, I know where I am. Even if if I spawn in the middle of a fucking forest, within 5 minutes I know exactly where I am. So Livonia, which I'm not very familiar with, is a lot more interesting to me, because I'm not familiar with it. Oh, hello. Oh, no, what's Zoom? Zoom is middle mouse. It's been a while since I played. Okay, the farm over there. I think we might be in the north of the map, near one of the roads that enters into the military training area, I think. One of the nice things about this being a vanilla server, it means I don't have any of the interesting mods that DayZ Down Under had, but it also means there's no traders, no safe zones, no bullshit fucking map that shows you exactly where you are, which is for cowards. No loot markings on the map, whatever. It's just pure, unadulterated DayZ. Okay, there's a big farm there. That might be worth going for. That military base, I think the entrance is through that forest. I actually think I remember this road from Anti-Stasi. I'm pretty sure we ambushed a convoy on this. So we're just going to continue this way. I need to find some food so we can maybe check out that farm slash... It's probably a collective farm. We'll check that out. And then move inland a bit. Playing and modding Dwarf Fortress again? Oh man, I've never played Dwarf Fortress. It's like, too much for me to take in, but I love reading stories about it. It's kind of like Eve. I love the theory of it, but actually playing it myself is not as enjoyable as hearing other people play about it. Yeah, I don't know. It's someone's doing something across in the other building. And my window's open because of the air conditioner, so like I've just got a portable air conditioner. It's got one of those window conversion kits, so Not that there's such a thing as soundproofing in this complex anyway. Australians don't understand what soundproofing is, they've never heard of it in their lives, and they never use it when they build things. Yoink. Make myself a giant fucking yellow target, sure, why not? Oh. Oh, a 68. Give me that, and then I need this shit back. I've got a new cable coming for my mouse, it just hasn't got here yet, but, fuck's sake, once that arrives, this shouldn't be an issue anymore. I'll tear this into rags, if I remember how to... Wait, no, I need a knife, don't I? Never mind. You used to be able to tear it with your hands, but you need a knife. Or it might be if it's damaged, you can tear it with your hands. Winning Eve for almost 5 years now, what, by not playing it? I think the last time I played Eve was 2015? For about a month or two. Equip hands and then M1? I did. It didn't work. They might have changed it in the patch. The patch notes are always fun. So they added an alarm clock, which actually tells you the time and which you can set to go off, which is cool. But you know what else they did? They added the fucking Bison back into the game. The fucking Bison is re-added and apparently a new fucking weapon. Never mind the fact it was in Armor 2, let alone DayZ. So it's not so much a new weapon as something they took out of the game years and years ago and have finally added back. Same as the Steyr that was added back the patch before it. I don't know why they do this. Like, it's so puzzling to me how Bohemia removes features from the game and then adds them back in and is like, yeah, we added this. This is new. Like, bruh. No, it's not. No, it's not. Yeah, they did. They took out most of the weapons, and a bunch of other items too. But that's what I mean, like, they're slowly starting to add a lot of them back into the game, and each time it's like, oh, hey, look what we added to the game. It's like, bitch, that was in the game 3 years ago. What are you doing? It's just bizarre. Ooh. I keep forgetting it's middle mouse in DayZ too. It's been that long since I played, I forgot when the controls are. Another bunker. The bunkers actually, I forgot these are loot spawns, but this is... What? These are military loot spawns? You've got to be shitting me. Which fucking... It's badly damaged, but let's take it. Which fucking fivehead decided to make bunkers, which dot the map on Livonia, military loot spawns? Like, they're such low-risk places to loot? No, dude. There shouldn't be any loot in them. Or if there is, it should be, like, shitty-grade fucking basic survival. Military loot in those things is just insane. Yeah, yeah. The Bison was in, fucking Armor 2. Like, base game Armor 2. And then, so it was in the DayZ mod. Then it was, I think it was in DayZ Standalone when it came out. I know that the Steyr was in... Oh, hello, this is a player base. I know the Steyr was in DayZ Standalone because it was specifically added for DayZ Standalone because fucking Rocket's a Kiwi and was in the army. So they added the Steyr, they added the fucking, the Green Beret, which used to be a New Zealand Army Beret. It's just a fucking generic Chernerus one now. That was all added. DPM, that was all added because of Rocket being a Kiwi. And then Rocket left. Someone's been building here. Then Rocket left and they got rid of all that stuff. And I guess now they're slowly adding it back now that people have forgotten he exists. Oh, hello. Don't mind me. Yeah, this mouse is going to be an issue if it does this in the middle of a fight. Yeah, he sees me. Oh, my pants are damaged now. Excellent. Feel in DayZ style games there should be risk to get good gear. Having it spread all over the map isn't good. It's... I mean, on Chernarus it more or less is risky because it's centralized in the northwest, particularly the... Oops, I forgot this isn't a backpack. This is a fucking carry bag. It's mostly concentrated in the northwest of the map, which is risky to go to because there's so many military bases and shit there. But yeah, on Livonia that falls apart because the military base is in the center of the map and the fucking the bunkers are everywhere, and the bunkers apparently are now loot spawns for military loot, which is what the fuck. What annoys me with DayZ, there's a lot of things that annoy me with DayZ. I have a very strong love-hate relationship with this game. Like, the awkward controls for the sake of realism. Like, realism is not that awkward, my dude. Fireplace, somebody's been here. And they intelligently set the fire up indoors where it's not going to be as easy to see. So the people on this server are not completely brain dead. Like, the controls being clunky for the sake of more realisms is like DCS making you open the side window on the Mosquito to talk to the ground crew. The ground crew are not going to fucking hear you over a pair of Merlin engines running at idle. They're going to respond to hand signals, is what you actually do in a Warbird when you're running the engine. Like, little things like that where it's realism to please the fucking grognards, but the grognards have never actually done the thing in the game, so they don't know what realism means. That pisses me off, so DayZ requiring me to hold, like, 4 different buttons to aim and fire a weapon is annoying. I get where they're going with it, and it's better than the system Tarkov has, where every single player is, like, a highly trained fucking military professional, even if they play as a scav. But it's dumb. Shit, this guy's fucking wrecking me. I need to get better at timing my parries and... You bitch! Fucking sideswipe me. But yeah, like... It's just dumb. It's clunky, it's not fun gameplay, it's not rewarding to the player. Difficulty should be, like, actually fun and engaging and rewarding. It shouldn't just be a frustration. I'm gonna swap to my other mouse. This is fucking giving me the shits. It's just really oversensitive, so I'm gonna have to be careful if I do get a weapon. What, 4 buttons? You gotta hold right mouse to raise the weapon, then you hit middle, you've gotta press middle mouse. I think you can have it set to toggle or you can have it set to hold. But you press middle mouse to toggle the iron sights, or shoulder it rather. Fuck, I'm bleeding. You bitch! Oh, my timing is so bad. You can tell I never played fighting games as a kid. Like, I cannot time this shit to save my life. And now we waste a bandage. Hooray. Yeah, it's like Q-op for FPS, basically. It's dumb. It's really dumb. Tarkov goes kind of the other way, almost. Tarkov does a bit of this, where you have to have... Tarkov, you can have your magazines in your hotbar and use that. DayZ forces that. To reload a weapon, you have to have the next magazine in your quick access bar that treats that as your accessible inventory. And that's the only way to reload the weapon without physically going into the inventory screen and dragging, which is... Jorts. Yeah, like, it's just clunky, but Tarkov, on the other hand, abstracts things to the point where it's super gamey. But I don't like that. The clunky controls, before I lose my train of thought. Don't like the clunky controls. I don't like the fact that all the official servers have, like, accelerated time rate, especially during day. It's like 5 times real time in daytime and 2 times real time at nighttime. That shit's dumb. Just make it, like, the same multiplier for both day and night and make it a lower number. Like, maybe 2 or 3. Doesn't need to be that high. Like, the other thing with DayZ, as far as I can tell, is when you accelerate the passage of time, you also accelerate your survival needs. So, with the day set to be 5 times shorter than an actual real day, you know, 1 minute equals 5 minutes in game or something, it means that you starve faster, you freeze faster, you get thirsty faster. Like, all your survival needs become that much more intensive, and they're already overplayed to begin with. Like, this is kind of more verging into my issues with survival games in general, not just DayZ. But most survival games dramatically exaggerate basic fucking physiological needs as a form of artificial difficulty. Like, if any of you have played Stalker Misery, which is fucking misery to play, Misery uses a complete lack of affordable ammunition as artificial difficulty. It doesn't really improve the AI that much, it doesn't change the game that much. In other ways, it just makes ammo unaffordable and inaccessible early game. It's artificial difficulty, it's shit, it's not fun to deal with, it's not, like, it doesn't require player skill outside of min-max builds, it's just shit. I don't like that kind of thing. You know, it has a place in RPGs, I guess, but in open-world survival games, it's just dog shit. I fucking hate it. Is this drivable? No, it's just a wreck, I think. Oh, no, it might be. Yeah, like, the accelerated survival needs is just shitty artificial difficulty. I hate it. Exaggeration in general, like, there's a lot of really exaggerated stuff in DayZ that doesn't need to be there. The challenge should not be so much, you know, can I go an hour in-game, like a real-world hour in-game, without starving to death because I spawned halfway starved with no food? Or, you know, can I survive long-term against zombies and players? The zombies are basically a kind of roving area denial thing. They're not really the main danger. The main danger is other players. It always has been in DayZ. I've always said this. The main danger in DayZ has always been other human players. The zombies are a distraction. They're there to make you make noise, to attract other players, or to make you reconsider going into an area because you're not well enough armed for it. I'm going to actually hold on to the Makarov until I have a mag for either one of those. Like, there's a lot of decisions you have to make that you can make without adding all this artificial difficulty on top of it. There are certain other things too, like... Was that door closed when I came in? I like the... On a basic level, I like the base building aspect, but I don't like how heavily the game leans into it sometimes. Like, rather than just building Fortnite bases full of loot with padlocks all over them, I'd rather people actually try and build functioning little societies or whatever. And there are ways you can encourage players to do that without going into a full-on fucking roleplay server. But they don't. It's basically just the base building incentive is pretty much hoard loot in this place and stop other people from hoarding loot in that place. That's about as deep as DayZ's vanilla base building goes, and most mods that add base building, like add features to it, just make it worse because they take it the opposite direction. They make it like really hardcore PvE roleplay where there's like safe zones and traders and you can buy fucking planes from the airfield and shit. Like, fuck that. I'm not a fan, in case you couldn't tell. Like, I don't know. I feel like the best balance is the ability to build bases without it being the main focus, the ability to survive without it being like so ridiculously overblown that it's the only thing you can think about half the time, and without it being a forced PvP arena where you have a small area where you have to fight anyone you encounter. Like, it should be... I'm a DayZ libertarian, apparently. I just like player choice. I like being given a big open world with a bunch of options and just left to do whatever the fuck I like, without the game trying to aggressively shoehorn me into one or other sort of playstyle. Well, cereals, I'm going to get dehydrated even faster, although I do have drinks at least. Yeah, like, I really don't like when I'm given an open world like this and a supposedly constraint-free environment. I don't like being given constraints or kind of shepherded in a particular direction. There's a time and a place for that, and that time and place is like story-driven linear shooters. That's like Half-Life or Halo or whatever. That's where you do that kind of thing, not DayZ. Hold R. No, for the hotbar, I don't think there is a quick way to do it. You hold the number of the magazine on the hotbar, but I don't think there's a way to do it from your inventory. Doubt anyone here is going to agree with me, but I really miss Titanfall 2. I never played any of the Titanfall games. That was kind of... What? Interesting. Okay, I can't open it. Yeah, I never played Titanfall. Not because I like didn't like it or didn't want to. It just kind of never registered for me. I was busy playing other things at the time, I guess. And I have not played any Call of Duty after the original Black Ops, I think. Or, no, did Black Ops come first or did Modern Warfare 2 come first? Whichever of those was the last one, that's the last Call of Duty game I ever played. And probably the last Call of Duty game I ever will play. I completely lost interest after that because they're just regurgitating basically the same thing. Oh, hello, an alarm clock. Sure, let's take it just for the memes. Modern Warfare 2 came first. Okay, yeah, so the last Call of Duty game I ever played was Black Ops. We'll drink this now. The other thing I don't like... It's going to be a lengthy discussion. But one of the other things I don't like is the way the needs are displayed. Your hunger, your thirst, whatever. When they appear full, they're not actually full. They're like maybe halfway full. So when they're halfway full, visually, it means you're like on the verge of starvation. It's like the way the needs are displayed versus the way the needs actually function is just bizarre. I don't know why they made that decision. Yeah, it makes no sense to me. Just so many things about this game. Like this, it's still a fun game if you enjoy open world exploring survival type things, but this game could be so much better with just a few little tweaks. Just little tweaks, not even huge sweeping changes to gameplay. But the thing is that, you know, the official game is what the official game is. They're not going to change it just because I bitch about it. And most of the modders that mod for this are trying to turn it into Rust or Fortnite or fucking whatever else. Like, they all have another game they want to turn it into instead of letting it be what it should be, what it originally was. That one is in better condition than that one, so we will yoink that. Might drink that other cola. I think I did see a couple of videos of Titanfall, and yeah, the movement looked really fluid. That impressed me quite a bit. I like fluid movement in games. It was one of the things Red Orchestra 2 really improved over the original game. Too bad about the rest of it. But yeah, fluid movement in games is good. It's important, especially in a shooter. The movement in this is quite fluid. The problem is the controls aren't. So you got this weird sort of disjoint between, like a disconnect between the movement and the controls, which is really odd. I mean, Arma has always had kind of clunky controls. Arma 3 is much tighter. Arma 3 controls like a normal first-person shooter. But Arma 2, for those who are too young to have played it, which is a terrifying concept to me, Arma 2 was really clunky. Like, the movement was... There's player inertia, but it doesn't always play nicely with your actual arrow key inputs. There was inertia to aiming. Like, it was very... I guess you could call it floaty and unresponsive. Like, you try... It still happens sometimes in DayZ, because this is still kind of based off Arma 2 more so than Arma 3. But sometimes you'll be running, or sometimes you'll be standing still, and you'll just tap the W key, and your character will start sprinting, and you can't stop them. So they'll end up running off the edge of a cliff or something. That's happened to me multiple times in DayZ. It used to happen to me all the time in Arma. simulated reaction time, yeah. I mean, reaction time, there's ways to do it. There's ways to do it. Making the player's inputs not respond right away is not the best way of doing it. Movement inertia you can kind of get away with, but like things like aiming, if you make it slow for somebody to aim and be able to take a shot, they're going to crack the shits with you. On the other hand, having them able to shoulder and accurately fire a weapon off a sprint is just, like, especially if you're trying to be a realistic game like, say, Red Orchestra 2 was, is just dumb as fuck. So, the way around that is you don't simulate the reaction time. That's a gas cloud, because they added gas clouds. I forgot about those. It's not to simulate the reaction time or whatever, it's to simulate the parallax shift on the weapon sights, so they can take a shot off the sprint, but they're not going to fucking hit anything. That's how you do that. Like, you limit the player in ways that are understandable, but not frustrating. And it's still realism. I mean, it's more realistic, really, at the end of the day. If anyone's wondering why I'm walking instead of jogging, it's because A, I don't want to make noise, B, I don't want to get the zombies' attention, and C, somebody jogging or, God forbid, sprinting around in a bright yellow rain jacket is going to draw the attention of every single human player on the server. Even if you're pretty well camouflaged, people spot movement. Like, we spot movement really well, even in a game. So if you don't want to be seen, don't be running. Move slowly. It also means I have better situational awareness because my screen's not blurry from me bouncing around as I run, and I can hear things because I can't, you know, my own footsteps are not deafeningly loud as my feet pound on the concrete. Hunter jacket, hunter pants, they're all fucked up though. We got some early military loot, but I think we're going to be on a bit of a drought for a while, even for survival stuff. The idea of a jump pack, it's so cool. Human-machine augmentation is such a massive fucking can of worms. In theory, I would love to be able to hack both my legs off above the knee because my knees are fucked and get cool robot legs that work better than my original legs did. In theory. In practice, I don't know if I would do that. Especially if there are any sort of, you know, long-term complications or, you know, like, for instance, the whole Deus Ex thing with you need anti-rejection drugs. Shit like that, no, I wouldn't screw myself with that. Even if it meant I could run around like I was fucking 19 again. It's an interesting topic, though, and it's interesting seeing, like, which people would and which people wouldn't and what their reasons are. If that makes sense. Realistically, you'd have to get a subscription plan from Elon Musk to allow your legs to work. Yeah, exactly. And I guarantee you, if augmentation becomes the thing that happens, that's how it's going to go. Somebody will find a way to fucking commodify it and turn it into a passive revenue generator. And the people who participate in it will get screwed. On the other hand, they'll probably find a way to cut it the other way too. So if you don't have augmentations, you'll be paying them too. Because that's just the way of the world, apparently. And I guess people are happy with that situation because they sure aren't doing fucking anything about it. Oh, hello. Fuck. That thing's badly damaged. I'm probably not going to find a mag for it anytime soon. We'll yeet it, but we'll keep the Cobra. Oh, actually, what am I doing? I have a fucking backpack. There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. Speaking of Elysium, I still need to play Disco Elysium. And now I've said that, it's going to summon Max. Oh shit! Hey bud, bail me out here. Where is she? I think I'm clear. I think. So we can't continue up the hill because I don't want to walk into a gas cloud with no CBRN protection. I don't want to continue that way since we have found a friend who is not very friendly. So I think what I'll do is I'll try and... I will jog here because I've got quite a distance to cover and I've already been kind of compromised, but I'm going to try and get across here into this little village, whatever. So we'll outflank the position she was in, while hopefully she's getting tied down by that zombie. She didn't have a gun, I don't think. I only saw an axe. Oh shit, there she is. Well, there's another person even. Oh fuck. Okay. See what I mean about movement? You're so easy to fucking spot. It's not even funny. The other thing is, zombies, when they're milling around aimlessly, will walk. Or some of them will crawl. So if you walk or crawl, from a distance, if you aren't carrying a weapon especially, you appear to be like a zombie. Yeah, probably. Although even prey animals are really good at spotting movement. I guess it's both. Because prey animals spot movement pretty well. Or they'll like react to it. 30 hours for full playthrough? That sounds good. That sounds good. I haven't had a good 30-hour game in a long time. And because it's me, it probably means there'll be more like, depending how much there is to do besides the main story, there'll probably be more like 100 minimum, because I will spend 100 hours going through a 10-hour game if it's open world, easily. I mean, my main Fallout 4 save before it shit the bed was like 400 and something hours. My main Fallout New Vegas save before it shit the bed was about 300 and something hours, so... Give me an open world and I will lose myself in it for a couple weeks. I have a reasonable idea of where I am. I think there's an airfield across there. Like, that should be the river, and then the airfield's across the river. We did a spicy Shilka Grand Theft Auto episode from there once. Then that's... Oh no, the airfield's over there. Yeah, okay, so this is like the northwest corner of the map. Because the airfield's over there. That's a military... Well, that's a fucking castle, but there's a military base in that area that leads up to it. Yeah, okay, I know where I am. And I haven't even played on this map for years, so I still know well enough where I am, even from that. I actually should cut this up. Oh no, because they're damaged. I'll probably get fucking infected from it. That's one of the flats in the building across from me. By across from me, I mean it's literally next to me. But they have to put up with my loud ass voice fucking whenever I'm streaming, so you guys are gonna have to put up with whatever they're doing. Playing Dying Light? I have not played Dying Light. I think I watched some gameplay from it ages ago, but I haven't played it. There's so many games I haven't played. I am uncultured. There we go. Oh, a shovel. That's completely useless. I'm not doing well for loot at all. Right up into the village. And it's about to be dark. Excellent. Car battery, which is completely useless to me. Ever beat High Fleet? No. I haven't played it since last stream. I'll have to pick it up again at some point, not too far in the future. Try not to aggro the priest, huh? Oh, too late. Walking does shrink their aggro range, but it doesn't get rid of it completely. Okay, we got him. I always check the infected that I kill just to see if they had any food or whatever, because sometimes they do. And especially when you're early game, sometimes they have better stuff even, especially the military zombies, but early game in particular, when you need food and water, it's a good policy to check whatever you kill. I haven't really played DayZ since standalone got released. I usually come back to it every 6 to 12 months. Oh, I don't think I've been inside this church, but like this type of church before in DayZ. There's a lot of buildings they've added since the last time I played, I think. At least in Rust you can run around naked and hit people with rocks. Yeah, I know, right? Skate helmet, fucking 12 gauge buck, 12 gauge bucks. We'll grab some in case I find one, but I'm not really a big user of shotguns anyway. I prefer my rifles. What I do have is a reasonable view into the town. Okay, so that gas cloud's not really moving. Not appreciably moving, anyway. That village, that's a clinic down there, that building. That village is probably worth checking out. Actually, no, maybe I might have been right the first time. I think the airfield is over there. Like further that way. So I'm not northwest, I'm actually more north. Maybe even northeast. But I'm in the north part of the map because the south part of the map's very, very mountainous. Very heavily wooded. Yeah, weebs out. Absolutely no weebs. So I wonder... Yeah, I can't get into the main part of the church, I guess, because it's blocked off. Or can I? Is there another entrance? I don't think there is. Yeah, no, it's completely blocked off. That's cool though, I've never been in that building before. The texture they use for the tops of the graves reminds me of fucking Half-Life 2. Yeah, that's barred. Design, abominate historical designs in Ultimate Admiral. I don't know, I'll have to pick it up at some point. It looks interesting. The interface looks like a train wreck, but it looks interesting. One of my other pro tips for any budding young DayZ players here, and it goes for anything really, don't follow roads. Parallel the road a couple 100 meters away from it, but don't follow it. Back when DayZ was still just a mod and a bunch of people were coming to Arma 2 from like Call of Duty and shit because they wanted to play DayZ, that was the best way to farm dumb fucks with high tier loot, was to just chill out along a road and wait for them to walk down and just fucking L-shape them. Have a couple guys strung out facing down the road on either side of it, a couple guys strung out along the high side, especially if there was a hillside, just fucking murder them. Like, the most basic bitch classic military ambush every time. And they would just walk straight into it. Every fucking time. Why? But you feel like you should get SolidWorks and become a designer? I shudder to think what fucking horrific creations would come out of that. Assuming I could even figure out how to use it. Sheet metal. Useless to me. We will take this though, because I might need that when it gets dark. Which it will shortly. And depending how dark it's going to be, I mean it'll be dark before the moon comes up anyway, but depending how dark it's going to be, it might be really sketchy here in town, because I'm going to have some kind of light source to see what I'm doing, right? And that's going to attract attention. So, when I have more time, which I don't really have so much today, but when I have more time and I'm not really worried about getting somewhere in a hurry, instead of carrying a light source, I will throw the light source ahead of me by about 50 meters. And stay in the shadows and just wait for a minute, see if anything goes for it. If nothing does, then I'll go pick it up. PA system. Because carrying around a chem light, like clipping it to your backpack or whatever like you usually do in DayZ, is a giant shoot me here sign. I'm a little more impatient, a little less careful now than I used to be when I played the original mod when that came out, because I had a lot more time back then to do it. And so I would not ever listen to any music. I wouldn't, obviously I didn't stream back then, but wouldn't have any music running. I wouldn't be talking to anyone. There'd be no distractions. I'd have the volume cranked all the way up and I'd walk around. I would never run unless I was shot at. It took me ages to get anywhere, but I had really good situational awareness and was pretty good at ambushing people because I would always see and hear them before they saw or heard me. Broomstick. We can go fly away. I don't even remember the town signs on this map, or like the town names I should say, on this map, to be honest. So even if I found the town sign, which is probably just down the road here, I don't know exactly which, like, don't know exactly where I am. I know roughly where I am, but not exactly. The original rat? Yeah. Yeah, before the rat playstyle was even a recognized thing, before it was even called ratting, that was how I played DayZ. That's also how I don't play Tarkov much because I suck at it and it's really frustrating, But when I did play Tarkov, that is how I played it as well, and so I would repeatedly get slam dunked by some fucking Chad with like an unholy abomination of a weapon who'd just come blazing around a corner making all the noise on earth and shoot me in the face. And because I'm not a head eyes gamer, I would always lose firefights because I aim for center of mass like you're trained to do. And that's not how you win at Tarkov, you head eyes people. Unless they're wearing an alt-in. I did a bit of, like, basic carpentry stuff in high school, but I've never done any kind of machining, engineering, design, whatever. It's interesting to me, but I've never had any formal training in it, and I think it's probably beyond my capability, to be honest. Well, see, the thing is, time to kill's another kind of mixed blessing, because my motor skills are not that fantastic and my reflexes aren't that good. So it's like, if there's a fast time to kill, it means that somebody can just fucking bunny hop around the corner, line me up and blast me before I even register the fact that there's somebody there. But if there's a long time to kill, it means I can sit there just putting shot after shot after shot after shot into somebody and they'll win because they have a better weapon. Or because they're, like, you know, whatever. I'm lagging more than them or something, so I can't hit them. Current events allowed in chat? To a degree. I don't want to get too doomer. That's what Discord is for. I'll say this. If you want basically to let the Russian government tell you their own plan, give you their own playbook, look up Foundations of Geopolitics by Alexander Dugin. Don't take anything he says as like good advice because he's a fucking lunatic. But if you want to know why they're doing what they're doing and what they're going to do next, look at that book because it lays it all out in the clear that... Fuck. See ya! That book has been a thing since the late 90s. It came out in 1997. There were Western analysts who were publishing reviews saying how concerning it was in 2004. Nothing was done. Nothing was done. It was like they thought if they just ignored the problem hard enough, it would magically go away. And lo and behold, it has done the literal opposite of going away. It's just lucky for, not just for us, but for, I guess, it's not really lucky for the Russian people. It might be if something happens to Putin, but for the time being, it's worse for them. But it's lucky for us that China kind of checked a lot of their moves, and just a lot of kind of random chance stuff threw the whole plan out of whack. Because it is some dark shit, let me tell you. More interested in your thoughts on the... I think that player might be following me. Hind getting fucked. It got fucked. Manpads wrecked it. You can see the flare rejection ability of modern Western and I think Polish, specifically for the one that fucked that Hind up. You can see the flare ejection capabilities of modern Western manpads with a lot of the shots that were taken earlier. In this case, they didn't even flare it because they probably didn't see the shot. And it fucked them. I mean, it is what it is. The Hind's a fucking strong helicopter, but if you catch a manpad center mass, you're probably not going to survive it. I forget the name of it. But apparently it was one of the Polish ones. Because it had like a thin wispy trail and it kind of spiraled around. Like apparently they have quite a distinctive flight path when fired. The thing that I noticed most people missed, and I didn't want to make a big thing out of it because it's pretty dark and I'm not a fan of, you know, like... I'm not going to cheerlead when people are getting killed. unless they're people who genuinely deserve it, like, for instance, Putin. But I couldn't help but notice that hind went down literally within stone's throw of a cemetery. Right next to it. Like, the shot went over the fucking graveyard and hit the hind. But yeah. Like, there's not much you can do. If you don't see the launch and you aren't already flaring, you're gonna catch it. And it's probably gonna kill you. And at that altitude, there's no way to get out of the helicopter in time. I mean, the hind doesn't have any sort of escape system, let alone ejection system, like the Kar-52 has. So, there was pretty much nothing for it. They were probably dead before they realized what happened. Those are pristine, which is good news, because I'm probably going to be fucking needing them at this rate. Doesn't have DIRCM, or MWS. I think it has DIRCM. I don't remember if it has MWS. I think it might. I know the Kar-52 has, I think, both. But also, just because something has a system like that, it doesn't necessarily mean it's 100% reliable. It might not see, like, there might be blind spots in its coverage, or it might just, you know, not have the response time needed. There's any number of things that could have caused it. The main thing that's fucking with me right now is the level of carelessness and incompetence on display. Like, a lot, and it's dangerous too, because a lot of people are watching this and going, haha, the Russian army's a joke, we were right all along, they're trash, they can't fight. They can fight, and if you underestimate them and they actually activate on somebody, you're going to have a really bad day. Like, don't assume, just because they're embarrassing the fuck out of themselves against Ukraine, that they don't know how to fight. The exact problem is they're not following their own doctrine. Like, none of what they're doing right now is what their books tell them to do, military doctrine-wise. None of it. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if, like, it's beyond me. If I knew what was going on, I'd be a lot less confused, or a lot less concerned, I guess. But, they're not doing any of the things they should be doing. They're not doing any of the things I'd expect them to do. It's just fucked. I've seen rumors, like, and I mean, a lot of this is borderline conspiracy stuff, but at this point I think people are trying to rationalize how a fairly modern and otherwise usually competent army can fuck something this badly. One of the theories I saw was that they're intentionally making a fucking shit show of this to lull NATO into a false sense of security before they go for somebody else. I don't know if I believe that, but, you know, who knows? One of the other ones was that this is Putin intentionally trying to get rid of the most corrupt, least well-trained troops and the oldest equipment. Which, yeah, maybe... I don't know. What are your thoughts on people saying they threw in green conscripts first to serve as cannon fodder? They didn't, though. They didn't. They threw in some conscripts, like there was certainly that going on, but it's not like conscripts were the only people thrown in. Like, there were experienced forces mixed in with them. The difference is the experienced forces probably weren't the ones getting captured or you know, killed in large numbers. So you don't see them as much on Ukrainian media, and you don't see them at all on Russian media because they were pretty much keeping a total silence on the matter. Yeah, they sent the VDV. The whole, like, I think probably, certainly to an extent, they didn't expect, maybe they expected some resistance, but certainly not the kind of resistance they're getting. But yeah, like, I don't think they expected as much as they've actually got, and I think probably they're so far down the rabbit hole of their own ideology that they didn't realize that the Ukrainians aren't going to welcome them as liberators. Most Ukrainians don't fucking want them there. In fact, I will be surprised if Ukrainians ever trust Russians again after this. Like, it's just... It's like there's some kind of really bizarre reality bubble happening in Moscow. It's like we have a thing here called the Canberra bubble, and it's because our politicians and even our political media, like, you know, even the mainstream media here, the political reporters, they all live in this little bubble where they're all friends with each other, they all know each other, they all live in this little world separate from the real world, separate from everyone else whose decisions, you know, they actually affect. Moscow must have that on crack, because they don't seem to understand what the fuck the reality on the ground is, not just in Ukraine, but in their own country. Like, it's something else. It's really something else. Yeah, I mean, they probably thought they could just threaten Europe with consequences that you've never seen in your history, and people wouldn't fuck with them. Like, are you dumb? Of course they're gonna fuck with you. In fact, if you threaten them too hard, they might decide to preempt you on that offer. Like, threatening that kind of... even if you don't say specifically nukes, threatening consequences you haven't seen before in your history, that is some really stupid shit, especially as your opening move. If your opening move involves threatening that, it kind of shows that you're a little bitch, and if anyone challenges you, you're gonna really start sucking shit really fast, which is exactly what's happening. And again, these aren't problems with Russia so much as they're problems with Russia's leadership. This is the issue, and I want to make sure that people get this clear. Don't go out harassing Russians because of the bullshit their government pulls. I've had one friend who only just got out of the country before this shit kicked off. I've got other friends who are still stuck there, who are, like, you know, their day-to-day lives are being disrupted by this shit. None of them wanted this. Maybe the fucking Vatniks who 24/7 watch Russian state media, maybe some of them wanted it, but especially younger people, most of them didn't. Most people who actually have contact with the outside world didn't want it. Like, the idea that this is a Russian problem, it's not so much a Russian problem as a... Okay, so I'm going to say some pretty controversial shit. It shouldn't be controversial, because if you take more than a fucking 10-minute look at history, it's obvious, but in the Western world, we don't like to take responsibility for any of our actions, no matter how long ago they happened, so... What is happening in Ukraine right now is Putin's fault. Unequivocally. Putin did it. He made the decision to invade. He made the decision to fuck with him in 2014. That is the fault of the Russian leadership. Right. They can cite historical concerns about Russian security all they want, and yes, I believe those were legitimate concerns before Russia started doing this shit. They kind of wiped out their own excuse by doing this. But the real problem is, look at what happened when the Soviet Union collapsed. Did anyone try and cushion the fall? No, they tried to make it even sharper. Like, the state that Russia was in the 90s directly led to lunatics like Dugin writing this political manifesto, which is now required reading for the Russian military staff and for the upper echelons of the country's leadership. In fact, at one point, a former military officer, who was the Speaker of the Duma at that point, he was trying to push for it to be mandatory reading in high schools, right? Dugin is a product of the 90s. Putin is a product of the 90s. These guys didn't just magic themselves into positions of power. They got into power because Russia in the 90s was a fucking apocalyptic wasteland, and people wanted security, stability, and dignity. And when you promise people those three things, if they don't have them already, you can get away with a lot of shit and nobody will question you. And that's exactly what happened. Like, this is shit that would not have happened if Russia had not been allowed to get into such a terrible state in the 90s. If the Soviet Union had not been allowed to fail, this wouldn't have happened. If Russia in the 90s had been given actual help rebuilding, instead of thrown to the fucking wolves and their insane market shock therapy ideology, this wouldn't have happened. If the West had maybe recognized the dangerous forces that were starting to appear in Russia in the late 90s and done something about it then, before they consolidated their power, this wouldn't have happened. Like, there's so many places something that could have been done wasn't. Because we just... I don't know. It depends how much you buy into the idea that the West intentionally caused the 90s to be as bad as they were as a means to stop Russia from ever challenging them again. Well, that worked out so well, didn't it? If you actually think that's the case, and I honestly do, then the idea that they could just, you know, let them fall into complete disrepair and, oh, Russia won't be our problem for a long time. We can ignore Russia and turn our attention elsewhere to, say, I don't know, the Middle East. That's not how that shit works. If you create an unstable situation like what they had after the Soviet Union collapsed, it is going to come back. It will blow back on you, and it will blow back on you horribly within about 30 years. Every fucking time. I mean, look at what happened in the 2000s with all the shit with, you know, Islamic extremism. Where did that come from? The fucking 1970s. That was decisions made by Kissinger and his friends in the 1970s by disrupting the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, by cutting the Syrians out of any kind of peace deal and negotiating separately with the Egyptians. That's where Islamic terrorism of the 90s and 2000s came from. There is a lag time of about 30 to 40 years on any decision you make geopolitically before it comes back and it fucking bites you. And so here we are, seeing a lag time of 30 years from 1991. Like, you cannot do this shit. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked when we've done it. It hasn't worked when Russia's done it. It hasn't worked when anyone's done it. You cannot make some sweeping fucking change on the global stage, especially if it involves fucking somebody else over, and expect it to just magically, you know, oh, we can pretend it doesn't exist anymore. It won't be a problem ever again. Like, it is going to be a huge fucking problem. Didn't Putin actually say nuclear deterrent systems being activated? He put the RVSN, the Russian Strategic Rocket Forces, on high alert, as well as the naval nukes. So he's basically bumped them up a DEFCON level or two. But before that, before he'd even, like, basically as he declared war on Ukraine, although he didn't call it war because it's a special military operation, as he did that, he threatened any outside... he said, I think, not verbatim, but close, to any who might be thinking about intervening or meddling in this situation, stay away, or don't interfere, because should you do so, you'll experience consequences never before found in your history. Like, that's pretty close to his wording. I can't remember it verbatim, but that's pretty close to what he said. Which is either a threat of nuclear weapons or a threat of something else, like, that would be classified as a WMD. Or the real comedy option is it's economic, in which case, boy, did that backfire. I'd like to throw out one of my more lighthearted theories, which is that Putin is doing this purely because he's jealous of Zelensky's comic career and wants to upstage him once and for all. Because, boy, what the Russians are doing right now, if people weren't dying, like, if people weren't actually dying, it would be fucking funny just how incompetent this whole thing has been. Like, it's unbelievable. But this is what happens when fascists get into government, right? It's the same shit everywhere. When fascists get in government, the first thing they usually end up doing is going on some stupid blood and soil crusade that trashes their own country. And it, like, how long it takes for it to trash their own country mostly depends on how long the rest of the world decides to tolerate them. The Nazis did it. A certain previous US president did it. Like, the first thing that happens is they go on this insane fucking crusade and bring themselves unstuck. Or, you know, isolate themselves from all their friends. Like, Russia has basically no friends left anymore. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to hear about fucking North Korea telling them to go jump the next time they put something in front of the UN at this point. Even Cuba abstained from a vote to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Cuba always backs Russia. I have never seen them abstain from something that was important to Russia before, ever. Fucking Iran condemned them? From memory? I think Iran was one of the ones that did. Serbia did. Serbia are their orthodox BFFs. And they did. Like, this is the thing, they're losing all their friends. Like, it's just insane. They're destroying their own country. And it's not the Russian people doing it, it's Putin doing it. Putin and his little circle of friends. Because they fucking sat there in the Kremlin sniffing their own farts for long enough that they actually started to believe them. And this is the problem with these kinds of lofty, fucking insane fascist ideals, is the people who propagate them end up believing their own shit. Like, the moment you start believing your own propaganda, it's time to stop. Because you're gonna really fuck something up really badly very soon. Yeah, they let their tires dry. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't know. It does kind of lend something to the theory that they're getting rid of their less prepared, less reliable forces yet, but then why would you need a war to do that? Just sell the equipment and fucking demobilize them. It's just... Like, what they're doing on a larger scale matches perfectly, almost to the letter, with what Dugan wrote in Foundations of Geopolitics. Like I said, this has been their playbook out in the wild since the fucking late 90s, and people just act like it doesn't exist. I mean, even I didn't fucking really pay attention to it. I'll be the first to admit, I didn't pay attention. I knew Dugan was a fucking lunatic, and I knew he'd written some really nasty, like, fucking weird Christo-fascist manifesto, but I had not actually, I haven't read the whole book, but I've read a summary of it. I don't know if I could stomach reading the whole book, because I know what's going to be in it. But if you look at it like any decent summary of the actual drive of the book, it will show you exactly what they've been planning to do. By they, of course, I mean Putin, his inner circle, Dugan. Dugan, for those who aren't familiar with Russian politics, Dugan came from the Nazbols. So Nazbols are pretty much a meme in the West. To a degree now, they're a meme in Russia too, because they kind of lost relevance. Because they got outflanked on the right by various other parties. But the Nazbols were the National Bolshevist Party. If that makes you scratch your head for a minute, don't worry, it made me scratch my head too. Their flag is a red field with a white circle and a black hammer and sickle in the middle of it. They are... Welcome to Russian politics. They are a synthesis of Bolshevist communism and Nazi fascism. What? Like, how does this shit work? Only in Russia, right? But that's where Dugan came from. He was one of the chief ideologists for the National Bolshevist Party. And that's where he was before he came to United Russia. Maybe I am north of the river. I wish I had a compass. But yeah, like, that's where this ideology kind of came from. And there were a lot of... Like, if you look at Putin himself, Putin's ideological, as you could say, ideological hero, ideological father, or whatever, the person he gets a lot of his ideas from is a guy called Ilyin, who was an emigre. He was kicked out of the Soviet Union in the early 20s, when the Soviet Union first formed, because they decided he was no longer somebody they wanted in the country, because Ilyin was into this imperial Russian fascism shit. And he had a lot of very funny ideas about how the world should be run. That's where Putin gets most of his ideas from. In fact, Putin was the one who basically did most of the legwork in getting Ilyin reinterred from where he died in Switzerland to Moscow. And Putin consecrated his new grave in Moscow. So just to kind of shatter anyone's illusions, if we have any tankies in the chat that reckon Russia is really trying to do communism again, it's just the evil West that are hiding the facts, no. Like, go outside and touch some fucking grass and like, go smack your head over a paver to wake yourself up. Like, he is the absolute opposite. They're doing, or there was talk at least, I saw a clip from Solovyov's show. Solovyov is one of the big propagandists on, I think, Russia 24, which is one of their state-owned TV channels. And he was having a discussion with some guy or other. Forgive me, I don't know the names of every mid-level bureaucrat. And he was basically proposing war communism, except not communism, and also without the bright and utopian future visions thing. But he was basically describing, we need war communism, except not in those words, to overcome the war. So they won't call the invasion of Ukraine a war. It's a special military operation. If you call it a war, you'll go to jail. Or an invasion, for that matter. But what they will call a war is the Western economic sanctions. So I saw this the other day, and I think it's fucking brilliant. Instead of calling them sanctions, we should stop using that term, and we should call it a special economic operation. And if anyone says about, oh, we need to enact sanctions, we need to go on a special economic exercise. It's just an exercise, bro. We're exercising the economy. Fucking get them back with their own tricks. Like, you know. Talking, yeah, pretty much. So, criticizing the army gets you prison. Calling it a war or an invasion gets you prison. Defeatism gets you prison. Encouragement, which is a very loose term. Encouragement of sanctions gets you... Oh, sorry, encouragement of special economic operations gets you prison. Like, yeah, there are so many things that will get you prison right now. It's ridiculous. But at the same time, I will say, the special economic measures are important, but we need to be careful that they don't involve our media. Because we don't want to cut the Russian people off from outside information. It's bad enough. Like, younger Russians don't have as big a problem with this because they tend to have friends overseas who they talk with. But older Russians, particularly ones who lived through the Soviet Union, kind of old, a lot of them will believe whatever Russia 24 or Channel 1 or RT or any of these media outlets, which are all state-owned, they'll believe anything that these say, unconditionally. Same as they used to when the Soviet Union was the thing. In fact, worse than they used to when the Soviet Union was the thing, because by the 1980s, everyone knew the Soviet media was full of shit. But now they just unquestioningly believe whatever these channels tell them. So the worst thing we could do right now is cut them off from Western media. We should cut them off from things that fuck with their economy, maybe, but we should not cut them off from Western media or ways to communicate with the West. Now, on the one hand, cutting them off will slow down the rate of... Have we found the edge of the map? Maybe. It will slow down the rate of pro-Russian propaganda that gets disseminated in the West, and it'll slow down the rot that's happening in our own countries, which has partly always existed. Like, let's not pretend the Russians are solely responsible for the bullshit we've fucking done to ourselves for the last 20 years. They're not. But they certainly aggravated it. So, yes, it'll help cut back on that, but at the same time, it will isolate them, and we do not need an fully isolated Russia, because then people will start supporting the government, even if they didn't before. We cannot let that happen. India abstained too? I think they did, yeah. India's staring down the barrel of special economic measures of their own now, too, because they're too buddy-buddy with Russia for anyone else's liking. Yeah, it is. It is, Josh. It really is. They should have seen... In both cases, they should have fucking seen it coming. You know, Germany after World War I, people should have seen that coming a mile away. Germany by the late 20s, it's fucking obvious. Germany by the mid-30s, like, come on, bro. Did you not think this was going to happen? Same shit in Russia. Same shit. Like, it's just... I don't know, dude. It's like people think that if you just ignore a problem fucking hard enough, it'll go away. Maybe... Bro, am I in the south? I need to find a fucking town sign somewhere. Just hope there isn't escalation, no accidents that lead to a bigger deal. Fuck, there have been a few close calls already. The absolute genius, the absolute 10,000 IQ genius who gave the order to engage with anti-tank weapons in a fucking active, not just an active nuclear power plant, but the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe. First of all, it's bad because what if somebody knocked out the cooling system and there's a meltdown? It can't explode. It's not Chernobyl. Chernobyl exploding was a bizarre enough accident as it is, but VVERs cannot explode. They can melt down. It would basically be like Fukushima. Pretty much exactly like Fukushima. But, so there could have been a cooling system failure which could cause a meltdown. Fukushima level release. It's bad, but it's not world-ending. Fukushima, just to make sure everyone understands this, Fukushima was bad, but compared to Chernobyl, it's nothing. It is nothing. Like, it is so exaggerated in the popular perception, it's not even funny. Anyway, that could have happened if somebody had put a hole in a containment vessel, which would have been very hard because they're very thick, but if they'd done it with, say, a stray anti-tank weapon, that would have been bad. It would have been a release of radioactive materials, but again, no explosion, no great fucking disaster. Like, no, there would be a disaster, it would be pretty bad, but it wouldn't be like Chernobyl level, not even close. But, first of all, that was a thing. Second of all, that power plant, this is probably partly why the Russians were trying to take it, that power plant is like most of Ukraine's energy. Those sound like wolves. It's most of Ukraine's energy. So if you control that power plant, you can fuck the whole country over electricity-wise. And there was talk of hooking them into the European grid, which sounded good on the surface, but it meant if the Ukrainian power grid was damaged badly enough, it could have knocked out the entire European grid. So you got to be careful hooking up sketchy power grids to your main distributor. The other thing that made it just unfathomably fucking stupid is that for the next how many decades, once again, we're going to have to deal with fucking misguided greenies saying that nuclear power is the greatest evil ever to grace mankind and we need to build more coal power plants because somehow nuclear is apparently worse than coal. Like, I swear to fucking God. Let's drop a nuclear bomb on the nuclear power plant. I don't think anyone's going to do anything particularly spicy with Chernobyl. If Putin did something spicy at Chernobyl intentionally, that would probably be the point where the West just lose patience and start reaching for their own nuclear weapons. Like, I would not be surprised at that point. Although, you know, maybe. Liberalism has taken a strong hold in the West, and liberals will literally let you fucking kill their children in front of them before they say that you're bad and you should be stopped. So, maybe. Yeah, exactly. It's not a permanent solution, but fuck, we need something now, and that is the best thing that we have now. Like, just, there is no actual sane, legitimate argument against nuclear power. There really isn't. The problem is, most people aren't educated enough to know. The anti-nuclear lobby is immensely strong. Boy, I wonder how environmentalist lobbies became so powerful that they could basically demonize nuclear power over the course of a couple decades. Shit, I wonder where they got all that money from. It couldn't, perchance, be from the oil industry, could it? No, surely not. Surely, you know, good, conscious-minded environmentalists would not accept massive payoffs from the oil and gas industry to trash nuclear. Surely that wouldn't happen, right, guys? Surely that's not something that could come to pass, right? It's exactly what fucking happened. Nuclear war still unlikely. At this point, I'm hesitant to say anything's unlikely, because of the sheer level of what we're playing with here, but I think probably it's unlikely. I'm thinking and hoping that if Putin gives that order, he'll be told to go jump and probably thrown out a window. The issue is, though, you can't always rely on the people in charge of the nuclear deterrent to be sane. So there's a bit of a meme in my Discord now. Pozle nas voda, after us water. And that is an edit of the slogan of the Russian Strategic Rocket Forces, which is Pozle nas tishina, after us silence, which is like very on point for a strategic nuclear missile arm. But what that's from is the guy who was in charge of Russia's strategic nuclear weapons in the 90s decided that he would... His mother was an old believer, a Rodneva, like Slavic paganite. And he, I guess, inherited that from her. And this guy was into all kinds of whack fucking pagan shit. And in Russia, certainly, in fact, in a lot of parts of the world, especially in Europe, but especially in Russia, old pagan beliefs and, like, intense nationalist fascism tend to go hand in hand. So this guy, right, once he retired from his post, he was a major general of the Strategic Rocket Forces. He was involved, like this man, he must have been some kind of troubled genius, because he was involved in the program that developed Energia, which was the rocket that launched Buran, and he was also involved in the program for its replacement, which is like one of the most ambitious and insane rocket designs that was ever dreamt up. It was never built, unfortunately, but by God, Elon Musk would be running away crying in shame if they'd built that thing, because it was beautiful. It was a work of art.
The fucking boosters would, like, fucking transform into little fixed-wing, autopilot-controlled gliders and fly back to Baikonur and land. So the boosters were reusable because the boosters would fly back as planes and fucking land. It was crazy. Anyway, yeah, I've heard of Project Pluto. That's actually kind of similar to what the Russians have been doing with Budavestnik, or Skyfall if you speak NATO. But yeah, like, this guy goes into politics and he dreams up the social security. His party's called the Conceptual Party Unity. And he dreams up this ideology called the Social Security Conception Dead Water. Dead water is a literal translation. It's meant to be like healing water from Slavic folklore, where you put the dead in it and it heals their wounds. So this guy comes up with this concept, and it's like batshit insane stuff. Like, it's Putin times 5 minimum. His seminal work, put it this way, was Henry Ford and Joseph Stalin living in humaneness. This was his... It's... If you go on my Discord, ping Warphammer and ask him about it, he will tell you. He has all kinds of documents on this shit. We even found their website once, before it disappeared. It's wild. It is absolutely wild. But this is normal in Russia these days. Like, this is what I mean. This is what happens when you let the 90s happen. But this was the guy in charge of strategic rocket forces. So you can probably extrapolate from this, if they let this guy be in charge of their nuclear deterrent, what kind of people are in charge of it now? Makes you wonder, especially if they're required as they go through, you know, the military academy, especially if they're required to read Foundations of Geopolitics and absorb this shit that Dugan printed. Like, it's bad, man. I don't know if we will see nuclear war. I'm praying we won't, but I'm not even fucking religious. But, like, it's... I don't know. It seems a bit less unlikely than it did during the Cold War, because during the Cold War, for all its faults, and it had a lot of them, for all its faults, the Soviet Union acted somewhat rationally, at least what it thought was rationally. You had to view the world through its lens to understand its decision-making process, but there was a decision-making process there that wasn't, let's consult the interior, what was it? The internal oracle, or internal predictor, sorry, of the Soviet Union, which is what this strategic rocket forces guy, Deadwater Boy, called himself. Oh, Lukov. Okay, we're on the edge of the proving ground, which is probably up the hill that way. Yeah, like... Their decision-making was not always understandable to the West, but it was rational, to a degree. Their ideology was sometimes cruel and sometimes counterproductive, but it had a utopian ideal. They had something that they wanted to do that was positive. Like, they wanted to do good in the world, they just did a lot of fucking bad shit doing it. Or trying to get there, even. They never even got there. So that's the Soviet Union. Compare and contrast with modern Russia. Like... I don't know if I'd trust these people having nukes. On the other hand, we trust the French with nukes, so how bad can it get? Think the FSB bombed those apartments? I pretty much guarantee it. I would not be surprised one bit. And it doesn't matter even if the FSB didn't bomb them, because you know what did happen? Basayev was a fucking GRU agent. Like, he was a GRU asset at various points throughout the 90s. Like, this is the thing. Even if the FSB didn't do it directly, the guy what did was trained, funded, armed, got a lot of his ideological backing as he was working for the Russians in Abkhazia against the Georgians, which is also something outlined in Foundations of Geopolitics. In fact, that's one of the first fucking things that Russia was supposed to do, was to dismember Georgia to the point where Abkhazia and North and South Ossetia break away and become part of Russia. They have basically done that. It just, they haven't signed the paperwork to make it official yet. But, you know, it's not de jure, but de facto, that has happened already. That happened in the 90s and the early 2000s. Like... But yeah, like, you know, I would trust, even at the height of its paranoia, I would trust that. That is a flare, and that was artillery, I think. Huh. I'm gonna just work my way out of here. But yeah, like that was how they did a lot of this shit, was by playing different militant groups against each other. Chechens, Abkhaz, Georgians, whatever. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Nope, 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 nope. See you later. Peace out. They're dropping the spicy air. And I'm following a road exactly like I tell people not to do. That was a chemical round, yeah. At the height of their paranoia, I mean, you at least knew that, like, they were somewhat sane. A little out there at times, but somewhat sane. But this lot, I don't know. Like, and I said it before, and although I realize just how deep this shit runs, I'm a little more sketchy about it, but I wouldn't write it off as they're literally insane, they're crazy, oh my god, what are they doing? They have a goal in mind. They have, like, it might seem irrational to us, but it's rational to them. I'm going to end up actually recommending people read fucking Dugan. I'm going to hate myself for it. But I think if you want to understand what they're doing, you kind of have to. Just try not to fall into the trap of believing it yourself. But it's like it's just battle round. Like, the Ukrainians are getting fucked because, according to this ideology that Dugan pushes, Ukraine is a non-entity. They don't think Ukrainian culture is worth anything. They don't think that Ukraine has a national identity worth talking about, which has, at risk of pissing off every Ukrainian that's ever watched me, there is an element of truth to that, but it's not a very big one. So the element of truth to that is that after the Soviet Union collapsed, the Ukrainian state went hard in the paint trying to find national idols that the Russians would not like, that they could use to differentiate themselves from Russia. The Estonians did the same thing. This is why if you go to Estonia, you will see in Europe statues of fucking SS soldiers, right? Same shit in Ukraine. Does this mean Ukrainians are all Nazis? No. Does it mean they have some very problematic figures that they consider to be, like, the fathers of their nation? Yeah, kinda. But that was, again, a product of trying to get away from the Russians in the 90s, and they're just like, shit, we need to pick some national heroes. Fuck, pick Bandera, I guess. It's not like Ukraine has a shortage of national heroes who are objectively good people who did great things for the world, not just Ukraine. But I guess in the scramble to differentiate themselves from the Russians, they skipped the entire part of the list that happened during the Soviet Union, because then the Russians could say, actually, there are national heroes. And they went straight for the World War II, you know, Holocaust collaborationist shit. Oops. So there is an element of truth to the idea that a lot of Ukrainian national identity, as we understand it today, is kind of any national identity is artificial. Like, there's no two ways about it. National identity is something people make up to control a larger number of people. Like, I have more in common with somebody overseas in another country with a completely different culture than I do with somebody 5 minutes down the road. You know, people are different. National stereotypes are a thing that exist, but they're not really necessarily accurate at all, or they're so vague as to appear accurate even when they're, you know, like, they're so vague as to be meaningless. National identity is something you invent so you can control a larger block of land with more people in it and pull taxes from that larger block of land and a larger number of people. That's why nationalism exists. It has nothing to do with the plight of this people or that people, because they're different people. Like, even if they're from the same general geographical area, there's still differences. And you still see this. Countries which, you know, they might be even from the same ethnic group, but they don't get along with each other politically, or there's some aspect of their culture that's different, and they decide they don't want to be... Like fucking Western Australia. Western Australia decides it wants to break off and become its own country every time the fucking phase of the moon changes. It's like Alberta as well, back home. Like, you get this shit even within fairly homogenous populations, relatively speaking, and multicultural countries, so you know what I mean, like... homogeneously heterogeneous. We're inventing words at this point. But like that's why nationalism exists. It's literally so you can control a larger number of people and just rake in more money from it. It's not to benefit those people, it's to benefit the centralized power. Sure, you know, if you redistribute whatever you rake in efficiently, it might kind of help them, but then you're kind of doing something close to, you know, maybe like state capitalism or even like Soviet communism, or what was supposed to be Soviet communism. Like, it's the same shit. Every country has it. Every country has at least one state, province, fucking county, whatever you want to call it, that is, they're a bit weird, and every time something happens, they want to break away. And usually it's the one, which is, it's a frontier population, so it was one of the last ones to be inhabited. Alberta's a frontier population. Western Australia's a frontier population. It's always the last places that people fucking move into, and the hardest ones to actually establish a working society in. And they're usually resource states, provinces, whatever. Western Australia, mining and wheat. Alberta, oil and wheat. Like, it's always that. And they always get this idea that they're different to everyone else and they want to break off and become their own thing. So nationalism's... Basically, national identity is a load of garbage that people teach you to keep you under control. That's the big takeaway from this. But so every national identity is synthetic to an extent. And Ukrainian is kind of more... The way we recognize it now, it's kind of more synthetic because of just the recent history. But that's not to say that the Ukrainian people have not been historically a thing, which is what the Russians are trying to... Or the Russian government, again, differentiate. But that's what the Russian government's trying to claim. Like, historically, they have very much been a thing. They've been a different thing at times, but they have been a thing. Barry McCorkina, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So... but that's part of, if you look at the summary of Foundations of Geopolitics, that's one of the top items is Ukraine doesn't real, we invented it actually, and so we're going to go in and take it over, and, you know, that's what they're doing. And that's why I'm worried about what's going to happen if they're actually successful. Because there's a lot of talk in there that's strangely familiar to anyone who's a student of 20th century history, including the specific phrase, the Ukrainian question. Which, by the way, has been repeated multiple times in speeches over the past couple of days. So, I'm very worried about what they're going to do. I'm hoping it doesn't get to that point, and something, you know, Putin has a terrible accident. If he keeps mistreating the VDV the way he is and getting them killed, maybe he will earn his fucking blue-striped Telnyashka by taking a vacation out a window. I hope that happens. Even if fucking Shoigu took power at this point, he'd be better. He still wouldn't be good, but he'd be better. What's that? Just a really tall tree, I think. It's how China... Yeah, exactly. That's how you... Anytime somebody says the country or ethnicity question, like, every alarm bell in your head... and some that aren't even in your head, should start going off at once. Because that is exactly where that's going. There is no other place that phrase can go. Catch you later, Steve. Have a good night, man. I don't even know where I am at this point. I need to find some food, though. Oh, it's about to be daytime. That was kind of a shit-ass night, huh? It didn't even get dark. Yeah, let's hope not, but I don't know. I'm not holding my breath anymore. I was going somewhere with that whole thing. I forgot where it went now. I can barely think straight at this point. I haven't slept real well for the past week because I cannot get away from it. But again, this brings me back to, like, it's very unfashionable, especially now, but it's very unfashionable in the West to say, oh, we should have done something, or maybe we created the situation. Like, we literally created the circumstances that allowed this to come into power, and we want to sit here and say, no, it's nothing to do with us. We had no hand in this whatsoever. Yes, we did. We didn't invade Ukraine. We didn't make the decision to invade Ukraine. We didn't ask Russia to do it. We didn't goad Russia into doing it. None of that. But by letting this come to power and not doing anything about it, This is what comes of it. Like, you cannot just sit there and watch this shit happen and only go, oh, this is bad once it starts. So that is one thing I will agree with Putin on. The one sole thing I'll agree with him on is that 1991 and the collapse of the Soviet Union was probably one of the greatest disasters of the 20th century. Probably one of the greatest disasters of the 20th and 21st centuries, honestly. But not for the reasons he thinks. It was a disaster precisely because it gave rise to the situation where he was able to come into power. It was a disaster exactly because it caused Russian ideological thinking to shift so far to the right. Oh, I'm from Alberta. I live in Australia now. I've been here most of my life, but I'm from Edmonton. I've just lost the accent with time. But yeah, like, that's why it was a disaster. I mean, my own feelings about the Soviet Union and what it could have been versus what it was aside, the fact that its collapse was the genesis of what's happening now, that alone is enough reason to say, yes, it was the greatest disaster. Because if this follows through to its logical conclusion and nobody stops it, then it's going to be right up there with the other great disaster of the 20th century. Interesting, Gorbachev hasn't said anything. Gorbachev is probably more concerned about not spending his last days in a fucking prison at this point, honestly. Also, Gorbachev only has so much traction. Really? Am I here already? Okay, interesting. A lot of Western sort of... I don't like using the term Western because it feeds into the kinds of narratives that these people use anyway, but, you know, a lot of people in English-speaking countries in particular, but across Europe in general, will buy into anything Gorbachev says because he's the great man who brought down the Berlin Wall and brought peace and all this, while he's also the man who, I don't think, fully understood what he was doing. I'm not prepared to crucify him like a lot of communist friends of mine are, but he, like, this is partly on him. He probably didn't realize the full extent of what he was doing. That's my opinion. He probably didn't, like, because he was brought up in the Soviet Union after the revolution. He went through the Soviet school system. So he would have only been taught what the Soviet Union wanted him to learn, which happened to leave out all the sordid details of how the Soviet Union was actually brought together. So a lot of the stuff, particularly with regards to opening up more free speech, which then immediately led to a surge in nationalism, in Russia, let alone the republics that didn't want to be part of the USSR originally, he probably didn't realize what he was doing, because he probably didn't think it was going to be that bad, because he probably believed what he was taught in school, which is that the Soviet Union was a happy place that all just magically fell together out of a belief in solidarity and the triumph of the workers. Like, he probably honestly believed that. I doubt anyone would have corrected him. So anyway, yeah, I doubt he's really got much to gain by speaking up on this, and he's got a lot to lose. Like, why would you basically screw yourself into spending your last days in prison just to score a couple of brownie points with the West when they kind of don't even really care about you anymore anyway? And anyone in the West who, you know, who is even slightly left of center considers you to be a fucking traitor. Oh no, he's not. He is hated in Russia. Not just by communists either, he's hated there because everything that happened in the 90s was seen to be his fault. It is, yeah, like, it is looking very familiar. I'm just hoping that something gets done before it progresses quite to that stage. But the other plus side is... and this is something like, Nazi Germany was incredibly corrupt. Fascist states are always incredibly corrupt. You can't have fascism without rampant fucking corruption. They basically go hand in hand. And you can actually see this in the Western states too, where the more fasci they've got, the more corrupt they've got, and vice versa. It's pretty obvious. But anyway, Nazi Germany was famously corrupt, but it was at least functional enough at the start of World War II to not, like, fuck itself as bad as Russia's fucking itself now. Like, it is unbelievable to me how badly they're doing. I mean, they're still gaining ground, don't get me wrong. Like, as much as it's comforting to root for Ukraine and think that the Ukrainians are going to win this and Russia's going to, you know, go lynch Putin and the problem will just solve itself, it's magical thinking, dude. The Ukrainians are putting up a phenomenal fight for what they're faced with, but at the same time, their core of experienced soldiers is still trapped in the east because they've just been sitting on their hands out by Mariupol trying to hold the fucking cordon against the Russia's puppets. So they're at risk of getting cut off, surrounded, and reduced. So there's that. The Ukrainians are still hugely outnumbered in terms of general reserve. The Russians actually went in with less people than they should have by a long way. But if Russia brings the full force of its military to bear, the Ukrainians are outnumbered, they're outgunned. Like, it's not looking real good for them in a big picture kind of perspective, but in terms of what they're actually doing on the ground, they're doing fucking phenomenally well. They're having a great time as far as, you know, fending off the Russians goes. They're not having a great time as far as anything else goes. But, I don't know. Like, the overall picture, it's kind of, could go either way. And there's a lot of, something else I should say, because it was brought up to me last night in Discord, was a guy, his surname kind of made me think maybe he's from a Slavic-speaking background, but he's obviously been in the West for a while. And he posted a clip from Solovyov's propaganda program, which was purporting that there was maybe even playful banter, at least, of the idea of overthrowing leadership and installing some sort of war council. And I thought, really? On that show? So I listened through it, and the whole crux of this interpretation that even one of the chief propaganda channels is considering the idea that maybe we should get rid of the leadership and start over, or you know, maybe do something with the West. The crux of that was a mistranslation based on him hearing a word that wasn't in that sentence. Like, this is the level of wishful thinking and you know, just the West deluding themselves that we have to kind of be cautious of here. I can't remember the exact phrase, but it was basically Solovyov and this other guy, like I was saying, were talking about implementing something kind of familiar or kind of similar to war communism as a temporary economic measure to recover from the special economic operation of the West. And this guy because he misheard this one word, because he wanted to mishear it. I think, you know, it's one of those things. If you want it hard enough, you'll hear it. He instead translated it as them talking about a change in leadership, and then, you know, a economic reorganization and all this. And he also heard him use the word war, and he's like, oh my god, they're calling it a war. They're calling it a war. That's a massive blow against Moscow. He was calling the Western measures a war. He wasn't calling what's going on in Ukraine a war. He was calling the Western sanctions or special economic measures a war. So if you go into this thinking that magically some shit's going to happen and Putin will just, like, stop being in charge, you're going to delude yourself because you're going to hear things that don't exist. Oliver Stone's documentary Ukraine on Fire from 2016 gives an interesting perspective on Euromaidan. I haven't seen that yet, but I should probably watch it. Part of Ukraine's problem, and Russia's capitalized on this, and I would not be surprised, given the extent of their goals, you know, as laid out in Dugin's book. I would not be surprised if this wasn't because of some degree of Russian meddling, plus the domestic, like, let's not pretend Ukraine doesn't have problems with fascism. It fucking does. It has for a long time, but they're not, like, at the level of the entire country. You know, like, they're not any more fascist than any European country. They're not any more, they're probably less fascist than the UK at this point. Like, you know, it's blown out of proportion, but because the small minority are so loud, it's very easy to pick up on. And Euromaidan getting hijacked almost immediately by right sector and like fucking OUN reboots and stuff like that. That was very suspicious right from the start, and that should have been addressed right from the start. Instead, like, from my perspective, Western media was saying, no, there's no Nazis in Ukraine. Nazis in Ukraine don't exist. They're not real. No, right sector are not Nazis. They're just a simple, slightly right-of-center party, just like we have here. Like, all this, it was unbelievable, the amount of drivel printed by the Western press to give the impression that none of this shit was real, and there was not a problem. That is the edge of the map. I am so low. I think I'm in the southeast. I know where I am in reference to the Contact DLC, because this part of the map is one of the places you go after Contact, but I don't remember exactly where it is. I think it's the southeast, or like the central east. But yeah, like they put out so much disinformation and so many just ludicrous claims that this wasn't a problem. It was a problem. It was not an all-consuming problem, but it was allowed to become one. Again, because they think if we just close our eyes, stick our fingers in our ears and hum loud enough, it doesn't exist. It's not real. Can't hurt us. Yeah, Putin. Putin is denazifying Ukraine, he says. Well, who's he sending in to do it? Wagner. Wagner, named after the Nazis' favorite composer, whose leader is a fucking skinhead with a fucking Reichsadler over his chest, and then SS collar tabs tattooed onto his collarbones. Yeah, they're sending them to denazify by assassinating the Jewish Ukrainian president. Sorry, what? Like, this is what I mean. This is a classic play from this whole handbook of modern Russian politics as practiced by United Russia and the kind of leftovers of the Nazbol movement, is you accuse the other side, and fascists in general do this too, but you accuse the other side of the thing you're doing. It's like the first thing you go to is accuse the other side of doing the thing you're doing and being the thing that you are. So when Putin says Ukraine is full of fascists, what he really means is the Russian government is run by fascists. And when Putin says we're denazifying Ukraine, what he really means is we're sending Nazis to Ukraine to enact our own little, you know, if it's allowed to go to its logical conclusion, their own little Holocaust. Like, what do you think will happen if Russia does take Kiev and maybe get Zelensky? They'll probably, I don't know. If they take Kiev, they'll pronounce it part of Russia. They'll pronounce their own government. They'll probably bring. I don't know if they'll bring old mate back, Yanukovych. I don't know if they'll bring him back, but they'll certainly install a puppet government of some sort and proclaim it their regional capital. And they'll say Ukraine's part of Russia. Then they'll start slowly applying the thumb screws when it comes to trying to get rid of the Ukrainian language and Ukrainian culture and Ukrainian history. That's probably what they'll do. One thing I will say is I'm curious to see what they actually do to Kiev to try and take it, because the thing is, Kiev is full of very important historical sites, not just for Ukrainians, but for Russians too. So if the Russian army levels that city and blows up, like, any of those, that will probably not help them domestically either. The issue is you have, like I said, you've got all the zombies that sit there and watch state TV and believe everything it tells them. You're never going to change their minds. The only way you will convince them that they've been lied to and that Putin is the bad guy here is if somebody fucking offs Putin and then holding his head on a pike appears on, you know, Russia Today or Russia 24 and says, Putin was bad, I'm in charge now, what I say is the law. They'll believe that then. Like, the older population are so just passive. So passive. They will believe whatever the government tells them. Younger people, not so much, but the younger people are going to try and leave the country or find ways around it. Like I said, I've got friends that have already been bailing out. A couple of them barely made it. So they're going to have massive brain drain, because the kinds of people, by the way, the kinds of people who are actually aware of what's happening in the real world and aware of just how fucked up this situation are, guess who they are? Mostly people like, I don't know, IT professionals? The exact people that Russia needs to retain the most. Russia has mechanics and factory workers for days. Not to diminish the importance of those, but they have plenty of them. They've always had plenty of them. Russia has engineers coming out of its ears. But what Russia does not really have that many of is good software people, or you know, electronic hardware people, digital infrastructure people. It's always lacked them. The Soviet Union lacked them, Russia lacked them in the 90s, they started coming in since then, and now they've finally had a decent sort of basis of them. They're all fucking off because they were the first ones to see the writing on the wall and decide they didn't want to live in that country anymore. So they're going to have a massive brain drain, as well as the economic crisis that they're staring down the barrel of. What are we at now? 6 days where the stock market wasn't opened? They're fucked. Like, they're completely fucked. Like I said, I can only guess that the upper echelons of Russian political leadership and military leadership live in a complete fucking information bubble, and they actually like believe their own shit. That's the only way I can make sense of what they're doing. Because, I mean, I know Putin's a fan of gambling, but I would have thought that the stakes are a bit high even for him. Destroy your country versus form fucking Hyperborea or whatever it is they're trying to do. You know? I think that'll be a fucking absolutely. Absolutely. Have you ever dealt with Ukrainians? Like, I'm from a city which is, like, probably half Ukrainians. Like, every second or third person in the entire of Alberta, their surname ends in Chuk or Enko. If you have, like, never met Ukrainians before, if there is one thing they will fucking defend, it's their Ukrainian identity. Like, it's maybe not as fierce in Ukraine itself, because the ones that have gone over as part of the diaspora were typically the ones not welcome in the Soviet Union, but the Ukrainian diaspora is intensely nationalist, to the point where if you wanted to deal with alleged Ukrainian Nazis, you would go to the diaspora in places like Canada, the US, Australia, wherever, because that's where the literal Nazis went at the end of World War II. But yeah, even Ukrainians who grew up in the Soviet Union and live in Ukraine now, they're not going to welcome the Russians with open arms for the most part. Some of the ones in the East, maybe. Most of them aren't. And the younger ones especially aren't. So there will absolutely be a guerrilla war. It's going to be fucking brutal. It's going to make Syria look like a fucking picnic. It kind of already is. You know, like, it's just stupid. I don't know what exactly they think they're going to do with their resolving of the so-called Ukrainian question, because Ukraine has a population of 40 million. It's probably about 39 or 38 million now, because people are fleeing in droves if they can, but Ukraine's population is way, way too big, even for Russia to competently be able to do something like that too, unless they do it over the course of literal decades, which maybe is the idea. Just normalize it enough that the rest of the world stops making a fuss, and then do it over the next couple decades. I don't know. It's less than a third. It's less than a third. Russia's population is about 200 and something million, I think. Actually, Russia's population might be less than that now. The Soviet Union's population was like 220, 250 million after World War II. Like, you know, in the 60s, 70s kind of era from memory. So it might have gone down. But it's somewhere around 200 million, so Ukraine's about a fifth, maybe less. But that's still a lot of people. That is a lot of people. A lot of them served in the Soviet army. There's a lot of experience there. There's a lot of knowing what the Russians do and how the Russians think and how the Russians behave. There's also the benefit the Ukrainians have that they speak Russian. Almost all of them speak perfect or near perfect Russian. Even the ones who were born after the Soviet Union collapsed. So they speak the same language when they're not speaking Ukrainian to each other. They live in towns that look exactly the same as Russian soldiers' hometowns look like. They grew up with the exact same cartoons. They grew up with the same food. They grew up with the same everything. Like, this is the thing. And this is, again, where this kind of grain of truth thing comes with Ukrainian identity. Ukrainian identity and Russian identity are close enough that, yeah, you can say, oh, well, it's not real. We made it up. But that's not how that works. What actually happens is your soldiers go there, see, oh, fuck, these are basically our people, and decide not to kill them. It'd be like sending people from here to go shoot Western Australians if they try and break off and form their own country. It's not going to go well, because people here are going to look at them and go, fuck, these are Aussies. Like, what the fuck, cunt? They're a bit weird, but they're Aussies. Same shit. it isn't strictly a civil war, but it's like a civil war with extra steps, basically. 144 mil for... Holy fuck. Oh, bro. 144 for Russia. It was legit. It was over 200 and... It was over 220, I'm pretty sure, during the Soviet Union. Well, yeah, because they would have had the extra republics. I'm dumb. Don't mind me. I wonder what the RSFSR was then. It would have been... Yeah, no, that sounds about right. I can't do maths. So then they lost, yeah, nearly half their population when it broke up. But most of their population was in Russia, so they probably lost people anyway for that to work out. But yeah, that is close enough. That's, you know, nearly a third. That's close enough that, or hang on. I can't do maths. I'm hopeless. Like, somewhere between a third and a quarter. But yeah, that's really bad. That's really, really fucking bad. Good luck. Lost 9 aircraft or more in just 24 to 36 hours. I don't trust the Ukrainian claims. The Ukrainians are overclaiming to fucking back on everything. But I know they've lost a lot of aircraft compared to what they should have. And I know they've lost a lot of tanks. So I've mostly been keeping track of Oryx for Russian losses and Ukrainian losses, to be honest, because they're fairly unbiased and reliable. And they only document something as a loss when they see photographic or video evidence of it and can tell that it's not the same vehicle they've already seen. Yeah, Oryx, it's like a South African defense consultancy site. There's a link to the loss tables in the Discord. But according to Oryx, the Russians have lost, like, last time I checked, which was before 2 shoot-downs last night, last time I checked they were sitting at like 6 or 7 aircraft lost. They'd lost a ridiculous number of tanks. And not even all knocked out. About a third of their tanks were knocked out, a third were abandoned, and a third were captured by the Ukrainians. So technically 2/3 abandoned, but just a third of them got towed away by tractors. Like, it's just... They're getting their shit pushed in compared to what you would expect. But again, like, this isn't because the Russian army are incompetent, or because Russian equipment is bad, or because the Ukrainians are fucking, like, supermen or whatever. This is because the Russian leadership is so rotten to the core, and this whole operation was so badly thought out. I think as well there was a degree of them realizing our troops aren't going to want to fight their own families, because there are a shitload of Ukrainians who have families in Russia and a shitload of Russians who have families in Ukraine. They're not going to want to fight their own people. So they probably intentionally held off telling the lower level troops where they were going until the last minute, because they knew it wasn't going to be a popular decision at all. So they're going in with way less information and preparation they should have. They're going in with way less in terms of sheer numbers. You know, the golden ratio, 3-to-1 attack to defend. What are they, like 1-to-3 or some shit they went in with? Like, what the fuck? That is such an ancient rule of warfare. Like, there's just so many things like that that boggle my mind. It's not because the Russian army's bad at war, quite far from it. The Russian army, when it operates as it's intended to be used, is really good at war. There's a reason that the Germans got their shit wrecked after they woke up in the mid-40s. You know, like 42, 43, when the Russian army, or the Soviet army, sorry, when the Red Army activated, they fucking towed the Germans. They proved they were better at combined arms warfare than the Germans had ever been. Because guess where the Germans fucking learnt it from? The Soviets. The Soviets were the pioneers of this shit. The Germans copied their homework, changed a few things, and then fucked it up anyway. Like, it's not that they don't know how to do this stuff, it's that for whatever insane reason, they aren't doing it. They're not doing the thing that they're supposed to do. Like, if any of the Soviet fucking generals could see the shit they're pulling now, they would be absolutely apoplectic. Because this is, like, not what they fucking left behind for them. You know, I mean, they'd be quite angry about the political situation, let alone anything else, but, like, it's just... It makes no sense. It's just fucking mind-boggling. Why do you think they went in with only partly hubris, partly because they probably didn't want to push their luck too far with... Like, I think what we're seeing is they're pushing their luck to see what NATO will let them get away with, and then when they hit some resistance they don't like, they'll kind of backpedal slightly. I think that's what we saw in 2014, and since then, I think we're seeing it much worse now. This is like an actual concerted effort, but I think there's still that element of let's test them and see what they'll do, and then we'll go from there. Because I don't know if you guys saw it, but this is one actual potentially good bit of news, quite apart from the delusional they're going to overthrow Putin, but Putin was just about blubbering for the cameras the other day about how let's not be too hasty. We need to, you know, we never meant ill towards anyone. We don't mean ill towards any of our neighbors. You know, we don't mean ill towards the West. So we should maintain dialogue with the West and all this. He's hurting. He is hurting. He realizes how badly he's fucked up, I think. So I think there's going to be an element of backpedaling, but it's not backpedaling enough to actually get the Russians out of fucking Ukraine. I think he's trying his luck. I've seen no less than 3 separate Su-25 wrecks. I've seen 2 Ukrainian and then like 3 or 4 Russian. 2 Su-30 SM. I saw a Su-30, either a Su-30 SM or a Su-34 get shot down last night. I'm not sure which, but it was 2 shoots, so it would have been one of those 2. And the N26 was, that wasn't shot down, that was lost over Voronezh, I think, due to some sort of mechanical failure or pilot error, I'm not sure which. But that was, that crashed on the Russian side of the border, it wasn't shot down. The Ukrainians have lost, that I know of, 2 Su-27s, one of which was almost certainly friendly fire by their own air defense. They've lost at least 2 Su-25s. What else have they lost? I think they lost an AN-26 as well. They haven't lost any MiG-29s yet that I know of, which is pretty impressive. Considering the MiG-29s are up there doing a lot of fighting. Oh yeah, the other one's the one that got hit by the Tochka. Yeah. That makes sense. So one shot down and then one kaboomed on the parking. Oh, where are you coming from? There you are. Bitch! Yeah, at an airfield. Milarovo got fucking smacked by a Tochka. And then the other day they hit one of the other airfields. I can't remember which one. I really hope, I don't know how this is going to end, I don't know when this is going to end, I hope soon and I hope it ends well, but I kind of doubt it. But regardless what happens, I hope by the end of it, the Russians end up with with better leadership and a better, even if they don't go with democracy in the Western sense of it, just something better than this. Like, part of the reason people like Putin happen is because the 90s, again, everything comes back to the 90s. The 90s was so bad for Russia that pretty much everyone just immediately became disillusioned with the Western ideas of democracy and a free market because it was fucking them over completely. Please don't land on top of me. That was a shell, probably chemical. But yeah, like, I really hope they end up with better leadership. I really hope that dialogue with the West gets restored. I hope that the Ukrainians and the Russians can work something out. Like, it would be heartbreaking to see 2 countries, 2 people who are so closely entwined and have been throughout their history, like, remain at each other's throats for the rest of time after this shit. Like, that would be really not nice and not good for anyone. But I don't know. I kind of feel like the damage might have been done already. If, like, this is the thing too. The whole gas cloud, question mark? Or maybe just sunset, I don't know. The whole thing with wanting to bring Ukraine back as part of Russia, first of all, wanting it to be part of Russia proper and get rid of Ukrainian culture is fucking insane and obviously evil. You know, trying to delete fucking... What? Trying to delete entire nationalities, ethnicities, whatever, is clearly fucked up by any sane measure. Like, that shouldn't even be a debate. But if Russia really wanted to keep Ukraine in its general sphere of influence, not as part of itself, but in its general sphere of influence, you know how you do that? I'll give you a hint. It's not by being the nice guy, spiteful ex-boyfriend who stalks it and fucking smacks it around and all this shit. It's by, you know, being actual friendly, helpful, constructive neighbors and doing things that actually make them want to be, you know, kind of connected to your country in some way. That's how you keep someone in your sphere of influence. You actually be nice to them. Like, radical concept, I know. The Americans could fucking stand to learn that lesson a few times over as well, but, like, it's so simple, and yet these fucking lunatics who end up in the halls of power seem so completely unable to process it. Is there a light on in there? I already checked that barracks, didn't I? Yeah. Interesting. Oh, it might just be the dirt on the windows reflecting the sun. But yeah, like, I don't know how this shit is such a radical concept. It's pretty fucking obvious to me. Okay, he's in the next room. There's one running around the back of the building, there's one in the next room. Whoops. Yeah, that is nationalism, and that's why nationalism needs to be stamped out as quickly as possible whenever it rears its ugly head. Just immediately fucking stamped out. Through whatever means necessary. Because I'm gonna do something really fucking haram here. I'm gonna dispute the liberal view of the world. Sometimes it's necessary to do something unpleasant to prevent something much worse from happening. You can't just be all sunshine and rainbows and happiness and expect people that don't subscribe to your worldview, who clearly have bad intentions, to just magically, like, give up those bad intentions because you said nice words to them. Like, it's the whole idea that you know, punching a Nazi makes you as bad as the Nazi, if not worse, is insanity. It's literally, like, people who say that shit are literally Nazi apologists. They're fucking collaborators. You know, if you actually try and stop people from attacking somebody who is going to cause incalculable harm, because, oh no, it's wrong to do violence to them even though they're going to do 10 times the violence to someone else, you're fucking insane. You are fucking insane if you actually believe that. Like, there is, as far as I'm concerned, there should be no place in society for people that believe that shit, because it's dangerous. It's just as dangerous as the ideologies that actually directly cause these problems in the first place, because it allows them to fester and to gain power, and then by the time you notice, it's too fucking late. This whole it's like I guess a Christian morality thing, like the idea that you just turn the other cheek. There's a time and a place for that. Maybe for a minor infraction that you can get over. Yeah, maybe that. But if somebody is threatening to cause, like, enormous amounts of harm, it is a moral imperative to harm them, to stop them from harming others. Like, violence against insane genocidal regimes is not morally wrong, it is a moral imperative. If you do not do it, you are the morally wrong one. It's simple. It's fucking simple. It is so easy. There is no... You don't need to do some complicated fucking 5D chess to work this shit out. It's not fucking difficult. It is the most simple, basic fucking worldview there is that do the least amount of harm possible, and if somebody else is threatening to do harm, do what you can to stop them. Like, if you have to do harm, make it proportional to, you know, whatever you're trying to stop, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But you do not let this shit fester. You cannot sit there and say, oh no, it's wrong to do that because it's violent. It's wrong to do that because it disrespects their human rights. Bro, fucking Nazis have human rights? That's news to me. I didn't realize that they had human rights because they sure as fuck don't respect anyone else's. You know, this is the core of my worldview. The most basic level of my view of the world and how I interact with other human beings is you are worth exactly as much as a human being as how you treat the most vulnerable person below you. If you mistreat people who are more vulnerable than you, you are not a person in my view, and I don't care what happens to you, you deserve whatever you get. Because if you would abuse someone who's weaker than you and more vulnerable than you, then you don't deserve to be part of society. You can't play nice with the other kids, you don't get to come to the fucking playground. Simple. I don't understand how that's such a radical and dangerous concept. It just... And you can see where it gets us. Like, this whole thing, you can see where that kind of thinking gets us, that, oh no, it's two wrongs don't make a right. You know, me stealing something off a guy because he stole something off me, yeah, that doesn't make a right. Me going out and fucking bombing someone because I know he's about to conduct a genocide, that is absolutely right. There is no wrong there at all. Not doing anything would be wrong. It is, and I don't want to lend weight to things like American imperialism or European imperialism here, because this, you know, this kind of argument could get taken that way. It shouldn't be. You don't get to play world police, but when you are, you know, when there is a situation that's not that complex, when you can clearly see there is a risk of harm to somebody, and like, you know, there's not some great complex web of violence going on. It is literally one-sided violence, like what the Russians are going to try and do in Ukraine, like what the Nazis did. Any of that shit. One-sided violence where it's not a complex web of like Israel versus Palestine or fucking Greece versus Turkey or whoever, whatever other you know, India versus Pakistan, whatever spicy part of the world you want to fucking go with. That's complicated because that goes back a long way and they're doing it to each other constantly. But where it is one side decides, they just wake up and choose violence. They wake up and decide, I'm going to go delete that country, or I'm going to go fucking remove this person's national identity, or I'm going to kill like 20 of these people because I don't like them. There is no question there. There should be no question there. It is a moral imperative to act, and it is a moral imperative to use exactly as much force as is necessary to stop that. You know, it doesn't, like, who cares? Oh no, I had to use violence to stop something far more violent from happening. Fucking get over it, you know? Sometimes the world works like that. You can't just sit there wringing your wrists for all eternity saying, oh boy, I sure hope no one does a genocide. Oh boy, I sure hope nothing bad happens. Oh, well, I can't get involved in this because, like, no, fuck that. It's just such a weak-minded, weak-willed, kind of cynical worldview where nothing is your responsibility and so you don't get involved. It's like the people that, when they see a fucking car crash, they don't help anyone because they're worried they'll get sued. Fucking same shit. Like, so what if you get fucking sued? Fight it in court. You fucking save someone's life, dude. Who cares? Yeah, people who treat animals badly, I have to be careful exactly how I phrase what I think about this on Twitch, because I'll probably get banned if I say exactly what I think, but people who treat animals badly should be removed from the animal kingdom. Because people who treat animals badly, by default, like there is no alternative here, by default, if you treat animals badly, it means you're a shit person and you're going to treat humans badly. Like, those two things go together a full 100% of the time. The Venn diagram of those two groups is a full eclipse. You know, if you want a slightly less extreme example, people who treat service staff badly, I just write off immediately. If I see someone treat, you know, customer service badly, like you go to fucking Macca's or something, you're hungry because you're a bit drunk, and they treat the fucking person behind the counter like shit because they fuck up the order, fuck that, I know they're a piece of shit. I know that they're going to be a piece of shit to everyone around them. I know that they're going to be a piece of shit to me sooner or later. They're a write-off. I still have a bandage, but I'll use this. I'll go through the shitty shit before I go through the good shit. Thought of volunteering briefly across my mind. I don't think I'd be much good, though. I'm going to say this. Whether you volunteer or not is a personal choice. There's arguments for and against it, you know, quite apart from the political situation. I will say this. If you do decide to volunteer, I would recommend you have at least military experience, preferably military and or medical experience. If you have no combat experience, don't volunteer. You'll do more harm than good. Or go as like a, you know, go to help distribute humanitarian aid or help get people out. Do not go to fight if you have no experience. So I'd say that. I'd also say be very careful who you volunteer for, because this is part of the problem, is groups like Azov, who are the actual Nazis, right? What am I doing? Groups like Azov are jumping on top of this kind of undercurrent of support for Ukraine in the West, and they are recruiting people from the West to their groups. And if the people that volunteer to go fight with Azov aren't already Nazis, they will be by the time they're done and they come back home. And the last thing Ukraine needs is actual Nazis going over to fight with Azov, because that just gives the Russians more of an excuse to say, look, we warned you. It makes problems worse in Ukraine once this is all said and done with, because they're going to have a bigger Nazi problem. And it gives us big problems, because these fucking pieces of shit are going to come back. Oh, these pieces of shit are going to come back to our countries and apply what they've learnt in Ukraine. So I would be very careful if you guys decide to volunteer and go over and fight in Ukraine. Be very fucking careful who you volunteer to fight with. Very careful. Let me just sort myself out here for a minute. We will put that there and then load that. Is that in better condition than my existing helmet? No, they're both the same. So yeah, be very careful. If you don't have useful experience, don't go. You'll be doing more harm than good. If you have weird medical conditions, like there was I think a Canadian comedian or some guy, it was some random guy. Gilson gave him an earful on Twitter already, so I don't need to. But he was saying how he's going to go volunteer to fight in Ukraine after being rejected from the Canadian army for having, what is it, fucking hematophilia or whatever it's called, where you don't stop bleeding because your blood can't form platelets. He's going to get people killed. If he gets shot, he's going to take blood that was needed for 3, 4, 5 other people. He's going to get people killed. Simple as fucking day. If you have, yeah, hemophilia. If you have some fucked up medical, like if you can't apply to the military in your own country, don't fucking go to Ukraine. You're going to make their problems worse. Insect population declined by about 70%. We still believe there are humans that don't treat animals badly. I have to admit, if I see a cockroach, the chemical weapons come out. I have a legit phobia of cockroaches because of the movie Mouse Hunt. I used to, like, when I was a kid, I had no issue with them. I thought they were such fascinating little things. Like, other people would be like, ew, cockroach. I'd be like, going and looking at it and picking it up, and like, they didn't bother me until I saw Mouse Hunt. And that one specific scene, if you've seen the movie, you know exactly which one I mean. That ruined them for me. I cannot even think about them now without just like, ugh. Like, it's, ugh. But anything else, like spiders, I don't mind spiders. Particularly if they're, you know, harmless ones like huntsmen. They're the size of my hand, but they're harmless. Or things like wolf spiders. Wolf spiders get such a bad rap, but they're honestly fine. I don't mind spiders. I will either pick them up and carry them outside, or I'll just leave them in my flat and they can catch whatever else gets in here. Like, I don't understand why some people have such a massive issue with bugs. I am so dead. Why? Oh, come on. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna bleed out here. Fucking... Yeah! It goes from okay to shit so quickly in DayZ. Hello? Do I not have... Put that in your fucking hands. Spiders are pretty smart, yeah. Absolutely. There are a lot of animals which are smarter than most of the people that kill them, to be fair. Still bleeding. I'm red on blood, which means I'm about to bleed out. From how many hits? Not many. I'm probably going to go unconscious here in a minute. And I'm not making any more blood because I'm hungry. I need food badly. Oh, I got a weapon cleaning kit. I forgot I picked that up. Salty sticks. I'm going to get dehydrated. Wonderful. Don't need that. Oh, I've got some water. I'll drink this. Hopefully find a well to refill it. Do I have any other food? Yes. Something else I need to do is I need to... I got matches, so I could go hunting, actually. If I find some more deer. It's going to be a waste of ammo, but we can try it. Yeah, I know, right? The physiology stuff. This is what I mean. Like, the physiology in DayZ is just dumb. Like, the theory's okay, but the practice is just dumb. Get rid of that from there. Put this in here. Yeah, we'll keep... What I'll probably do is actually put that there, and then these there. Then I can put my grenades on there. I found a Smursh vest. Smursh vests, maybe not now, but back when I used to play DayZ a lot more, Smursh vests were one of the rarest items in the game. They could only be found at helicopter crashes. They were like gold if you found one. And now it's like, oh, I have a Smursh vest, like early game. Amazing. Yep, there we go. Unconscious. Spoiled kid simulator, pretty much. Part of the reason that the axe is less effective is because the zombies are, fuck, what's the word? Wes jamming, Growling Sidewinder would call it. But what's the word from fighting games? Like when you get up in somebody's shit so they can't actually hit you? That's what they're doing to me. They're getting so close, I cannot hit them with my axe, the actual head of the axe. I'm hitting them with the axe handle and not with very much force. I think that's why the axe seems to do so little damage sometimes and one hits them other times. Could be wrong on that, but I'm reasonably sure that that's why that happens. Oh boy, I've been streaming for 8 hours and I totally didn't mean to do that today. Why am I like this? Every time I'm like, I'm going to stream for 3 hours today. It'll be a nice short one, then I'll have the rest of the day ahead of me. And it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. It's like, no, 8-9 hours later. Oops. Oh well, I'm enjoying myself. To be fair, that's probably the same worldview as the SPD in Germany in light of what the Bolsheviks did to the socialists in Russia. Germany in like the 20s was just a mess of it was like a microcosm of how liberals operate, honestly. Side with the fascists to stop the communists from getting in power because, you know, the communists at the time were certainly not doing their best, but you know, anything to stop them getting in power and upsetting the status quo, right? Yeah, it's only, well, it's actually nearly 2 PM here. And it's, well, tomorrow I've got armor, so depending on, I didn't feel like doing the last armor mission because, you know, whole Ukraine thing kind of put me out of the mood. But yeah, tomorrow probably armor, and then after that I do have to go out later in the day, so tomorrow might be a shorter stream. I just don't know what I'll do after armor yet. I'll figure something out. These buildings all look the same. I don't think I've... No, I haven't been in this one yet because I didn't find this yet. Give me that sweet, sweet BDU jacket. Or just make me pass out on the floor. That works too. Single player game would be cool. Yeah, I don't know what to play though. Like, I still got to finish High Fleet, but I've kind of not been in the mood for High Fleet. Not because hoo-hoo Russian game, which some people are legit trying to come out with now, like, oh, we shouldn't play Russian game. They're like, get fucked. More just because the atmosphere of it. Games that are kind of doomer, other than I guess DayZ, are not sitting real well with me right now, to be honest. I do want to get back into High Fleet though. Just maybe not this week. Help or hurt sales? Probably help, honestly. I don't know about you guys, but my faith in humanity is a pretty fickle thing, and having seen the sheer number of people profiteering successfully off the war in Ukraine, by offering merch about the fucking ghost of Kiev, or making videos about dogfights between Russian and Ukrainian planes. I'm not going to name names, but we all know who. I don't think it's going to hurt sales at all. It'll either do nothing or it will boost them, honestly. Workers and resources building a better world. You say that, but that would require a nonny to build it, because he can actually build functional countries and workers and resources. I can make them look pretty and look like Soviet cities, but I can't make them work like Soviet cities. I mean, I can make them work like late 1980s Soviet cities, I guess. But I haven't mastered the mechanical, so to speak, side of workers and resources yet. I need to. What I'd really like is for some sort of multiplayer add-on to workers and resources, so Anoni can do all the logistics and I can do all the city planning, like all the planning of residential areas and stuff. Because he has trouble doing that, and I have trouble with the industry. So he can handle the industry, and I can handle the like the social stuff. That would be an awesome thing to have, but I don't think it'll ever happen, to be honest. I don't think there was ever any intent to make workers and resources multiplayer. Spear might be good. You can use spears in DayZ, but with how hit detection works in this, I'm kind of like, it's probably going to be even worse than an axe, to be honest. And the axe is, like, it's also a case of how much shit do you want to lug around, because the axe is a tool. So I use the axe to drop trees, I can use the axe to fucking cut things up, you know, like divide up rags or whatever, whereas a spear is very much a one-use tool, or I guess I could use it to fucking shish kebab things. But it's generally a single use. It's a stock. See the clip I posted? I haven't watched any clips. Oh, Beepski's awake! Welcome back, Beepski. Fucking took you 8 hours, you cunt, but he's awake now. I have not seen it, no. I will probably watch it after the stream. I just don't want to, like, I know that opening clips on stream and sharing them with you guys is fun and cool, and a lot of other streamers do it. It's just, I'm like an idiot, and I have so many fucking browser tabs open at any given time that if I open them while streaming, it will probably crash my browser, OBS, or my entire PC. And half of them are autoplay videos on YouTube, documentaries about some obscure shit or other. So it's going to be a wall of noise until I hit pause on all of them. So I generally avoid that, to be honest. He's been on for a while, last 3 hours. Okay, well, I stand corrected. I'm sorry, Beepski. I'm sorry I was so rude and hurt your little pixel feelings. Maybe he was still, like, because I had to teach him to learn it, or like had to teach him a new band phrase earlier because somebody managed to drop a new link to a new follower selling service. So it wasn't one that's already in his vocabulary, so I had to put it in there. So now he auto bans them if they pop up. Which is, if you're starting out as a streamer, by the way, one of my top tips for a chat bot is to have it not time out links necessarily, although you can do that, but sit around other people's streams, especially small streamers where their chat's unmoderated, and see the phrases that come up. Buy whatever and whatever and whatever. Look at the URLs, copy the website name, like, you know, I'm not going to advertise them by saying the name, but, you know, like, followerstonks.com or something. for instance, you teach it to ban the phrase follower stonks, because no one's going to say that as one word, are they? Unless they're advertising it. So you have that as an auto-ban phrase, and the bots all tend to use particular turns of phrase, particular ways of speaking. So you find that turn of phrase, and you basically copy-paste half the sentence and tell the bot to ban that half the sentence, particularly because these bots are often run through a translator to get the bot text. People aren't normally going to say that phrase, so it's safe to make an auto-ban phrase, and if the bot false alarms on somebody, you can just unban them manually. But that's what I've done. So my chatbot will auto-ban... Be careful saying that, Josh. You're a mod, but be careful saying that. But my bot will auto-ban certain phrases. It doesn't matter who says them, doesn't matter when they say it, doesn't matter how many times they say it. If it detects a certain phrase that I have seen bots using, or if they say the name of the URL, the Beepski will ban them immediately and delete whatever they said. He's not quite... I mean, I could set a delay between actual chat and on-screen chat, so you wouldn't even see the link appear, but I don't want to do that because it slows down the interaction a bit with you guys, and it would trigger the fuck out of me anyway when I go back and watch the VOD to highlight stuff. So I could make it just not appear on screen at all, but as it is now, it appears on screen for maybe like half a second, and then Beepski just fucking dunks them. According to your standard, capitalists aren't human. I mean, I'm being called out in my own stream here, but look, there is no ethical consumption under capitalism, but there's rungs of unethicalness. I'm inventing way too many words today. But, you know, like, we all have to do capitalist shit to survive in the capitalist economy, me included. Like, I'm streaming and getting paid to stream. Not much, but it's something. We all have to engage with the system to survive in it, unless you are a very good survivalist who moves to the middle of fucking nowhere and just lives off the land. I would love to do that. I wish I was capable of doing that. Sadly, I am not. So, just like everyone else, I'm forced to embrace, to some extent or other, the evil machinations of capitalism. But you can do that without being a gigantic piece of shit. So, you know, even if you have to be a capitalist and do capitalist things, just don't be a gigantic piece of shit. You know, don't be an Elon Musk. Don't be a fucking Jeff Bezos. Don't be any of those kinds of guys. Don't be the person who fucking cuts their workers' wages so that they can give themselves a pay rise. Or, you know, fires someone because you decide that you can just pay somebody twice, you know, pay somebody for half as much for twice the hours because they don't know that you've negotiated a separate contract. Fucking individually negotiated contracts are at such a level of fucking despicableness, it's not even funny. And then, you know, the norm now, I guess. Isn't it great being the chief architect of your own exploitation? Isn't it wonderful? Fucking amazing. I mean, technically, I'm the chief architect of my own exploitation right now by streaming, and Bezos is getting part of this money, but you know what I mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not doing this deliberately, I swear. I think I'm actually caught up with chat. Impressively. Impressively caught up with chat somehow. Run ad block. Twitch are really good at getting around ads. Cathorius can tell you, you have to go to great pains to avoid ads on Twitch now. Like, they're really good at getting around ad blocks. YouTube, not so much. YouTube is, like, ad blocks still sufficient for that. But, and that's the shit thing too. Like, you... In a way, yes, it's kind of taking a bit of income off of the content creator. I hate that fucking term. But it's, you know, they are losing a little bit of money, but they weren't going to see most of that anyway. Like, half their ad revenue probably goes to the fucking middleman, which is usually AdSense, or in this case, Amazon. And then whatever they do get is very little. So, you know, even if most of their viewers are running ad block, they're still probably getting a reasonable amount off that. Plus they get money for other stuff like sponsorships and people can, especially now with YouTube's actually kind of caught up to Twitch in this. If you really like someone's shit but you don't want to deal with ads, you can just join their channel. So even if you are running ad block, you're still giving them something, you know? Yeah, exactly. Ad block and then sub to give money to the creator. That's what I do. If I like someone's stuff, I will sub to them. Or if I can't afford to sub to them for like recurring subscriptions, I will donate money to them for you know, every now and then when I can afford to do it. That's how I do things. Or, you know, if I need to tighten my belt a bit expenses-wise, I'll cycle my subs. So that, you know, for maybe 2 or 3 months this person gets a sub, then 2 or 3 months the next person gets it. Just to make sure that, you know, I am supporting the people I actually enjoy watching. But at the same time, I don't want to sound like I'm trying to, like, fucking 4D chess you guys. If you can't afford it, or you just don't care that much, don't feel obliged to give me money. If you want to, go right ahead, I won't stop you. But as Beepski notes there are more important places for that money to go right now. And while it does help me, you shouldn't feel obliged. I appreciate you guys just being here. I don't do this for a living. I don't expect to ever do this for a living. You know, I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm about as far removed from one as possible. I'm not planning on becoming a full-time streamer. I mean, I would like to be able to make this my primary source of income, but that is literally never going to happen. It does not pay enough. So this is a hobby for me. It's a hobby which I happen to get paid for doing. I didn't expect to even get affiliate, so the fact I've done that is impressive enough to me. So yeah, don't feel obliged, please. It'll make me feel bad. On Anita's stream, that's where you know me from. It was one of the Mental Health Monday streams too. I don't remember which one, but I remember it was one of those. Yeah, I think we did. It's funny, like, I haven't been able to watch Anita's streams for a while, partly because I'm too busy streaming myself, and partly because, she sets off my tics really badly now. Like, they're usually not a problem, but if I sit and watch her, I can't sit still. But when I was watching her streams more often, I ran into a bunch of friends that I'd been out of contact with for like 10 years. I ran into people that I play games, like I've played in the same games as them and not realized. Like, it's a small world. Really small world on Twitch. And some streams just seem to magnify that effect, I guess. I think it was like within a week, I came across an old friend from the cursed place we won't mention. Those who have been around for a while know where I'm talking about, but I came across them. I hadn't spoken to them for like minimum of 10 years at that point. And we just randomly bumped into each other in chat. And then M1, who's been hanging around every now and then lately as well. I hear dinner. Got you back. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sure one day I'll be made to atone for my actions. I don't want to do this with the Bison because it's loud as fuck, but at the same time, I have a sneaking suspicion that even in the wonderful world of DayZ, 22 long rifle is not going to be enough to drop a fucking deer. Even in the head. And the other thing is, I'm not sure if it's going to charge at me if I try and pop it with the 22. I forget, can you build rainwater collectors in DayZ? Is that a thing? I know it is in Rust. That's like how you get water in Rust. But I don't know if you can do it in DayZ. And if not, you should really be able to. Take care of at least one of your basic needs. Look, all I'm saying is Stockholm Syndrome is a known phenomenon now. There's treatments available. You don't have to go this alone. Especially after fucking my experience with DCS today. Oh man, like, on the one hand, it was so fun actually getting to do PvP in the Skyhawk, and I got to shoot down some planes with it. But on the other hand, oh my fucking god, what a shit show. It wasn't the Skyhawk's fault. The Skyhawk, except for the harms not working for whatever reason, not harms, strikes. Apart from the strikes not behaving, the Skyhawk performed flawlessly. The problem is just me. I'm such a fucking dumbass today. The thing that really worries me about DCS IL2 is how they're going to pay their employees from now on. Yeah. I am concerned about that too. I'm also concerned about how they're going to organize their employees because I don't know how many of them are still in Russia. It is one thing, I don't know about IL2, but partner, I didn't make partner, at least not that I checked. I did get affiliate. But I don't know about IL2, but ED at least is a Swiss-based company. They have offices outside Russia, so they've got something to fall back on, and I assume all their stuff's on a company server somewhere, so they, you know, even if Russia closed down right now completely and like made the Iron Curtain look like a fucking little bit of lace on the window, I assume that they could get what code they've got out and pick up from there. They just have to figure out who's going to pick up, you know, the workload. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I owe that entirely to Tawny, because for like a week straight, he dropped raids on me day after day after day. And so the conditions to make affiliate were, I assume they're still the same, an average of 3 viewers or more over a certain amount of hours, which I did not think I would get. And then he started dropping raids on me, and suddenly I had like 4 or 5 or something like that, and I made affiliate. And then slowly it crept up to 10, then slowly it crept up to 20, and now I think I sit... It depends on the stream. Like, when I do things other than DCS, my viewership goes down a bit, because I think most of you are here for DCS. Some of you aren't. Some of you are here for whatever, but I do pick up most of my viewers for DCS. So if I do like a pure DCS stream on a weekend or during the holidays or whatever, and I have an absolutely amazing session, I'm just killing it, like I was sort of end of 2019, early 2020, I pick up a lot more average viewers. But I think now I'm sitting at like 40-something average. It has spiked up close to 50, and then I've had a couple of individual streams where it was like in the 70s, which was scary, because that's 75 is the cutoff for partner. Bruh. I am reasonably sure I've just gone in a gigantic fucking circle. Oh, it's probably the same deer I heard earlier, actually, as I went through here. That's okay, we know to follow that road now. Jason said they were... Uh-oh. Said they were Cyprus-based. Yeah, like Gaijin and Wargaming then. Both Gaijin and Wargaming are Cyprus-based companies. It's usually done for tax reasons, but in the case of Russian, you know, companies that are functionally Russian, most of their employees are in Russia, it's kind of hedging your bets against whatever fucking insane course Russian politics takes at any given moment. Still wonder, how did you attract this many weebs? Because there's just so many fucking weebs on the internet, I think. I don't know. Oh... That was over there, I think. It's kind of hard to tell. The surround sounds a little janky with the shells. Yeah, that was behind me. Well, I guess we're not going back down that road. But I have noticed I've attracted a lot of, shall we say, people with alternative lifestyles. I think it's probably because I don't go out of my way to fucking rail against them. Like, I might not personally understand the lifestyles of some of the people I consider friends, but I don't really need to, as long as they're not doing anything, like, morally fucking fucked up. Basically, if you're not hurting anyone, and it's not like super weird, I don't care. Hey Anoni, hope you're going well, man. I saw you guys have devised a method of getting around the special economic operation regarding Steam. Hopefully that stays open. Yeah, they're over there. I'm worried about water at this point. Oh, is it not working? Shit. I hope that, like, I don't know why Valve, well, I guess it was just a signal that they were on board with it, but I don't get why Valve did that, because it's not gonna, I don't think Putin's gonna care if he can't buy games on Steam, just personally. I don't think that's going to affect the leadership much at all. And if they think that the gamers are going to rise up, then... Free VPN. I don't know if it's a thing you can get around with a VPN, though. It might be blocked on the, like, on the account side. Because Steam does make you say where your account's based. Like, for instance, I have an Australian-based account because I live in Australia. And if you give, like, if you... I don't remember if you can change that. I don't remember if they require you to provide proof of where you are to change it. But either way, if they find out you're fibbing to them, you probably get in trouble. I highly doubt it. It would be hilarious, but I highly doubt it. Let me eat this mushroom. I think the red ones are poisonous in DayZ. Famous last words, but I think the red ones are poisonous. These ones are okay. And I want to find those deer. I think they're at the top of this hill. Me and two friends played this some years ago. One of the two shoot above my head from 300 meters away or so. Turn around and do the same, but I got a headshot on one of them. Spent all day, like 6 hours trying to find each other. Yeah. Yeah, DayZ with friends is always fun. One of the first times because I usually just play alone, but one of the first times I actually played with friends, we got separated from each other because they spawned in fresh and I'd been on that character for some time. And the first thing that happened when they spawned in was some geared up guy with one of the payday masks tried to like mug them, and they're literally fresh spawns. But somehow, I don't even know how this happened. I think one of them had found handcuffs or something. Somehow, they knocked him out without getting shot, handcuffed him, took all his shit away, and then shot him in the leg and left him to bleed out. Can't use PayPal, can't buy subscription, can't do anything not in Russian part of the internet. Don't give a fuck, I have everything except money for DCS modules. As the ruble just died, yeah. Man, it's fucked. I was just saying to chat earlier, one of the things I really hope doesn't happen is I hope that Western businesses, and like especially platforms like I know Facebook's blocked for you guys now, and I think Twitter as well. I hope that the ones that aren't blocked on the Russian side, I hope they don't block things on their side, because the worst thing possible right now would be to just say fuck it and close everything up. Like, that's not going to help anyone except a certain Mr. in Moscow. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it, because that's the kind of stupid thing that they do. But I hope they don't. I have the exact same problem. I have, like, hundreds of games I have never played. I have some that I really badly wanted to buy, and then by the time they came out, there was something else. Like, DCS made me forget about so many games I wanted to play, because I just play DCS all the time. But yeah, at least they can't take away the Steam games you already have. That's one good upside to it. Is now finally you get a chance to play those, I guess. They're up here. I'll have to get myself a drink in a minute. I've taught myself hoarse. Ruins? Yeah, I did hear about that. I'm disappointed. I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed. And I'm sure it's going to lead to a lot of very poor, balanced decisions on the part of Wargaming, because he was the only one there that actually told people what need to be said. You know, he was the one that if shitters asked for something to be buffed because, oh, it's no good, and it was already overpowered, he'd just be like, no, like, stop sucking at the game. Which is, if you're going to do, like, game design, and particularly if it's some sort of, you know, like, if it's a game where people will bitch about balance, you need to have enough conviction in your own game design that you can come back and tell your players, no, you're dumb. There are so many developers who have basically said, oh, the player... It's like the, you know, the adage that the customer's always right, the player's always right. No, they're fucking not. They're usually wrong. Like, they're usually dumbasses. You need to be able to put your foot down and say, no, here's the actual data. This is why you're wrong. Or if it's, you know, if it's something like World of Tanks, where sometimes the data doesn't actually line up with the performance... because bad players exist on a larger scale than good players exist. You just say, look, this is what it can do in the hands of a good player. This is what it does in the hands of the average player. If we make it any better, the good players will ruin everyone. If we make it any worse, then it becomes, you know, genuinely imbalanced. Have one chance to buy something, use the Kazakhstan proxy. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. Yeah, right up here. We're about to have some dinner, I think. I'm not going to try with the 22 because I'm out in the woods anyway, so hopefully there shouldn't be any players around here. Normally, when I am hunting in DayZ, or when I need to do like a silent zombie removal, quiet zombie removal, I use the 22 rifles because they're much quieter. The sound travels less. Wargaming has a player category called Plain Bad. I had to change my I changed my chat rules way back when I first started streaming because American political discourse is so esoteric that having a number and a percentage is seen as like a far right-wing dog whistle because that's the level that the Americans fucking speak on, apparently. But I used to have a chat rule from when I used to play World of Tanks. If don't be a 48%er at chat. The etymology of that being that if you had a 48% win rate in World of Tanks, it meant you were so bad at the game. No, it was a 46%er. 48% was the average because it was about 4% draws, so 2% below, 2% above. But the whole thing was if you were a 46%er, it meant you were legitimately so bad at the game that you were actually like actively harming your team's chances of winning. So that was one of my chat rules, is don't be a 46%er at chat. But then I realized this could be interpreted the wrong way by Americans because they think the entire world revolves around them and don't understand anything outside themselves. So I had to change it. Is it vanilla? Yes. I used to play on a modded server, but I can't get into it anymore. They passworded the server I was playing on, and their other servers are, like... It kept saying I had the wrong version of the game, so I don't know what's happening. So I started a new character on vanilla. We're okay on water for now, but I need food, and this should hopefully remedy that situation. Oh yeah, I've seen 41%. I've seen 41% in World of Tanks. I never installed XVM for World of Warships, or whatever the XVM equivalent is, so I never saw win rates in that, and I'm glad I didn't. But XVM in World of Tanks, I would often join a game and the entire enemy team would be, like, dark red. Just dark red. I changed the colors slightly, so default XVM is like MMO colors, I think. But it went from black so that I couldn't even see their name on the scoreboard because I didn't want to see their name on the scoreboard if they were that bad at the game, through dark red, red, orange, yellow, pale green, which was like 52%, 55% was like solid green, and then pale purple, and then dark purple. Yeah, 41 was like... See, a bot would get about 43, 44%. So you factor... If you do literally nothing, it should average out to about 48. But then you've got to count for the times where your team needs you to carry them, like you're the last guy left and you could have carried them. So it's going to be a little below that number. It's going to be a bit below 48. So your average bot was about 46%. 45 to 46%. But I saw people who were like 43, 42. I saw at least 141. And I think I even saw... I'm pretty sure I screenshotted a 39 once. If I dig through my PC, I'll find it. There was a guy that was like 39. It was just... I don't understand. So one of the things, back when a lot more guys from Something Awful used to play World of Tanks, after Clan Wars, we would get together and have drunk/stoned tank companies. And we would often appoint one guy to be the leader, and he would come up with the worst strategy possible for every map. Like, the worst team composition, the worst strategy, and we would do it, and we would still win most of our games playing tank companies. Like, there was one night, which went for about 5 hours, and we, like, at the high point, the tactical high point of that night was an entire team of Löwers rushing up the hill on Himmelsdorf. We won. How? Like, how? It's like, before he started playing Black Desert, which I think he still plays, I think Black Desert is like his thing now, has been for years, but Anfield, back when he used to still play World of Tanks, Anfield went on a pubby safari in tank companies, and he found some creatures that just defy belief, honestly. Like, the kinds of weird shit that they thought would be a good idea. Like, there was a guy that thought if you knocked over the static scenery that spawns in the cap zone, that somehow improves your chance of winning. Because, not because it blocks it, like, he almost had it. You knock that over so that the enemy tank can't hide behind it, so when you come back to cap with 2 seconds left to reset, you hit the tank, you don't miss and hit the scenery. He almost had it, but instead he said that gives the other team points if it's not knocked down. How? How do people arrive at these conclusions? Like, it's just... Bad Hottie players after death are reborn at Himmelsdorf. Yeah, they are. They absolutely are. The reason Flammer calls it animal research rejects. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm gonna have to steal that. I like that. World of Tanks Platoon, all KV1s was absolute filth. When the T-54 was first added to the game, T-54 platoons were hilarious. That's damaged. We're not gonna... you could get 3 T-54s together and just pick a flank and rush it. You wait 30 seconds for the match to start, and then rush the flank. 30 seconds into the match, 3 T-54s. Just don't stop, just auto-aim, hold left mouse. And we legit, at one point, made someone rage quit by doing that. Like, it was on, Moravanka, I think it was, the shitty one with the fucking swamp in the middle, like the island, the swamps, like, it was a shit map and literally everyone hated it. I'm pretty sure that was, oh, wait, no. No, that wasn't Moravanka, that was, Kamarin. That's what it was. That piece of shit map. We rushed the east flank in our 3 T-54s straight into the TD forest, like where all the TDs camp. Just blazed straight into it. There was a Ferdinand in that forest. This is back when the Ferdinand was a top tier tank destroyer. He saw all 3 of us swivel our turrets to point at him and literally disconnected on the spot. Like, he didn't even fire at us. He saw us turn our turrets towards him and he just disconnected on the spot. Like, it was so fucking funny. It was great. Used to be able to do the same thing with Chaffies as well. Me and Wargames, not Wargaming, but there was a goon whose name was Wargames in World of Tanks. Me and Wargames used to get Chaffee platoons together, and so we'd have 3 Chaffies, and we'd just do donuts around each other in spawn for about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, and our team would be like, screaming out, like, scouts, what the fuck are you doing? Go scout, go scout. After that delay, we just blaze down a flank, find the nearest heavy tank, and just maul it to death. Like, you could reduce a King Tiger from full health in, like, to nothing in about 5 or 10 seconds with 3 Chaffies. It was so good. My highest ever XP game in World of Tanks was from, like, closed beta in the Chaffee. I was just playing solo, and I ended up getting, like, I think 6 kills or 7 kills or something, and, like, nearly 3,000 base XP. Just because it was I fought off like the entire enemy team one at a time because they were stupid enough to come one at a time into our cap. About once a year, YouTube still recommends I rewatch that one replay commentary Ross did for a game of mine from ages ago. Yeah, it's funny. They're all still out there. I mean, if you guys want to like cringe at what I was like 10 years ago, you can go watch all my old YouTube videos. There are a couple that were too cringe even for me, like ones that I uploaded when I was a teenager, but most of my World of Tanks ones are still up. I feel like I've been led on a wild... I want to say wild moose chase because it works so well, but they're not moose. I've been led on a wild fucking deer chase. I've been following this fucker for like half an hour and I still haven't seen him. Meanwhile, I get more and more lost. I'm right on the edge of the map, I think. Like, just past that tree line. Yeah, that's the edge of the map. We're getting closer, though. And I have a knife, and I have an axe, and I have some matches. So once I actually drop one of them, if I can drop one of them with fucking 9x19, we are going to be set. Every now and then I'll see a video of World of Tanks or I'll see someone streaming it and I feel like playing again, because it was a fun game. It was the players that made it frustrating and miserable, but the game itself was fun. It was just mindless shoot tanks game. It wasn't pretending to be a simulator like War Thunder is. It was just a fun game to play, but it's changed so much that the last time I tried to play it was, I don't know, like a year or two ago, maybe 3 years ago now. I think it was 3 years ago. And there's like tanks I've never heard of. There's entire new tech trees with weird gimmicks that don't make sense. There's wheeled vehicles now. I really wish I could have got the ERC-90 because it's so adorable, but there you are. I really need a longer range weapon for this. They're just going to run every time I come near them. Yeah, like, there's all this new stuff, and I don't know how to play the game anymore. Like, my map knowledge is so far out of date, it's not even funny. But I do miss it sometimes. The other thing is, and this is probably the main thing that stops me from really staying when I come back and play a couple games and then give up, is they basically killed all my favorite tanks. So the Object 430, the old Object 430, the tier 10 medium, that was my favorite tank in the entire game by far. Not just because it's the closest relative of the T64, which is my favorite tank, which is getting fucking vindicated right now in terms of combat use, but because it was just so much fun to play. It was reasonably mobile, it was squat and low to the ground, it had best in tier camouflage, it had a good gun, it wasn't very accurate, but it had really high DPM. Like, it was just a good, well-rounded, do-everything medium tank. It was like a scout medium, kind of a mix of scout and assault medium, because its armor was enough to tank stuff frontally. And they replaced it with basically a copy of the 121. Like, they changed it because apparently the playstyle was too similar to the Object 140 and the T62, so the player base was complaining, oh, they're all the same anyway. So they changed it to be, instead, similar to those. Instead, it's exactly the same as the fucking 121. And then the original Object 430, which was moved down to tier 9, is now just a shittier Wheezy 120, because the Wheezy 120 at least had more alpha strike damage off the gun, whereas the fucking Object 430 now has a D25T at tier 9. It has better ammo, so it penetrates better, but it's a D25T. It has shit DPM. It has shit fucking, like, shit ballistics, shit rate of fire, everything. Like, it's just bad. There's no two ways around it. And it only has the 390 alpha of the D25T, as opposed to the 440 alpha of the M62 and the, whatever the Chinese copy of the M62 is that the Wheezy 120 has. Okay, I need to, like, stop chasing these deer because I'm legit gonna fucking starve in the woods trying to track them down. We'll just see if I can see them from here and maybe roll up on them, but I think they've taken off. I think I've scared them off. We need to find a village, ideally with a well, because I'm going to need some water soon. And then need to find some food. Catch you later, Josh. Sleep well, man. Have a good one. Gold 59 platoons. There was a guy in World of Tanks who he got the Type 59. I think he won it in a competition or something back when you could still buy it, right? Back when you could still buy the Type 59. And he sold it for credits, like, you know, for its actual he didn't sell his account and get the money from it. He sold it for credits literally the day before they took it down from the store. It was so funny. Anytime that guy, I used to see him all the time. Anytime that guy saw a Type 59 platoon, he would have a fucking meltdown. An absolute fucking meltdown. It was beautiful. I don't know if they ever started selling the Type 59 again in the store. I think they did at least once for a special event. I don't know if they did it regularly. But, or, like, the Type 59 Envy back in the day was beautiful. It's reminded how I played War Thunder Tanks for closed beta at Russian Game Expo. They forgot to turn off connections to global chat. That's right there. Hi, I'm playing War Thunder Tanks. A lot of players answer me something like, you fucking liar, you can play it. Yeah. Oh man, I remember when War Thunder Tanks first came out, it was interesting because it's better now because you can see where you know the X-ray vision where your shot hits. But when War Thunder Tanks first went into beta, you didn't have that X-ray vision, so you had to rely on seeing your shell hit to know that you'd hit a tank. But the netcode was really shitty, and so you would see your shell like hit the ground, and then the tank would explode. And you'd be like, "What the fuck?" Or you'd see a shell hit, and you didn't know where it had ricocheted off of. And my favorite one was people would bounce shells off the ground in front of you, and you couldn't work out how they'd hit you because you're like, "They didn't hit me. What the fuck?" And then you like when they introduced the X-ray vision, you realize, oh, it's bounced off the ground and hit me on the floor underneath. In this game, is there an objective beyond survival? Like, what is the goal? So that's one of the great questions of DayZ. Some of the mods that people make have added things like, you know, you get a nuke at the end or whatever, or you build like a big factional base or whatever. But the base game, as it is, the objective is just survival. So for a lot of people, it suffers the same problem Tarkov does. I mean, even for me, to be honest. It suffers the Tarkov problem where the longer you play and the better you are at the game, the more gear you hoard until you have everything and there's nothing to do anymore except just wander around and try and dunk on new spawns. So some of the mods add stuff to counter that. Personally, I don't mind that because like the appeal for me in DayZ is just exploring. So, you know, I'll wander around and I don't care if there's not an end game. When I get bored, I'll stop playing and then I'll come back in 6 months and start playing again. Like, when I get bored, I just take a break from the game. That's my end game. You know, I get my fill of DayZ and then I go play something else for a couple months. But yeah, like even in the base game now, there's base building, so you can build like a giant fortress with your friends if you want to. Most people just use it to build stashes where they hide stuff. So there is some base building in the base game, but a lot of the modded servers add proper, like, well, not proper, but they add a more traditional end game. And a lot of them add things like traders and stuff, so you know, you get more gear and you sell it for money and then you can buy a plane and bomb people or whatever. So a lot of the DayZ mods, some of them kind of turn the game more into like Fortnite, and some of them turn the game into more like Armor Wasteland, where, you know, you've got these massive doom forts people have built and you bomb them with jets. I am pretty sure I have literally gone in a gigantic circle because I think I recognize this building. Oh, my axe is damaged? Fuck. That is a problem. Those deer are... I can hear them. They're way the fuck down there. I'm not going all the way down there. I'll starve to death. This one's on Livonia, so this... I think Livonia is smaller. But yeah, Chernobyl is a 225 square kilometer map, so there's a lot to explore. Oh, an actual good backpack. Literally the only good thing about the dry bag is that it is a dry bag. It won't, you know, your stuff won't get damaged and soggy if it rains, but I much prefer the actual, you know, military or hunting backpacks. Okay, so that's one less thing to worry about. I need to find... Gas stove is useless. I have matches. I don't need a stove. I can build my own fireplace. I need to find a well or some sort of clean water source. And I need to find food. Anything else I don't really care about, but those are the two things I need to find. Hello. Fucking bleeding again, really? See what I mean about the axe and like hitting them with the handle instead of the axe head? I think that's what was happening there. I hit him with the axe head a couple times, but mostly it was the handle. Because once they get too close to you, I don't know if it's physics-based damage, but it's certainly, if you hit them with the head of the axe, it does do more damage than if you hit them with the shaft. I think I hear a zombie next to me. I don't want to really damage my knife, but I think we're going to have to here, or I'm going to starve. And now that I've lost even more blood, I do need to eat. So I can magic myself some more blood, because in DayZ, eating magically generates blood. Is that all there was in that can? Really? Jesus. So like most of the medieval reenactment armor comes from Ukrainian smiths, and those guys are all... Yeah, I saw that. They're making tank traps and caltrops and stuff. I saw a picture of a... It was a tank trap and it had caltrops next to it. It was like mother with her babies. Even if you're playing on a server with more than 10 players, you got a big chance to find... Yeah, like... What's that? It sounded kind of like a plane for a second. Yeah, like players are always going to go to the same places. So here they're going to go to the big military base, like the firing range in the center. On Chernarus, they're always going to the northwest airfield or to Tissy, to the SAM site. So you know where people are going to go. And what I used to do on Chernarus was I would, once I had equipment myself, if I'd survived my own pilgrimage to the airbase, with all that high-end gear, I would come back and I would patrol 2 kilometers inland from the coast. So not on the coast and not near the airfield, but between them, because I knew all the roads that players took to get inland from their initial spawns, and so I just ambushed them. What the fuck? What's this? Bird feeder or something? Had a few interactions in Electro and Cherno. Yeah, like if you got out of Electro or Cherno alive, you had pretty good chances, but...
I seriously need to move to nicer part of town.
Cheers for the bits, Polar. What happened this time? I hope you didn't get fucking robbed again. Jesus. Yeah, like if you survived your initial spawn in Cherno and Electro, you were pretty well set. So that was like the first hurdle to survival is Cherno or Electro spawns. The second hurdle to survival is getting good gear at either Stary Sabor, which was like the sort of middle map military spawn, or Northwest Airbase, and then from there it's just go wherever you want and hunt people. Or you could even build a little base if you wanted to be a pacifist. Neighbor decided to beat the shit out of his girlfriend. Wow. Keeping it classy, I guess. A ton of just random deaths I couldn't put down to everything. Yeah, glitch is very likely in DayZ. Unheard gunshots too, though. tank hedgehogs. They were more commonly used during World War II. Like, the kind of iconic image everyone knows them from is, you know, the beaches at Normandy. But they're still used because tanks can't get past them very easily. They can't climb over them, they can't really crush them. So they're a good obstacle. I'm probably walking in a giant circle again. I know I said don't follow roads, and here I am following a road, but we are out in the middle of nowhere, so we might get away with it. What I would like is to at least maybe find some edible mushrooms, just to keep me going until I find some more real food. Well, not real food, but like more stable food source. And water. Footage of T-10Ms just going above them, but they were loose above the ground when real defenses with them have them embedded in concrete. Yeah. I mean, if you can push them around, like if they're loose enough the tank can push them around, it can find a way past them, but if they're concreted in, good luck. Usually they are concreted or dug into the ground. Also, the T-10M is a pretty big tank, so I could imagine it could brute force its way through obstacles that most tanks couldn't. Only choose if I want to live in an area close to the city centre, I need to live next to or close to welfare housing. This is a great example of how bad, like even, you know, the supposed Scandinavian paradise, how bad Western governments are at urban planning, is they put, like, all the welfare housing in the same place. Like, if you put it all in the same place, it's going to turn into a fucking ghetto. Like, that's exactly why you don't do it. You put a house here, a house there, like interspersed with, you know, normal sort of private dwellings, middle class people, whatever. You have people all mixed in. If you let people form little fucking enclaves of poverty or enclaves of whatever, it's going to become a problem. So that's the edge of the map. So we're literally at the eastern, I think, edge of the map right now. I hear deer again. I think this is probably the same spot where I came across them earlier, like right at the start. Choose land. I know. Basically, it's not so much they don't know how to do proper city planning, but it's more that they know if they do proper city planning, it won't be profitable to them. Remember in 2012 when DayZ was an Arma 2 mod? Every fucking time, every fucking server, someone asked, who's shooting in Cherno, are you friendly? Answer was yes, and in Cherno started a fucking genocide of poor players. Yeah, the constant questions about friendly in Cherno. Like, I remember one time I spawned... I think it was, yeah, in Cherno. I spawned in Cherno next to a squad of like 7 or 8 players, but they were all separated out across a street and a half because they were all separately looting for stuff, but they were working together and I could hear them talking to each other. And I killed all of them. All of them. And by the time I left Cherno, I had enough loot that I didn't need to go to the airfield. It was wonderful. One of my friends, we used to call him Old Grandpa Cherno, because he'd sit, you know, the Kolgaz refinery, he'd sit at the top of it, in the O on the sign, with a hunting rifle, and he would wait for groups of players to go through Cherno, and right as they were near a group of zombies, and they weren't looking at the trailing guy, they'd shoot the guy at the back, just shoot him in the back of the leg. And so he'd have a broken leg, he couldn't run, the zombies would all be aggravated, and that he would think that somebody else in the group had shot him. And he'd just sit there and watch. Still disappointed by lack of volumetric inventory? Yeah. I mean, we have Tetris inventory, so that's something, I guess, but actually volumetric would be nice. Good news is they're finally unfucking it, so now the villa part of town gets 30, the most violent right next to them. Beautiful. Excellent. I love to see justice happen like that. What was that? Oh, that's my stomach grumbling because I'm about to starve. Excellent. And sprinting drains my hunger even faster because of course it does. I guess I'm burning energy, so it kind of makes sense. Once that starts blinking, I'm screwed. Yeah. Oh, so close. So close, yet so far. Oh, you shit. And I've got no fucking power for my sight. Fuck's sake. Well, that's a lost cause. I'll never catch up to it. I'm going to take this out since I don't have a battery for it. And we're just going to hope we can get to some kind of food before I keel over and die. We've been better, yeah, definitely. Eat the pine cones? You can't, sadly. German cargo aircraft declared an emergency above New York, just landed at JFK. Oh. Well, we found water. Too bad what I actually need is food. Like, this as well. The idea that you would starve out this quickly... When I said exaggerated survival needs, this is what I meant. Like, no, humans do not starve to death in a day, or less even. Not even a day. Like, it's been, what, probably 2 or 3 hours in game time? Not even that in real time. And my dude's starving. Like, that's ridiculous. People can go days without food, usually weeks without food, depending how, you know, how they're built. The idea that you would starve to death in a couple of hours is just fucking stupid. 3 weeks. Yeah. Like, it's just dumb. I think it's forcing you to eat 3 times a day. I think you actually have to eat more than 3 times a day, to be honest. But it's so stupid. It's so stupid. Instead of, like, ham-fisting the survival needs, make the world more dangerous. Like, this stuff with the gas shelling, that's good. That's, I mean, it's kind of in the direction of PUBG, where you have that, you know... It's kind of turning it into more of a strict battle royale. But at least it's something that isn't me starving to death in 3 hours, you know? Like, find other ways to make the game difficult, find other ways to engage players. Don't set just ridiculously over the top. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't tell me I'm in the same spot again, so at least I know there's buildings nearby. If I follow the road, if I can find the road from here. Yeah, like, there needs to be, I think, more in-depth, looking at ways around survival needs in these types of games. Not just by DayZ, but, like, by game devs in general, because they're just getting lazy. They're basically using the same formula and then maybe adding 1 or 2 things that change it compared to competitors. But generally speaking, they're all way harder to survive in than they should be, just based on hunger and thirst and things like that, but easier to survive in than they should be with regards to other environmental hazards. Is this game still worth playing, or are hackers all over the servers? I don't think I've ever encountered a hacker in standalone. I encountered them in the mod, but I don't think I've ever seen one in standalone. I'm sure they exist, but I think probably if you don't play like the most popular, most intensely PvP servers, you probably won't come across them. I knew that wouldn't be enough to drop one. And I don't think they can bleed out either. Well, it brought us to a military base, so that's something, I guess. This is exactly where I was before. I've gone in a circle twice. Read about the guy in the 60s that went without eating for like 11 months and lost 120 kilos of fat under medical supervision with regular checks. No, I haven't, but that's a pretty extreme diet. I don't know how I wouldn't be able to do that. Because partly because my metabolism is ridiculous. If I do not eat either a very large amount or constantly or both, I cannot stand it. Like, I haven't eaten that much today and I'm really hungry. Like, I have to make sure this is my stomach grumbling in-game, not in real life. But, like, I just eat constantly. So I could not go on a diet like that. All this shit that I don't actually need, and the thing I do need, I'm not going to find. Where is some food? There's another building up there. Yeah, so there's a town down here. I know there's a town down here. We'll go for that.
Are you lost, Captain Sobel?
No, I know where I am now. I'm very good at going in circles, but I know where I am. We had a very, very bloody battle over this base in Anti-Stasi once. I really want to play Anti-Stasi. That's my raincoat. That's my old raincoat. I really want to play Anti-Stasi again, but kind of with the current situation, it would look really bad. And it hasn't really reduced my desire to play it, but yeah, I don't want people thinking that, you know, I'm intentionally doing something edgy. Let's take this, just in case we find ammo for it. Might be a little more reliable. Or, like, easy to find ammo for, I mean. That's my old vest. So probably no food in here, because I would have taken it already, unless it's spawned in since, which I don't think it will. We'll go to that town, I think. That's where we'll find some food. I'll just check this building as well. What's that? Tanker helmet? Is it less fucked up than my tanker helmet? Yes, it is. Why am I collecting them? I don't know. I just like to. I think the balance is skewed more towards physical needs over environmental because it's an easier early game, which is what most of the players experience the majority of the time. Yeah, maybe. I don't know though, like it gives me the shits. Because it means it's entirely possible to have a character you've been playing on for months be killed because you just had a bad run of luck and couldn't find some food. So, SVD, stop. Only had water, tea, coffee, and vitamin supplements, no actual food. At least he got to have tea and coffee. If I was not allowed to have tea for that amount of days, I would actually kill somebody. I think the longest I've gone without tea, since I was like 12, was 4 weeks when I was at basic training. And I could have had tea there, I just decided not to, because otherwise I'd end up needing it all the time. So I just went cold turkey. But that's the longest I've gone without a cup of tea, was 4 weeks. And day to day, normally the longest I go without a cup of tea is a couple hours, maybe. Oh, what's this? I don't remember this being here. When I was in the Army Reserve. Because when I was in it was during the height of the Afghan surge. I obviously didn't deploy, I was only a reservist. But because the ADF were trying to get more personnel in to cover the surge, training was 4 weeks for us. Basic training anyway. IETs were 2 weeks each module from memory. So it was like 8 weeks total. And then extra on top of that if you went Ready Reserve Force or High Readiness Reserve. Which were the guys that did actually get deployed. That was like if you wanted to go to East Timor or whatever. Well, loot has been spawning around here, so that's something, I guess. Shit. There's 2 of them. We'll go around. That's locked. And he's seen me. And of course he hits me. It's funny the game always freezes right after I hit them. Or like right before they drop dead. Don't know why. Okay. There's one there. If we're quiet, we might be able to roll up on him and pop him over the head without him going aggressive. Maybe. Or maybe he'll hear my stomach grumbling. Oh, he woke up. Okay, there's another building here. For Australia. Need to make tea now. Yeah, just thinking about it makes you need one. I should probably grab myself another cup as well in a minute. Or I'll lose my voice. Because I've been talking too much. Oh, come on, dude. I need food. Let me get my gun out, because if I bump into a player, it'll be in a building like this. There's probably not going to be any upstairs, but we'll check quickly. When that food icon starts blinking, that's when I'm really in trouble. That's when I need to find something or die. And even if I do find food, then I've still got to find, like, that'll maybe stop it from immediately getting me, but I've still got to find more after. It's all just barracks. And there's not really any loot here, which is surprising. Not even military stuff. Okay, more buildings. We'll check them. Cosplays Russian infantry. Oh, in DayZ, kind of. My old thing I used to do in DayZ was I'd kind of try and end up with a World War II partisan kind of look. If you die and this is at a complete restart, yep. You start from nothing. In a random place as well, so you might not even spawn in the same place you did on your previous life. Energy drinks don't really do that much for me. Or at least it doesn't feel like they do. They make me shaky. Like, they give me the shakes and they give me a stomach ache sometimes, or a headache, but they don't actually keep me awake. Sometimes they do the opposite. Bitch, stop hitting me! Fuck! Okay, I'm bleeding. And he's probably damaged. Oh, he's damaged my pants. My shirt's okay. And he's not carrying anything. Sometimes the zombies have stuff that's worth picking up. Sometimes they have food, but not today. Because I need food, I guarantee none of the zombies I kill will have food. Yep, I'm now taking damage, and I'm sick. I'm just gonna fucking run and deal with the extra damage from draining it faster and possibly pissing off zombies. I just need to find a house or a farm or something with food in it. Oh, never mind, I'm out of stamina. It's so frustrating, man. Like, you can have a really good early game, and then just because you make one slightly misjudged decision, like my decision to go chase those deer, because I needed, you know, meat so I could get blood back faster, or because, you know, you just get unlucky with loot spawns, you die. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It pisses me off so much. Look where I am. Yeah, I'm totally gonna find food here, guys. Like, I'm dead. There's absolutely nothing anywhere. Guess we'll use a gun at this point. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I'll keel over and die here in a minute. Certain friends, people I know up there attempts to get me into the military post the heckening. Oh no. A relative who got called a liar by his parents. Disowned because he told him he eats meat almost every day. That's not normal in most parts of the world. That's the thing. Like, we take it for granted, but in most parts of the world, you eat meat maybe once a week, 2 times a week. Like, that's one of those things that we never stop and think about. But compared to everyone else, like, we have it so much better, unless you know, don't want to have heart problems, in which case we have it worse. Elden Ring refund itself its Steam accounts of Russian players. Oh shit. Yeah, I think I have some of the Dark Souls games, but I never started playing them just because they seem like they would frustrate me a lot, and I'm not that, like, they look interesting, but I'm not that interested in them. It's kind of like with the Apache for me. Like, they look interesting, but not for me. I just bought them on sale years and years ago because one of my friends said that it was worth having them in case I wanted to play them later. Having all the fruit trees and... yeah, I know, right? Like, bro, at least let me grab a handful of grass and chew on it for a while until I can find some actual food. I'm hoping there's a village on the backside of this hill, but I don't remember. There's a house, or there's a barn over there. But I don't know if I'm going to make it that far. Game is really just... Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Like, if you aren't stupid, like me, and you set yourself up better early game, you don't need to worry about food. Like on my other character, which is in a server I can't play on at the moment, because they passworded it. On that character, I have enough food that even if I see no animals and no food for like 3 days, I'm good. So, like, usually, early game for me, I focus on getting food and water, but I can't always get them first. So this time I've got weapons first, but I haven't got food or water. But normally early game, I try and get at least 2 or 3 canteens, so that's enough water to keep me going for at least a day in-game, even if I'm in the middle of nowhere and can't refill them. And I try and get enough food to last for a day or 2 minimum. Also, because my vision's all grayed out because I'm dying, I can't even tell which of these trees might be fruit trees because they all look the same because I can't see the colours on them. There's probably some apple trees around here somewhere. But knowing my luck, all the apples will be rotten. Also, I think I hear wolves. I do hear wolves. The worst possible thing that could happen to me right now. Although, if I survive a wolf attack, which is highly unlikely, but if I survive a wolf attack, that is food. So maybe not the worst thing, but certainly up there. Certainly near the top of the list. Yeah, my health is dropping really fast. Oh, come on, where's a fucking house? I see a wall? Is there something there? I don't think I'm going to survive long enough to get to the next town. There's definitely a town down there. I know there's a town down there. I could cut the corner, but I don't think I have time anyway. Is it an apple farm? There is actually an orchard down in this part of the map. If I'm where I think I am, I'm pretty sure I'm where I think I am. We had a base set up here in Antistasi, and there is an orchard there, because our base was in the orchard. Hardcore servers about die of starvation 6 to 8 times before you find a knife, and you'll die because you find wolves, then because you got flu. Yeah, exactly. Like, if the time acceleration didn't accelerate basic needs as well, it would be fine. Like, I don't like time acceleration in DayZ. I wish it was maybe not real time, but like 2 times maybe. But this shit where it's like 5 times time acceleration is just stupid. I hate it. Oh, come on, please. We have a house, but do we have food? We also have a zombie. I'm just gonna go loud here. I don't care if I aggro more of them. And I can't shoot because I'm dying. There we go. Food. One didn't have anything. Okay, we're gonna get inside and we're gonna eat. No, you can't eat the zombies. You can eat other players. If that's your thing, you can eat other players, but you cannot eat zombies. So that's dealt with the immediate problem of starvation, at least for now. The problem is now that I'm still losing health because I'm also sick as well as still very hungry. Like I'm on the edge of starvation now instead of actually starving. I think, come on, one of these has to be an apple tree. But I can't tell because everything's black and white. I think these maybe? Yeah, that's always a good sign to leave in DayZ. When you start encountering the funny meat, that's a good sign you don't want to be there. Even if these are fruit trees, I don't think they are. I don't see any on the ground. So we'll continue down the road to the other part of the village, which hopefully there is another part of the village here, and see what's there. Yeah, absolutely totally fucked up. I'm low health, I'm about to be dehydrated, I'm starving, I'm low on blood. The only thing that isn't a problem right now is my temperature. I'm nice and cozy now, but everything else is not looking good. If I remember rightly, our old anti-Stasi base is in... It was like a... Maybe not an orchard, but it was like a factory, and I think there was an orchard nearby, but I don't want to risk going down there and finding nothing. But it's in behind those trees. And then there's a town down here. I remember this exactly, I know where I am. I'm like in the sort of bit northwest of the middle of the map. There's a water tower over there, so yeah, I think that was our base there with the water tower. There's a town, or a village. Hopefully when we get there it will be full of beans. Oh, fucking rotten mushroom. It's, it seems like on Livonia there's not as many mushrooms as Chernarus. Chernarus is full of mushrooms. Like, every time you go in a forest you can't walk without tripping over a mushroom. But here you don't see that many. Which is a problem, because mushrooms are a really good way of stopping yourself from getting hungry while you're moving around the map. Especially because if you're smart, you'll be in forests anyway, you won't be following roads. Really, the biggest danger in forests... other players are a bit of a danger, but the biggest danger in forests is fucking wolves. Oh, bears. I haven't come across a bear yet. I forgot they added them. I've had plenty of experience with wolves, but I don't think I've ever seen a bear in DayZ. I guess they'd be in the south of the map, where there's more forest. I think this is the fucking place I got the bison from. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. What town is this? Lukov, yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's where I got my bison from. Netting, I don't need it. Oh, actually I'll take it, but... Am I stuck? Oh, you've got to be kidding. Okay. I thought I was going to be trapped there for a minute. Yeah, this is the town I came through before, so it has that radio mast or whatever that is. Up again, that gun I told you about, turns out was actually 950 rounds per minute. Sounds a lot faster, but the base version of the gun's only 500. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, this is only 9mm, and I don't have very much ammo for it. I've got one magazine, that's the one loaded in the gun, and I don't have really any ammo for it except what's in the magazine. So I think if I find a bear, I'm dead anyway. Can't advance mobility over that, yeah. I keep forgetting, it's not armor with enhanced mobility. I can't climb over something my own height. I can only do a little pathetic jump over something that's like waist height. I really wish that they would... Oh, I'm about to starve to death. I'm just about dead. I really wish they would make enhanced mobility like an official thing and polish it up a bit more so it's part of the official game. Both for armor and for DayZ, because it's so good. It gives you so many more options moving around the map. I already came in this house before. Yeah, I've been through this village. I don't think it's going to be enough. Unless I find something else right after, maybe. But I'm still... Oh, now I'm gaining health slowly. Gun on the table's a sign. I was just thinking that as I saw it. I'm like, DayZ is suggesting something, and I'm not sure I like what it's suggesting. There's a fucking potato. I don't think you can eat them raw, though. I'm pretty sure it will make me sick if I attempt to eat it raw. Oh, yeah, no, you can't even. You have to cook it. There's the oh, police station. That'll probably have, not food, but it'll have decent loot in it. If I survive that long. Oh, come on, DayZ. Another fucking potato. You're kidding. 12 gauge slugs, don't need those. Pretty sure I just aggroed a zombie. We'll check this house. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a bush. Thought it was like a blown up vehicle or something for a minute. I don't think I have time to cook. Like, by the time I get a fire set up and I don't have like a pot or anything to... Hello. Don't have a pot or anything to cook it in. Yes. More food. More food. Fucking cuckoo. What condition's my knife in? Pristine still. I've used that to open 2 cans and it's still pristine. Surprising. This just goes outside, I think? Yeah, it goes outside through the back door. Probably one of these, and it is an apple tree, but I can't tell. Because my vision's all black and white still. I don't know what did this, but this is good. This is very good. This is excellent. Until someone sees that I've started a fire and comes and kills me. My axe is probably going to break though. Okay. Long stick. Where did that go? We'll put that... that's not going to fit anywhere. Put that there for now. So I'm just going to hold my axe. Put this here. Combine. I don't think I can combine that. Yeah, no. What I can do is I can take these. If I just put this on the ground, I can take, not the long stick, I can take, oh, fuck, I built a bunch of sharpened sticks. There we go. Sharpened stick is what I want there. Axe is what I want there. Oh, no. Shit, next recipe. Split it. Into a bunch of short sticks. And then we put this in our hands. Let's just put that there for now. Put this in our hands. Combine those. I'm losing health again. And now we put some fuel in the fireplace. Quickly grab a little more fuel because I want to have enough to cook both of those. Let me just put my axe on the ground over here, where it's not going to get burnt, hopefully. I forget how to light one of these. Oh right, I think I have to... No? How is it you light a fire in DayZ again? I think it should have enough fuel on it. Does it not have enough kindling? Let's put the other bandage there and see. I'm actually gonna die. Fuck. How the fuck do you do this shit? I always forget this. It's the most important thing to remember, and I always forget this. How do you actually start a fire? Do I not need my matches? Oh, no, I need to... What the fuck? Like it won't let me do anything on it. Does anyone actually remember how to do this shit? Because I don't. I have kindling. Not a lot, but I have some. Oh, you know what? It's probably too close to the trees. I built it too close to the trees. Are you kidding? Are you fucking kidding? Great. Now there's a zombie. I still can't light it. Are you fucking kidding? What the fuck? What am I missing here? One kindling with one fuel and crafter kit. After creating and deploying short sticks of firewood. Yeah, I've already done that. Bro, I have matches. Oh, they're dead. Oh, come on. How do you do a hand drill kit? It's like a stick and a log or something? Shit. Yeah, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because I didn't remember that my matches were damp. Here comes a zombie. Hopefully they at least have food. That axe is trashed anyway, so I'll just leave it. Now that's gonna aggro the entire town. He didn't have food, of course. Better than nothing, I guess. The problem is because I'm sick. That's what's making my health drop off so badly. So I'm probably going to die even though I'm not starving anymore. How do you get cured? There's antibiotics items. You either wait until the sickness passes or you get antibiotics. Well, I've been streaming for 10 hours. I think we're going to call it here, guys, and hopefully next time I play DayZ it doesn't go quite so badly. We had a bit of a cursed stream today, I think. But oh well. Let me see who else is on, and I'll send you guys over their way. So tomorrow might just be armor and then like it'll be a short stream. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what we'll do. Let's see who's on. I might send you guys, I think, to CCM. Who has just started by the looks of it. Alright, there we go, guys. Thanks for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hope you all have a wonderful, safe rest of your day. And yeah, enjoy CCM. Catch you tomorrow.